Chapter 706. Fairy Songyu immediately felt a great sense of danger. The lightning struck at an extremely fast speed, piercing through the sky and creating a thunderous sound. Although there are many Gu immortals here, our sect's scheme 1, according to the rules, the 9 great ancient sects should be watching from the sidelines. If not for the Gu immortals of the 9 sects, which demonic path Gu immortal would dare to risk universal condemnation and mess with my crane gate? In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fairy Songyu's mind like lightning. At the same time, her movements were not slow. Her slender fingers moved as she was about to activate a killer move to resist the lightning. But at the next moment, He Fengyang stopped her. "Fairy, wait." Saying so, he pulled Fairy Songyu to the side, opening up the hole in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The lightning did not care about the two of them. It followed the hole and plunged into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Using this chance, Fairy Songyu also saw the lightning's true appearance. "This is the earthly calamity blue charm lightning shadow?" He Fengyang smiled lightly. "This is an earthly calamity targeting Hu Immortal Blessed Land." After Feng Yuan cut off a large portion of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also threw it out of the Blessed Land. To think that this blue charm lightning shadow did not dissipate. It has been hiding on Tianti Mountain all along. Great. The blue charm lightning shadow's battle strength is not bad. It is equivalent to rank 6 middle stage battle strength. With it as the vanguard, we will have an easier time. Fairy Songyu's brows relaxed, showing a smile. This lad Feng Yuan is decisive. He is indeed a character. He actually gave up a quarter of the Blessed Land. Unfortunately, his strength is lacking. No matter how many schemes he has, it is useless. He Fengyang sighed, stepping into Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Fairy Songyu. Once they entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a heavenly power was exerted on them, attempting to restrict all the mortal Gu in their hands. But immediately, an orange-yellow light rose from He Fengyang and Fairy Songyu's bodies at the same time. This was the effect of the rank 7 self-way immortal Gu on them. It allowed mortal Gu to not be suppressed by the Blessed Land and could be used normally. Fairy Songyu closed her eyes, and after a few breaths she opened them again. We are at the west of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The blue charm shadow is already heading towards Dang Hun Mountain in the center of the Blessed Land. He Fengyang nodded. As I expected, within Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the safest opponent was Dang Hun Mountain. The blue charm shadow's first target was the Blessed Land's owner. Back then, Immortal Fox. Caught off guard, he was killed by the blue charm shadow. Since it was heading straight for Dang Hun Mountain, it meant that Feng Yuan was hiding in Dang Hun Mountain. Let's follow it. Alright. I've long wanted to see what the legendary Dang Hun Mountain looks like. Fairy Songyu chuckled. With the blue charm movie as the vanguard, we can also find out if the enemy has any ambushes. He Fengyang said. He activated Expand Space Immortal Gu and used another Immortal Killer move to mend the hole in the Blessed Land behind him. Immortal Killer move, Closed Door Bolt. Crane Gate is so stingy, they don't even let us take a look. In this round, if Crane Gate loses, we will take over regardless of whether the door is closed or not. If Crane Gate wins, whether the door is opened or not, we will retreat. Letting us take a look will not affect the big picture. They are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty person. Do they really think we will act out of greed? Outside Tianti Mountain, the Gu immortals from Central Continent's 9 great sects were conversing with their divine senses. Bai Weng, do you think Crane Gate has a high chance of succeeding this time? Gu immortal Zhang Wenjiu casually asked. It might be quite high, even though we are secretly suppressing Crane Gate, forcing them to send only 2 Gu immortals to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But they have the battle strength of 2 Gu immortals after all, and they also use the blue charm lightning shadow. Feng Yuan, who controls Hu Immortal Blessed Land, is only a mortal junior. How can he stop Crane Gate? Bai Weng replied. I don't think so. According to our Spirit Butterfly Valley's investigation, Feng Yuan refined fixed immortal travel in 3 Kings Blessed Land and came here alone. But how is that possible? He is immortal. How can he refine an immortal Gu? And how can he know about Hu Immortal Blessed Land's situation? There is clearly a mastermind behind him. Since the other party could snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth, Then the battle strength defending Hu Immortal Blessed Land will be quite impressive. Maybe they can resist Crane Gate's attack? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xian said. Immortal Concubine's words are not without reason. Gu Immortal Du Ting chuckled. If Crane Gate fails this time, should we compete on the spot and decide the winner, or should we wait for the 10 sects to discuss before deciding? This was a crucial question. The Gu Immortals of the 9 sects fell into silence. Of course we will wait for a later date. We are the 10 great ancient sects, not hyenas that snatch food. Myriad Dragon Doc's Gu Immortal Guan Chao Zhe immediately spoke. Among the Gu Immortals present, Guan Chao Zhe's battle strength was at the bottom. If they competed on the spot, he would be at a huge disadvantage. This is not good, this is not good. Green Phoenix Boy shook his head. Cut the Gordian knot. It is only a blessed land. Let's settle it this morning and not waste time. Great Lord Blazing Sun pretended to be confused. Strange, didn't your Myriad Dragon Doc's vicious lightning fiend just come out of closed cultivation? Why did they send you for this contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Poison Count Lu Yu sneered, directly pointing out Guan Chao Zhe's weakness. The Gu Immortals immediately agreed that if Crane Gate fails, they would compete on the spot to decide the ownership of the Blessed Land. If Crane Gate wins, they would also compete, and the winner would compete with Crane Gate on the spot to complete the transaction of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could increase a sect's foundation. It was helpful to Gu Immortals. No sect could monopolize it. The other 9 sects would work together to pressure them. They would have to sell it even if they did not want to. You. Guan Chao Zhe snorted angrily, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. While the 9 sects Gu Immortals were scheming against each other, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Fengyang and Fairy Songyu were also slowly flying towards Dang Hun Mountain. This is a blood pool? Halfway there, He Fengyang looked at the ground in astonishment. He found a huge blood pool in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was so large that it could even be called a blood lake. Humph, another remnant of the blood path. Fairy Songyu frowned, speaking in a disdainful tone. Blood path cultivation harms all living beings. The crucial point is that it can increase one's battle strength. Thus, there are countless Gu masters. They choose this path. Every 10 years, the Celestial Court issues the Demon Judgment Board, and there are many blood path Gu masters. Blood Sea Ancestor, he really harmed many people. He Fengyang criticized without restraint. He pressed his palm down. Immediately, jade lightning crashed down. Boom boom boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, the blood pool was destroyed and turned into ruins. After destroying the blood pool, the 2 immortals continued flying towards Dang Hun Mountain. Along the way, Fairy Songyu repeatedly shook her head. The management of this Hu Immortal Blessed Land is too terrible. It could almost be said to be a wasteland. I heard he used to be here. We've been flying for so long, but we haven't even encountered a single pack of 10,000 foxes. Fox packs are rare. There must be a lot of stone men. Feng Yuan was immortal after all. He only thought of using Guts Gu to increase the Rockman population. Little did they know that this was neglecting the essentials. Hu Immortal was an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Her blessed land mainly had enslavement path laws. He is most proficient in raising fox groups. He Fengyang sneered disdainfully. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has fallen into his hands. It was like casting pearls before swine. Now that you have joined our sect, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will definitely develop greatly. But I wonder who in the sect can snatch such a juicy piece of meat. Fairy Songyu sighed. Speaking of this, He Fengyang also sighed. According to the rules, after we take it back, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will become Crane Gate's public blessed land, and we will only be fighting for the management rights for a period of time. But this management rights is also very lucrative. It is all because of Dang Hun Mountain at the center of the blessed land. This is a huge gold mine. The most terrifying. This gold mine will never dry up. Fairy Songyu nodded in agreement. The 2 talked along the way, not meeting any obstructions. The scene of the blessed land's decline. This caused the 2's confidence to grow. Their flying speed became faster and faster. When they arrived at Dang Hun Mountain, they were already talking about the topic of, if Hu Immortal Blessed Land was managed by them, what should they do? In the sky above Dang Hun Mountain, the blue charm shadow screeched continuously, sometimes diving down and colliding with Dang Hun Mountain. But although it was formed from an earthly calamity, it was still a living being. Dang Hun Mountain shook its soul. It was its forbidden land. Feng Yuan, come out. You should know that Dang Hun Mountain can block the blue charm shadow because it has no goo worms. Even if you use Dang Hun Mountain's power to its limit, it cannot stop two goo immortals. He Fengyang shouted, his voice resounding in the sky. Feng Yuan, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am sure the land spirit is standing beside you. Then you should know by now that who immortal blessed land cannot suppress the mortal goo on us. Moreover, we have an immortal goo on us. Fairy Tsangyu immediately spoke, pressuring Feng Yuan. Thereupon, Feng Yuan walked out, standing at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. He Fengyang's heart tightened, but soon relaxed. The one who came was a rank 6 immortal zombie. Immortal zombies had a huge flaw. They could not produce immortal essence, and their blessed land would collapse after a certain period of time. Thus their battle strength was lower than ordinary goo immortals. Crane Gate can't endure it anymore? You want my blessed land. Aren't you afraid that I will destroy Dang Hun Mountain? Feng Yuan spoke. You are. Feng Yuan. He Fengyang squinted, finding it hard to believe. It had only been a year. How did Feng Yuan become an immortal zombie? While He Fengyang was hesitating, Fairy Tsangyu beside him smiled and said, We came prepared this time. How could we let you destroy Dang Hun Mountain? If you think you can use Dang Hun Mountain to threaten us, then you are gravely mistaken. Oh, right, we can even weaken Dang Hun Mountain's power to the point where it is almost non-existent. At that time, we don't even need to make a move, just this blue charm shadow will be able to kill you. Feng Yuan looked at the blue charm shadow above him. This human-shaped lightning was roaring as it charged down, but was forced back by Dang Hun Mountain's power. Feng Yuan heaved a long sigh. Fairy Tsangyu immediately felt that there was hope. She urged. As long as you give up the blessed landowner position, our Crane Gate can let bygones be bygones. We can even accept you as our sect disciple. But I remember that Crane Gate's condition back then was to give me the position of an elder, right? Feng Yuan asked. He Fengyang sneered. Times have changed, Feng Yuan. You are a smart person. Don't tell me you can't see the current situation. Feng Yuan heard this and muttered. Oh? The current situation is like this. Let me take a good look. He had just finished speaking when the aura of immortal goo burst out from his body. This is. Fairy Tsangyu's expression changed. Immortal goo, so many immortal goo. He Fengyang could not tell what immortal goo it was, but the aura was undoubtedly that of an immortal goo. His eyes shined with greed. But at the next moment, 3 figures appeared beside Feng Yuan. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Lishan. 2 rank 6s and 1 rank 7s. Not only that, each of them emitted intense immortal goo aura. They did not conceal it. Fairy Tsangyu's expression changed greatly. He Fengyang's gaze also turned from greed to shock that could not be concealed. The strength of Feng Yuan's side was beyond his imagination. Next, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 beasts charged towards Dang Hun Mountain from 8 directions. Ice Spike Divine Ape, Phoenix Feather Sowing Crocodile, Golden Sand Dark Centipede, Azure Dragon Vine. 8 desolate beasts formed an encirclement. This is a trap. He Fengyang growled, his body shivering slightly. Fairy Tsangyu suddenly felt helpless and her face turned pale. Unable to say a word. Even the blue charm lightning shadow in the air stopped growling. Chapter 707. 8 desolate beasts approached, surrounding He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu. It's all real. Fairy Tsangyu had an excellent investigative killer move. After observing for a while, her beautiful face turned even paler. He Fengyang looked around only to see. To the east, there was an ice-spiked divine ape. Its size was only slightly smaller than Dang Hun Mountain. It was overflowing with frost energy. As it moved, it left behind a path of pure white frost. Its fur was like icicles, covering the surface of its body, giving the 2 immortals an oppressive feeling. The scara of its eyes was emerald green, and its pupils were a frosty blue. This showed that this ice-spiked divine ape's bloodline was very dense. If its eyes were frost blue, then it would be an ancient desolate beast icefall divine ape. Its battle strength could match rank 7 goo immortals. To the west, there was a phoenix feather crocodile floating in the air. This crocodile was only 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary crocodile. It was not as large as the ice-spiked divine ape, but its aura was surging. Every breath it took caused a scorching heat wave. Its crocodile armor was thick, it was brownish-red in color, its long and slender crocodile tail was over 6 meters long. There were no scales on it. Instead, it had phoenix feathers that were beautiful and colorful like flames. To the north, there was a golden sand dark stallion. This horse was huge. Its head could reach the chest of the ice-spiked divine ape. It had 6 hooves that looked like they were carved from metal. Its muscles were bulging, its body was strong like a dragon, and its whole body flickered with a dark golden luster. Only its 6 hooves were dark and deep. To the south, there was a green dragon vine. This vine was not a wild beast, it was a plant. The vine condensed into the shape of a long dragon. When its roots pierced into the soil, its defense and recovery were extremely shocking. It was most suited for prolonged battles. If it pulled out its roots, it could fly in the sky like an azure dragon. To the southeast, there was a swamp crab. It was the king of the swamp. Its mountain-like body could reach a quarter of Dang Hun Mountain's height when it stood up. Its eyes had regressed to nothingness. Its thick carapace made Hifengyang feel powerless in front of a tortoise's shell. It had a total of 19 pincers, especially the first pincer. It could break mountain rocks with a light pinch. Even with Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body, he did not dare to try the power of this pair of pincers. Northeast. Squatting there was a peach wolf. This wolf was the smallest, like a newborn puppy. It looked extremely simple and adorable, with a round body and chubby claws. A pink, tender tongue. Black, round eyes. It looked harmless, but Hifengyang's pupils shrank. If he had to choose a direction to break out of the encirclement, he would first reject this direction. An iron-crowned eagle circled in the northwest. The eagle hovered in the sky, its valiance threatening. Its pair of eagle eyes locked onto Hifengyang and ferried Sangyu. Its wings were broad and heavy, and each of its feathers could be shot out like sharp arrows. The eagle's claws were hard and ferocious as it clenched down. It could crush rocks and tear apart dragons and tigers. Finally, in the southwest, stood a desolate earth pillar beast. It had the body of a human and the tail of a snake. Its face was like that of a bat, and its nose was pointed upwards. Its ears were conspicuous, and its entire body was pitch black and covered in flesh armor. There were 50 to 60 meat whips around its chest. Each of them was over 60 feet long. On the surface of the meat whips, there were suction discs. Once one was entangled, it would be extremely difficult to escape. At the front of the meat whips, there were chrysanthemum-like holes that would shoot out milky white liquid at crucial moments. The liquid was extremely corrosive and contained many parasitic worms that could drill into a person's pores, entering their body and wreaking havoc. These 8 desolate beasts were all borrowed by Feng Yuan from the land spirit of Langia. More accurately speaking, Feng Yuan had directly borrowed the rank 7 beast enslavement, Gu of the land spirit of Langia. This immortal Gu could control any wild beast, mutated beast, myriad beast king, beast emperor, as well as desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Desolate beasts could battle rank 6 Gu immortals, especially when the wild Gu in their bodies were unknown. They were even harder to deal with. The 8 desolate beasts surrounded Hifengyang and ferried Sangyu, eyeing them like tigers eyeing their prey. The 2 were silent. They no longer had the carefree attitude from before. Hifengyang turned his solemn gaze towards the peak of Dang Hun Mountain. Compared to the 8 desolate beasts, the true threat was still Feng Yuan and the rest. Desolate beasts could not use killer moves, but Gu immortals had enough intelligence to use and research killer moves. Hifengyang's heart sank to rock bottom. He forced himself to remain calm as he shouted at Feng Yuan. "Who are you?" Feng Yuan and the rest, other than Feng Yuan, the other 3 were wearing masks. He Lulan was wearing a black bear mask, Fairy Li Shan was wearing a green bird mask, while Tai Bai Yunxing was wearing a deer mask. The 3 were covered in a layer of light, concealing their true appearances and isolating Hifengyang and Fairy Li Shan from their detection. Feng Yuan chuckled. "Before asking for our identities, shouldn't the 2 of you first introduce yourselves?" Hifengyang was silent for a while. He looked at Fairy Li Shan, sensing the bitterness in each other's eyes. They had thought that this would be an easy task, and in the worst-case scenario, the other party had the battle strength of a Gu immortal. But they had never thought that the other party's force would be so strong. Thus, they had an arrogant attitude earlier, persuading the other party to surrender, and not introducing themselves. I am He Fengyang, a rank 6 enslavement path Gu immortal from Crane Gate. I am Tsangyu, a rank 6 water path Gu immortal from Crane Gate. The two immortals spoke one after another. Their attitude was no longer as high and mighty as before. They called themselves I and I respectively. A wise man submits to circumstances. Those who could become Gu immortals were all geniuses among geniuses. Now that Feng Yuan was forcefully pressuring them, He Fengyang and Songyu decisively changed their attitude, lowering their proud heads. Although Gu immortals were easy to defeat but hard to kill, He Fengyang had expand space immortal Gu. He could destroy Hu immortal blessed land and leave directly. But they did not know Feng Yuan's background. If Feng Yuan had an immortal Gu that could prevent him from escaping, it would be terrible. So it is brother He ferried Songyu. Feng Yuan's tone was very polite. I am Feng Yuan, welcome to my blessed land. These words were somewhat piercing to He Fengyang and Songyu's ears, giving them a feeling of mockery. He Fengyang could not help feeling stifled. He had clearly asked for these people's true identities, but Feng Yuan pretended to be confused and gave an irrelevant answer, saying his name. Who in the 10 great sects of Central Continent did not know his name? Feng Yuan purposely avoided this topic, but He Fengyang was in a disadvantageous position, and did not dare to ask forcefully. I wonder why the two of you have come? Feng Yuan asked again. He Fengyang was silent. He cursed inwardly. What else can we come for? We are here to seize Hu immortal blessed land and Dang Hun Mountain. This brat is asking even though he already knows the answer. Fairy Songyu snorted coldly. Sir, why must you be so sarcastic? Where is your mockery? Sir's strength is beyond everyone's imagination. Since when did such a force appear in Central Continent? Today the two of us admit defeat. After all, Your Excellency is the one with the strategy and skills. What will be the next course of action? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Why the need for such nonsense? We will accompany you to the end. At most we will die here with our blood splattered everywhere. These words made Feng Yuan take another look at Fairy Songyu. Shortly after he smiled. Fairy is brave, I really admire you. I can roughly guess your purpose in coming here. It should be the guts on Dang Hun Mountain. That's right. He Fengyang admitted frankly. At this point, he had no choice but to admit that he had painstakingly planned for over a year to reclaim Hu immortal blessed land. It had completely failed. But at the same time, he could not help but feel some hope. If Feng Yuan wanted to fight, he would have done so long ago. But now he is clearly wary of Crane Gate's power. As long as I make good use of it, I might be able to escape easily. Feng Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. You came at the right time. I have been wanting to sell Guts Gu for a long time. What do you think of this Gu? Saying so, a rank 3 Gu worm flew out of his hand. The Gu worm was in the hands of 6 Gu immortals, 8 desolate beasts. Under the gaze of a blue charm lightning shadow, it slowly flew some distance away. It landed in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang did not know what was going on. He was worried that Feng Yuan was scheming, so he carefully received this mortal Gu. This rank 3 Gu worm was shaped like a ladybug. It was the size of a bowl, its head was extremely small, but its stomach was huge, occupying 99% of its body. Its stomach was round like a light bulb, it was translucent, there was no carapace on its back and no wings. In this translucent stomach, there was a Gu hidden. A Gu within a Gu? Fairy Songyu muttered. Evidently, this rank 3 mortal Gu was a storage Gu worm, specially used to store Gu worms. This storage Gu worm was very common, like the earth treasury flower, it was of the same type. But this Gu worm in its stomach made He Fengyang's gaze seem to be glued to it. He stared fixedly at it. Next his gaze wavered as he said, Inside is it Guts Gu? Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Exactly. What? Fairy Songyu stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Although she knew little about Guts Gu, she knew one thing. Guts Gu could not leave Dang Hun Mountain. Once it left, it would vanish. Thus, previously, Feng Yuan was not willing to trade Guts Gu. because if others wanted to use Guts Gu, they would have to personally come to Dang Hun Mountain. And allowing so many outsiders to enter Hu Immortal Blessed Land was undoubtedly a huge threat to Feng Yuan's life. Moreover, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects wanted to snatch Dang Hun Mountain. Because Guts Gu could not leave Dang Hun Mountain, controlling Dang Hun Mountain meant controlling Guts Gu. But now, the truth was in front of her. Guts Gu could actually be stored and left Dang Hun Mountain. Fairy Tsangyu immediately realized the great significance of this unremarkable ladybug-shaped gu worm. Her gaze was tightly glued to it for a moment. This gu worm, what is it called? He Fengyang raised his head, looking at Feng Yuan as he asked with a slightly trembling tone. In fact, Feng Yuan had not thought of a name yet. He casually thought about it and said, Airsac gu. He Fengyang was silent. In an instant he thought of many things. It was not that the higher-ups of Crane Gate had not tried this before. Back then, many Gu immortals participated, but all of them failed. Now, the fruits of their efforts were in He Fengyang's hands. He Fengyang's palms were trembling. Once Guts Gu can leave Dang Hun Mountain, it can be sold to many places: Jewel Yellow Skies, Haishur Blessed Land, Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains. How huge of a profit would that be? Even our Crane Gate could not research this, but the force behind Feng Yuan succeeded. What is their background? Maybe they had planned this for a long time, using all sorts of methods to snatch Hu Immortal Blessed Land, just to sell Guts Gu. Feng Yuan did not attack. Could it be that he wants to with our Crane Gate? He Fengyang was thinking when Feng Yuan spoke. Since you two are so interested in my Guts Gu, why don't we do business in this aspect? Chapter 708. He Fengyang was moved by Feng Yuan's suggestion. When Feng Yuan activated the ambush, He Fengyang fell into a heavy encirclement. He had thought that this operation had failed completely. The best outcome was to use Expand Space Immortal Gu to break through the encirclement with heavy injuries. Even if he expended a lot of immortal essence in the process of escaping, he could not care less. After all, Red Date Immortal Essence was more important compared to his life. But back in Crane Gate, He Fengyang's days were not going to be good. Crane Gate had such high hopes for him. He had prepared for over a year, but he failed. If his rival Gu Immortal Lei Ten knew about this, he would probably come to his door excitedly and mock him. Second Supreme Elder would be extremely disappointed in him. He Fengyang would not be able to raise his head for years to come. This failure would be a stain on his life. He would only have a chance to be mocked and ridiculed by others. If he could trade Guts Gu with Feng Yuan, He Fengyang would be many times better than breaking out of the encirclement. He Fengyang thought. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has 4 Gu Immortals and 8 Desolate Beasts. Together with the terrain advantage, it is simply impregnable. Even any one of the 10 great ancient sects has the ability to attack it. But that is only the ability. They might not be able to mobilize enough Gu Immortal battle strength. Even if they can mobilize them to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and engage in a chaotic battle of Gu Immortals, the expenditure of immortal essence and other resources would be enormous. Even if they can mobilize their battle strength and have the courage to invest a large amount of resources, the other party is also a Gu Immortal. They can easily destroy Dang Hun Mountain. By then, even if they attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, their efforts would be in vain. In the outside world of Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect had 3 Gu Immortals. They could challenge Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sections. This was because to deal with 3 Gu Immortals, the resources and manpower needed to be invested was so huge that Crane Gate had to consider it carefully. If they failed, not only would they lose their reputation, the huge losses could cause a commotion in the sect and indirectly lead to other problems. Gu Immortals were easy to defeat, but killing them was difficult. Who wouldn't have a trump card to escape from this predicament? If they failed, they would thoroughly offend the Gu Immortal. Provoking Gu Immortals to plot against mortals, Crane Gate had a huge business. He would probably have to put out fires everywhere. Now that Feng Yuan had displayed such power, it could be said that the Crane Gate faction had lost all hope of forcibly attacking, unless a few ancient sects joined hands. But if they worked together, it also involved many aspects, such as the distribution of benefits. If He Fengyang agreed to cooperate with Feng Yuan, and establish the trait of Guts Gu, then this would be the result. It was definitely not a complete failure, because Crane Gate's main goal was to obtain Who Immortal Blessed Land. It was the Guts Gu. Being able to obtain the greatest benefits with the least amount of effort was what the Grand Elders of the Crane Gate were most concerned about. Before this, Crane Gate had already requested Feng Yuan to open the transactions of Guts Gu. If I can establish a trade with them, I won't need to break out of the encirclement with heavy injuries. I can save a lot of immortal essence and have an explanation when I return to the sect. He Fengyang thought for a long time. Feng Yuan observed his expression. Even though He Fengyang was very shrewd and expressionless, but thinking for a long time showed that he was moved. Thus Feng Yuan continued. My Guts Gu put them in jewel yellow skies, sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 100. I will sell them to Crane Gate. Sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. However, in exchange, I need Crane Gate to recognize my Who Immortal Blessed Land as your sect's vassal force. And this vassal can leave at any time. With this vassal status, if the other 9 ancient sects wanted to deal with Feng Yuan, they would not be able to avoid Crane Gate. This was the rule of the righteous path. It was like Crane Gate was the boss and Who Immortal Blessed Land was the lackey. Even if they wanted to beat up the lackey, they had to ask the boss first. He Fengyang smiled insincerely. Feng Yuan, you want to use my sect as your shield? With your strength, you can completely establish your own sect, can't you? No one is allowed to establish a sect on the Stairway Mountain. I don't want to leave Tianti Mountain, this precious land. Feng Yuan laughed. Tianti Mountain was once connected to Celestial Court. Even Gu immortals did not dare to fight on this mountain. If Crane Gate had not declared Feng Yuan to be a traitor of the sect, they would not have rashly attacked Who Immortal Blessed Land because of the righteous cause of cleansing the sect. Moreover, if Who Immortal Blessed Land becomes Crane Gate's vassal, wouldn't it take care of your sect's reputation? Feng Yuan continued. He Fengyang fell into silence again. After a long while he let out a breath of turbid air. This is an important matter. I cannot make the decision. I will have to personally report to the sect. Feng Yuan nodded. It would be best if brother he goes personally. But Fairy Song you will have to stay here as a guest for some time. He Fengyang and Song Yu glanced at each other. Fairy Song Yu said. Lord Fengyang, go ahead and return. I will wait here. I will return quickly. He Fengyang nodded heavily at her, then looked deeply at Feng Yuan and the others. He wanted to engrave these people in the deepest part of his heart. Land Spirit, open the door and let brother he out. Feng Yuan instructed. Yes, master. Little Who Immortal immediately replied. On Tianti Mountain, platinum light suddenly shone. Within the light, a vermilion-red gatehouse appeared. The gatehouse was 100 feet tall, and had a 9-colored signboard. In the sky, pink auspicious clouds gathered and rays of light formed a stairway of light. He Fengyang broke the door and entered, but when he came out he went through the front door. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Gu immortals of the 9 great sects who were hiding nearby. They conversed. He came out. So fast? Did he not put up any resistance at all? When He Fengyang entered, he used Expand Space Immortal Gu, but when he came out, he could already go through the front door. This is clearly a sign of success. Something is wrong. Look at his expression. There is no trace of true joy of victory, nor is there any trace of calmness. Even though they were puzzled, none of them directly showed up to ask. This was a secret confrontation between the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Directly confronting them would be a loss of face. He Fengyang had no time to care about their feelings. He only wanted to quickly return to Feihe Mountain. Report this matter. He flew rapidly and soon left Tianti Mountain. He Fengyang's brows were tightly furrowed. He was unwilling and puzzled. Feng Yuan's force. Where did they come from? Other than Feng Yuan, the other 3 Gu immortals are wearing masks and using Gu worms to block investigations. Why do they not want to expose themselves? Don't tell me they are Gu immortals from the other 9 sects? They don't want our sect to obtain Dang Hun Mountain and take advantage of it. Thus, they secretly discuss with Feng Yuan beforehand? Just as he thought of this, He Fengyang rejected this thought. Paper could not conceal fire. Secrets were temporary. The 9 great sects would not do this. It went against the style of large sections. Then maybe they are the alliance of Gu immortals from Central Continent's small sects? Yifengyang thought. Central Continent had many sects, other than the 10 great ancient sects that occupied the peak. There were also large sections. Medium-sized sects, small-sized sects, micro-sized sections. Among the tens of thousands of sects, there were naturally Gu immortals as well. If it was really them, these Gu immortals had foundations in Central Continent, to prevent their foundations from being suppressed by the ancient sects or being split up by the ancient sects. It made sense that they did not want to expose themselves. Right. Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel. These people might not be Central Continent Gu immortals, they might be from other regions. The stronger the Gu immortal, the harder it is to pass through the regional walls. Every once in a while, they would need to place their immortal aperture in the immortal ascension region to absorb earth chi to stabilize the blessed land. But the other party has fixed immortal travel, and can resolve these problems. Yifengyang's thoughts flashed. He quickly guessed the identities of Feng Yuan and the others. But he had too little evidence, he could not be sure. In short, Hu immortal blessed land is very complicated. Before I investigate the details, I cannot act rashly. I suffered a huge loss this time. The root cause is that the enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. I suffered from a lack of information. Yifengyang concluded his experience. He suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Who is it? You dare to trap me here? Yifengyang raised his guard and shouted. You are very vigilant. A voice could be heard faintly, sometimes high and sometimes low. It was a hoarse male voice at the start, before turning into a clear female voice. Evidently, this person had used a Gu worm to conceal his original voice. 2 figures appeared, one in front and one at the back, sandwiching Yifengyang in the middle. What changed next was the whole sky. The clear and bright sky had turned gloomy and gloomy, with dense fog and vengeful spirits flying everywhere. This was a battlefield killer move. It could create a battle environment and amplify some Gu worms. It was not something ordinary Gu immortals could possess. I am Crane Gate Gu immortal Yifengyang. You two are concealing your appearances. What is your intention? Yifengyang shouted again. The 2 Gu immortals blocking him were covered in a layer of dark light. Their appearances could not be seen clearly. So what if it is Crane Gate? The mysterious Gu immortal in front sneered. The Gu immortal behind was even more direct. Kill them all. The moment he said that, the Gu immortal who spoke attacked. His 5 fingers opened as thousands of gray-white threads shot out of his palm. The threads approached Yifengyang rapidly. Yifengyang's heart jumped. This was a mortal killer move used to trap people. Once he was entangled by these threads, it would not be easy to escape. Yifengyang quickly summoned his crane group. He had raised a vast number of flying cranes in his immortal aperture. He had never lacked troops. The crane group was a huge mass. Iron beak flying cranes, pellet fire cranes, phoenix tail cranes, misty cloud cranes, stellar aurora cranes, and illusion lightning cranes were mixed together, but they were orderly, forming a tight formation. A desolate beast 9 palace crane flew out, letting out a long cry as the surrounding fog was blown away. Yifengyang stepped on the 9 palace crane's back. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning as his suppressed anger erupted. Do you really think I am easy to deal with? Today, I will let you taste the power of the feathered crane flying immortal. The threads flew over. The iron beak flying cranes flew out and blocked them with their bodies. Another mysterious Gu immortal puffed up his cheeks, breathing out flames that soared to the sky. This flame was a pale green. It was even more powerful in this battlefield. The flying cranes fell to the ground from the fire. Yifengyang was not to be outdone. He activated an enslavement path killer move. Immediately, a group of illusion lightning cranes flew out, breathing out lightning that gathered into a pillar that pierced through the battlefield. Another group of pellet fire cranes flew out, their bodies burning with flames. They only harmed the enemy but not themselves. The 2 groups of flying cranes charged towards the 2 mysterious Gu immortals like 2 heavy punches. Bam bam bam. Chapter 709. In the battlefield, the intense battle continued. A large group of ironbeak flying cranes had bodies that were black like iron. Their defense rose sharply. They did not fear death as they charged towards the two mysterious goo immortals. One of the mysterious goo immortals suddenly screeched. His voice was loud and clear, echoing in the surroundings. This was a sound path killer move. The ironbeak flying cranes formation fell into chaos as they screeched. The dense battle formation became sparse and showed many flaws. Go! The other mysterious goo immortal saw the chance and grabbed the other person's arm. The two turned into two lumps of gray-white fire, passing through the ironbeak flying crane's battle formation, and attacking He Fengyang. Against enslavement path goo immortals, they could not fight too intensely with beast groups. The best tactic was to capture the leader first. He Fengyang saw the enemies approaching, but he did not panic. Instead he smiled coldly. You fell for my trap. He took out a 5-hole jade flute goo and blew into it. He looked like a green-clothed young man, but he was the lord of myriad beasts. His clothes fluttered without wind, his eyes shined with divine light. Enslavement path killer move, 8-sided ambush. Tens of thousands of cranes moved upon hearing the sound. Groups of hidden flying cranes revealed themselves and surrounded the two mysterious goo immortals. He Fengyang had purposely left an empty space in the formation. It was a trap. He was waiting for the two enemies to fall into it. Now that the trap was in his hands, he did not stop. He played the flute loudly as 3 5-string zither goo flew out of his body. The flute music was melodious. The zither music was clear and rapid. They turned into another enslavement path killer move. Formation like water. Countless cranes flew outwards, while countless cranes flew inwards. The entire battle formation was like precise gears moving together. It was huge but orderly. The cranes weaved in and out. The formation was like flowing water. The two mysterious goo immortals were inside, looking at the dazzling changes of the cranes. They felt like they were beans in a millstone, about to be crushed. He Fengyang continued to blow his flute. He stood at the center of the beast group, standing proudly on the back of the desolate cranes as he looked at the cranes fighting with the two mysterious enemies. He thought, ever since they started fighting, these two have used countless killer moves, involving sound path, space path, fire path, wind path, light path, dark path, rule path, and so on. He did it on purpose because he didn't want to use his true methods to avoid exposing his identity. Goo Masters ascending to immortal. According to their foundation, as well as what goo worms they used to detonate the immortal aperture, they were divided into different sections. There were fire path goo immortals, wind path goo immortals, wisdom path goo immortals, and others who had their own immortal bodies. The immortal body is when a goo master ascends to an immortal. They were transformed by the 3 qi. The impurities were removed, and the essence of life was sublimated. The wind path immortal body had wind path Tao marks and laws, thus the effect of using wind path goo worms was better. Fire path immortal physique was cleansed by the great Tao of fire. It was closer to fire path. The effect of using fire path killer moves was extraordinary. For example, Feng Yuan. Although he was an immortal zombie, he was still a strength path goo immortal. He had a strength path immortal body to begin with. When he used goo worms and killer moves of other paths, the effect would be ordinary. The two mysterious goo immortals who tried to kill He Fengyang did not use their true methods. Thus they were suppressed by He Fengyang, even though they were 2 against 1. How long are you two going to hide your identities for? If you don't use your true abilities, you will die here. He Fengyang snickered, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. The two mysterious goo immortals breathed heavily. The crane group's attacks were like a torrential river. They were endless. The two immortals were tired from dealing with them. Just like He Fengyang said, if the two did not use their true methods, they would be killed. The two looked at each other and nodded. They had made up their minds. One sighed. As expected of a righteous sect, I have witnessed the reputation of the winged crane flying immortal today. The other said, but even if we do not use our true abilities, we can still kill you. He Fengyang look around. He Fengyang's gaze quickly looked around. The battlefield that was shrouded in fog and filled with cries of pain finally changed. Dark blue soul beasts started to form in the thick mist. In just a few breaths of time, the number of soul beasts increased sharply. They were on par with He Fengyang's crane group. Don't tell me this is Soul Taker battlefield? Yifengyang's heart jumped. He blurted out. Hee, winged crane flying immortal. You are really knowledgeable. The mysterious Gu immortal laughed. His voice was changing continuously. Sometimes it was a male voice, sometimes it was a female voice. Yifengyang's expression sank. This soul-taker battlefield killer move was infamous. It was very hard to deal with. The souls of living beings that died in this battlefield would be extracted by the battlefield, forming soul beasts that could be controlled by the killer move's owner. Most importantly, this battlefield killer move had an even greater origin. It was created by one of the 10 venerables in history, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the strongest killing nature when he was young. What was the origin of these two mysterious Gu immortals? They actually had the lost battlefield killer move Soul Taker. Once the soul beasts appeared, they immediately fought with the Crane group. The battle situation changed abruptly. Yifengyang quickly commanded the Crane group to change their formation, resisting the soul beasts' attacks. The pressure on the two mysterious Gu immortals decreased. They charged out of the Crane group's encirclement. The size of the Soul Beast group was about the same as the Crane group, but they could not defeat the Crane group. 10 Soul Beasts were sacrificed to kill one flying crane. But Yifengyang became even more vigilant. The Soul Beasts were torn to pieces, but these pieces could condense into new Soul Beasts in the Soul Taker battlefield. And when a flying crane died, its soul would be extracted by the battlefield, forming a Soul Beast that would become the enemy's army. No matter how high Yifengyang's cultivation level was, he could not be completely unscathed. Once there were casualties, the soul beasts would gain the upper hand. The longer this dragged on, Yifengyang's advantage would weaken. Eventually, the Crane group would be exterminated by the soul beasts. Yifengyang, let me tell you, we purposely showed weakness earlier to stall for time. Now that the Soul Taker battlefield has taken shape, your enslavement path advantage is gone. Feather Crane Flying Immortal, you will die here today. The two mysterious Gu immortals arrived together. Wind Path Killer Move, Tornado Dragon Whip. The wind whip was 100 meters long. It whipped from afar, destroying countless flying cranes. Poison Path Killer Move, Myriad Bee Sting. Thousands of stings rained down like a torrential rain. The lid was pressed down. The poison was so strong that any flying crane that was stabbed died on the spot. Their bones and flesh melted instantly. The two mysterious Gu immortals finally used their true methods. One was a Wind Path Gu immortal, the other was a Poison Path Gu immortal. The Crane group was exterminated in large numbers. A large number of souls were extracted by the battlefield, forming batches of soul beasts. Oh no, the enemy came prepared. They had planned this out. I cannot stay here for long. Yifengyang saw this and immediately thought of retreating. Only a fool would stay in the Soul Taker battlefield. They would fight the enemy to the death. This Soul Taker battlefield is covered in fog. It is easy to lose one's sense of direction. It is hard to escape. But I have Expand Space Immortal Gu now. I need to escape. It should not be hard. Yifengyang thought of this and used his divine sense to communicate with a will in his immortal aperture. This will formed into a muscular man. When Yifengyang left Feihe Mountain, he hid in his immortal aperture and used Gu worms to observe the outside world. Yifengyang's experiences along the way, from leaving Feihe Mountain to entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land. When he was attacked by Feng Yuan and the rest, Yifengyang left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Then he entered the Soul Taker battlefield and was attacked by two mysterious Gu immortals. This will was very clear. Yifengyang requested, Lord Tiger Demon, please use your immortal killer move again to break out of the battlefield and leave this place. This will was Crane Gate's third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will. He sat cross-legged in the air as he opened his eyes expressionlessly. You know, every time I use Unravel Door, I expend 2 beads of Red Date Immortal Essence from my main body. Yifengyang quickly said, Junior understands. I will definitely compensate you when I return. Tiger Demon's anger will nodded and did not speak. He grabbed 2 beads of Red Date Immortal Essence and threw them to Expand Space Immortal Gu. At the same time, a large number of Mortal Gu also flew up. After a moment of preparation, Yifengyang opened his palm and took out Expand Space Immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The immortal Gu was covered in a layer of yellow light. Yifengyang struck towards the left. The yellow light shot out and immediately destroyed the Soul Taker battlefield, creating a hole. He Fengyang was overjoyed. He stored expand space immortal goo as the 9 palace crane below him screeched and flapped its wings, flying out of the Soul Taker battlefield. Outside the battlefield, the sky was still clear and cloudless. Oh no! He actually has expand space immortal goo. He escaped. He Fengyang, don't run if you have the guts. Let us fight for 300 rounds. 2 mysterious goo immortals shouted from behind him. They sounded quite anxious. He Fengyang laughed heartily. He was filled with pride. Even Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap me. No matter who you are, I will remember the grudge of ambushing me today. Don't think I cannot find out who you are just because you concealed your appearances. You two used your true methods. When I return to the sect, I will investigate thoroughly. I don't believe I cannot find out who you are. No. Suddenly, He Fengyang sensed something amiss. His expression changed. He had always been vigilant and calm. He restrained himself. Why was his mood soaring after leaving Soul Taker battlefield? As if he had won a battle? He had failed in taking over Hu immortal blessed land. He had let down Lord Tiger Demon's nurturing and expectations. His mood should be heavy. Oh no. An intense sense of danger rose in his mind. He Fengyang turned around in shock. He saw a goo immortal with a small body like a child, covered in a layer of dark light, holding a dagger-shaped goo worm, flying behind him, less than 30 centimeters away. A third goo immortal. There was actually a third goo immortal lying in ambush. This was the true killer move, a plot within a plot. Taking advantage of the moment, He Fengyang left Soul Taker battlefield and relaxed his mind. A fatal assassination was carried out. He Fengyang was shocked and furious. He stared with bloodshot eyes. His anger was boiling. He did not retreat. Instead, he had the urge to fight to the death with this person. The other party is an emotion path goo immortal. He can influence your emotions and interfere with your judgment. Inside the immortal aperture, Tiger Demon's anger will shouted anxiously. It's too late. The third goo immortal raised his dagger and lightly stabbed at He Fengyang. The dagger-shaped goo worm suddenly erupted with an intense immortal goo aura. He Fengyang's eyes were bloodshot. He was horrified. The other party had an offensive immortal goo. Chapter 710. Seeing that the dagger immortal goo was about to stab him, He Fengyang's heart was filled with anger, fear, confusion, unwillingness, and all sorts of other emotions. They were boiling like lava, greatly affecting his actions. Am I going to die here today? He Fengyang could not help but have this thought. But right at this moment of danger, the desolate beast 9 palace crane below him suddenly let out a clear cry and flipped its body. This way, He Fengyang was sent flying, while the 9 palace crane stood in front of the goo immortal who was trying to assassinate him. Puchi. With a soft sound, the dagger immortal goo stabbed into the 9 palace crane's chest. The third goo immortal had a look of shock on his face. He had thought that by interfering with He Fengyang, he would be able to affect the 9 palace crane. After all, He Fengyang was an enslavement path goo immortal. He enslaved the 9 palace crane. If he was affected, the 9 palace crane would not be a problem. He used several emotion path killer moves to interfere with He Fengyang, but he did not expect that at the crucial moment, this 9 palace crane would actually protect its master. Little 9. He Fengyang fell down. Seeing the 9 palace crane in trouble, he cried out in pain. His face was covered in tears. He had nurtured this 9 palace crane meticulously. He had never used any methods to enslave it. When he was young, he went out on a mission and was chased down. His life was hanging by a thread, but he met the similarly injured 9 palace crane. After a series of coincidences and accidents, he and the 9 palace crane helped each other out of their predicament. The 9 palace crane was on the verge of death. He Fengyang brought it back to the sect, using all his wealth to barely hold on to the 9 palace crane's life force. For the next few decades, He Fengyang risked his life for it. He earned money. He saved the 9 palace crane bit by bit, slowly pulling it back from the brink of death. From this man to the crane, they had a deep relationship. They were closer than brothers. Later, due to an accident, the rank 5 goo master He Fengyang failed his mission. He was heavily injured. The resources he had were only enough to save him alone. If he saved the crane, he would die. If he saved the crane would die. At this crucial moment, He Fengyang thought for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally decided to sacrifice himself to save the crane. This caused the third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon, to sigh. With his help, He Fengyang and the 9 Palace Crane were saved. Afterwards, He Fengyang lived up to expectations and became a Gu immortal. Thus, he attached himself to Lord Tiger Devil's faction. The 9 Palace Crane let out a mournful wail. Its huge and slender body was covered in a layer of gray light. Within the gray light, its body rapidly shrunk. It was actually growing in reverse from an adult to a youth, and then to a child. This was the power of an immortal Gu. The dagger-shaped immortal Gu was actually a time path immortal Gu. It could restore the target's body to a younger state. Let's withdraw. Don't let down that friend of yours. Inside the immortal aperture, the Tiger Demon let out a long sigh. Little 9. He Fengyang roared, ignoring the Tiger Demon's advice. He turned around and pounced forward. The clothes on his body fluttered about, turning into a crane feather cloak. His eyes were wide open, releasing bloody light. His long and slender green eyebrows fluttered about, looking as agile as snakes and dragons. The mysterious Gu immortal showed a surprised expression. Earlier, He Fengyang could have escaped, but to think that he would actually turn around and attack. He was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He Fengyang raised his palms and pushed, sending out surging jade green lightning. The mysterious Gu immortal snorted coldly, raising his dagger and colliding with it. At the same time, he activated an emotion path killer move, hoping to influence He Fengyang's emotions. But He Fengyang was filled with anger. He could not be influenced. Boom! With an explosion, the mysterious Gu immortal was sent flying. He Fengyang's body shook intensely. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, forcefully pulling himself together and grabbing the young 9 Palace Crane. Little 9. He Fengyang hugged the 9 Palace Crane, turning around and escaping. He had no intention of staying any longer. The 9 Palace Crane had already turned into the size of a white goose. He Fengyang held it in his arms, chirping lightly. The emotion path Gu immortal was left far away. He could not catch up in this short while. The other 2 mysterious Gu immortals left the battlefield and rushed over. Sigh, we let him escape in the end. The wind path Gu immortal sighed in regret. This guy is clearly an enslavement path Gu immortal, but he is not weak in close combat. That jade lightning killer move earlier seemed to have reminded me of something. The emotion path Gu immortal said. If not for the fact that we could not gather enough people in such a short time, would we not be able to take him down? If we chase after him, we might be able to. The poison path Gu immortal said unwillingly. He has expand space immortal Gu. Soul Taker battlefield cannot trap him. Let's leave quickly, we cannot stay here for long. The wind path Gu immortal was very calm. That's right, this ambush was only an improvised plan. We cannot lose the bigger picture because of a small mistake, exposing our identities and affecting Master's plan. Let's retreat. The emotion path Gu immortal came to his senses and shouted. His status seemed to be higher than the other 2 mysterious Gu immortals. He had the power to make the final decision. I'm leaving. The wind path Gu immortal flew into the sky, quickly turning into a small black dot. The poison path Gu immortal landed on the ground, directly burrowing into the ground. The emotion path Gu immortal paused for a while. Seeing that the 2 had left, his figure vanished in the air, as if he had never appeared. He Fengyang flew rapidly, returning to Feihe Mountain without stopping, directly entering Fuhu Blessed Land. Lord Tiger Demon was standing at the edge of a huge rock pit, looking at the 10,000 rockmen working in the pit. Junior was incompetent. I have failed Lord's trust. He Fengyang saw Lord Tiger Demon and bowed. He was injured and had an ashamed expression. You are injured? Go and heal yourself first. Lord Tiger Demon did not ask He Fengyang anything. He only waved his hand, and that anger will flew out of He Fengyang's immortal aperture, entering his mind. In an instant he understood everything that He Fengyang had experienced. His gaze flickered as he activated Anger Will Gu, producing another surge of anger will. The anger will flew into the sky, out of Fuhu Blessed Land, flying towards the peak of Feihe Mountain. When it reached the discussion hall at the peak, the three wills that were left behind sensed something. These three wills came from First Supreme Elder, Second Supreme Elder, and Third Supreme Elder, Lord Tiger Demon. They were in charge of supervising the sect, and also handled some small matters that the sect leader could not handle. As for the important matters, they would gather all the Gu immortals to discuss them after a certain period of time. Tiger Demon's anger will landed in the hall, first fusing with the previous will, and told them about Hefengyang's matter. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills fell into silence, thinking rapidly. At the same time, their bodies shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. After shrinking to half their original size, Second Supreme Elders will said, "The matter of who immortal blessed land will be decided by Lord Tiger Demon." First Supreme Elders will continued. Hefengyang was ambushed and was attacked. This matter is even more serious than who immortal blessed land. Where did the culprit make the move? Saying so, a Gu worm flew out of the hall, turning into a map made of light and shadow. Here. Lord Tiger Demon's anger will pointed at the location. First Supreme Elders will nod it, saying solemnly, "This location is the best for setting up an ambush. It is not close to the front or back. This is the greatest concealment. It seems the culprit is very familiar with Central Continent's terrain. Investigate. Since when did someone dare to kill Gu immortals of our 10 great ancient sects?" Second Supreme Elders will shouted angrily. "This is what I am worried about. Elders, where do you think these Gu immortals came from?" Lord Tiger Demon's anger will said. First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder's wills looked at each other, showing a grave expression. Third Supreme Elder is worried that these Gu immortals are Central Continent Gu immortals? First Supreme Elder said in a low voice. Tiger Demon's anger will begin to speak. "That's right. How many years has our 10 great ancient sects controlled Central Continent? These years, the situation has been getting more and more difficult. Why is that? Our Central Continent is different from the other 4 regions, with Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable as the leader. We had already reformed and established a sect system in the remote antiquity era. In the remote antiquity era, sects were rare. In the olden antiquity era, clan forces far surpassed sect forces. In the medieval antiquity era, sects and clans had intense conflicts. They were neck and neck. In the late antiquity era, clans showed weakness, while sects prospered. Now there are countless sects in Central Continent. There are almost no clans left. The clan system only selects clan disciples as Gu masters. The sect system, however, allows mortals to step on the path of Gu cultivation. Our Central Continent's history is the history of the struggle between these two systems. After over 3 million years of struggle, evolution, and accumulation, thanks to the sect system, the number of Gu immortals in Central Continent far exceeds the other 4 regions. They are increasing in number, and are about to break away from our 10 great sects' control. How many Gu immortals do our 10 great sects have? The number of other Central Continent Gu immortals is several times that of us. These small sects Gu immortals, demonic path Gu immortals, and lone cultivator Gu immortals need more cultivation resources to continue cultivating. Conflicts are unavoidable, because our 10 great sects control 80% of Central Continent's cultivation resources. Haven't there been examples of great heavenly sword sect before? It was only that our 10 great ancient sects suppressed them secretly. But these last years new sects have been emerging, new ideologies and new paths are common, extraordinary geniuses, monstrous geniuses, and monstrous geniuses are constantly emerging among mortals, while our 10 great ancient sects have limited space. Even though we recruit talented people every year, Central Continent is simply too big. Saying this, Lord Tiger Demon's anger will side. The 2 elders remained silent. The 10 great ancient sects controlled 80% of Central Continent's resources, but when it was distributed to each person, to each Gu immortal, how much was left? The higher the Gu immortal's cultivation level, the more resources they needed to manage their blessed land. Especially when the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were stronger, after each tribulation, there would be huge losses. They would need to invest more resources to recover and reach a higher level. The Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects could not share their resources with others. In the past, even though there were many sects outside of the 10 great ancient sects, they did not have many Gu immortals. There was a difference between mortals and mortals. There was a huge gap in battle strength between mortals and immortals, thus they could be suppressed. But now, there were more and more Gu immortals outside of the 10 great ancient sects. Even though these Gu immortals did not have much battle strength, their huge numbers created a huge impact on the 10 great ancient sections. Chapter 7:11. Lord Tiger Demon continued. Our 10 great ancient sects have been in a bad situation all these years. It can be said that we're treading on thin ice. It's like we're stuck in the crater of a volcano. Sooner or later, the magma at the bottom of the crater will erupt and cause a great impact to the 10 major sects. What third elder said is the general trend of Zhongzhou state. However, the general trend is like this. How can it be changed? The will of the second supreme elder side. Lord Tiger Demons will continued. The example of the great heavenly sword school is right before our eyes. The group of Gu immortals in who immortal blessed land could be from another region's forces, but they were more likely to be an alliance of lone cultivators. And the ones who attacked Hefengyang today might also be a Gu immortal force of this prefecture. But if that's the case, then it's terrifying. The second supreme elder nodded. Indeed. The power that attacked Hefengyang obviously did not want Hu immortal blessed land to remain in the hands of Feng Yuan's side. If Hefengyang dies, our Crane Gate will have to forcefully attack Hu immortal blessed land to protect our reputation. Although this is a very obvious move to shift the blame, our Crane Gate has no choice but to swallow this bitter fruit. The dignity that the 10 great ancient sects had maintained for millions of years was not to be offended. If they could not even take revenge for the death of their own Gu immortals, then their reputation would fall to the ground. People's hearts would waver. Everyone would want to offend Crane Gate. The Crane Gate was surrounded by beacons, and it would no longer be able to control such a vast territory and resources. When the time came, the Crane Gate would be strained and show signs of fatigue, which would attract even more greedy jackals and wolves. This would be a vicious circle. Once one fell into it, it would be very difficult to escape. The 3 grand elders of the Crane Gate were all very experienced. The old monster with plenty of life experience had long since calculated this terrifying prospect in his heart. Not only them, how could the other 9 great ancient sects of the central continent not understand this? In today's Zhongzhou state, his strength was expanding, but his resources were limited. He was like a bucket that was getting bigger and bigger. As for the 10 great ancient sects, they were sitting on the barrels. If they weren't careful, they would be blown to smithereens. Tiger Demon. Today you used this as a pretext to make a big fuss. You must have your own views. Why don't you just say it? The first Supreme Elder said directly. The Tiger Demon laughed heartily. His words were shocking. My current decision is to agree to Feng Yuan's condition. To admit that Hu immortal blessed land belongs to our sect. At the same time, they investigated the identity of the Gu immortal who killed Hefengyang. Once we figure out who these rogue cultivators are, we'll join hands with the other 9 sections. Carry out a large-scale plan to slaughter immortals. Immortal slaying. The will of the second Supreme Elder heard this. His eyes shone with excitement. First Supreme Elders will closed its eyes and said slowly. Tiger Demon, I won't hide it from you. This suggestion of yours was made by Combat Immortal Sects Gu Immortal Shirley many years ago. They even wrote to the Celestial Court, asking the Celestial Court to intervene. Organize the 10 great ancient sects to carry out this grand plan. Oh, that Immortal Monkey King? That's right, even though our 10 great ancient sects have changed our names in history, we've always been orthodox in our roots. It's always been the rotation of branches and main branches, all of which are inextricably linked to the Celestial Court. The 10 sects working together to slaughter immortals is a huge matter. It involves countless benefits. Only the Celestial Court can convince the masses and lead us to victory. The Tiger Demon's anger will agreed. But the Celestial Court rejected this suggestion. They even warned our 10 great ancient sects not to target the other sects or lone cultivator Gu immortals. We cannot kill them casually. Those who disobey will be punished. The first Supreme Elders will said. What? The Tiger Demon's anger will exclaimed in shock. Why don't I know about this? The second Supreme Elder also mumbled. The first Supreme Elder heaved a long sigh, looking at the sky. The meaning of the celestial court is providence. Providence cannot be violated. Providence cannot be measured. He Fengyang arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Feng Yuan and Fairy Tsangyu were walking on Dang Hun Mountain, observing the growth of Guts Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng was standing far away, looking at Fairy Tsangyu. As for that blue charm lightning shadow, it was surrounded by 8 desolate beasts. Every once in a while, a desolate beast would attack it, using a rotation tactic. Brother, he is a bit slow. Feng Yuan looked at He Fengyang and said with a light tone. He Fengyang first looked at Fairy Tsangyu, seeing her nod, implying that she was unharmed. He turned to Feng Yuan and said, "My sect has already agreed to recognize your sect as our vassal. The vassal relationship is indefinite. You can leave at any time. At the same time, we will establish the Guts Gu trade. The price is 1 immortal yuan stone for 120 Guts Gu. This is the rank 6 Immortal Gu promise." Immortal Gu promise was also an information path Gu worm. It had similar effects to Mountain Pledge Gu and Sea Vow Gu. Immediately, He Fengyang activated the Immortal Gu and made the promise. When it was Feng Yuan's turn, he received the Immortal Gu and inspected it, expending green grape immortal essence to make the promise. The promise was like a lump of gold. The two sides exchanged it as a guarantee. Fairy Tsangyu finally let out a sigh of relief. The trade was established. She was finally safe. Feng Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. His painstaking plan had finally succeeded. Fighting to the death with Crane Gate was definitely not a good idea. Crane Gate was a huge force. If they were truly angered, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be lost. Feng Yuan's finances would not be able to support a Gu Immortal level battle. But He Fengyang's next words made his heart jump. On the way back, I was ambushed by 3 Gu Immortals. My life was hanging by a thread. The other party was clearly trying to frame your sect. My sect is currently investigating. I wonder if your sect has offended any force? What? In Central Continent, there are Gu Immortals who dare to kill Gu Immortals of the 10 great sects? Feng Yuan did not conceal his astonishment. He clearly remembered that such a situation would only happen after the 5 regions' chaotic war had lasted for a period of time. At that time, the 5 regions would be filled with flames of war. People would have no way of making a living and all sides would be fighting endlessly. Celestial Court's authority was also useless. The 10 great sects Gu Immortals were repeatedly ambushed and killed. There were revenge from the other 4 regions, and also Central Continent's lone cultivator Gu Immortals trying to fish in troubled waters. The situation became more and more chaotic. Feng Yuan could even lead a group of demonic path Gu Immortals to attack Tianti Mountains Hu Immortal Blessed Land, eventually killing Feng Kim Hong. For some reason, Feng Yuan immediately thought of that mysterious force that had ambushed him in Jewel Yellow Skies over a year ago. But he did not even know what this force was called. Even if he knew, he would not casually expose this information to He Fengyang. Thus he shook his head. I occupy Hu Immortal Blessed Land and do not leave. How can I offend other forces? I have no intention of offending Brother Crane. But thinking about it, Crane Gate is indeed more conspicuous than us. Maybe some force wants to deal with you and wants to use us to divert their attention. He Fengyang did not obtain any information. He was somewhat disappointed, but he could not force Feng Yuan. Crane Gate had its own concerns. Feng Yuan was only an immortal zombie. But the force behind him was enough for both sides to speak on equal terms. He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu did not stay for long. Feng Yuan opened the door of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He sent them out. Feng Yuan stood at the door, bidding farewell to them. Seeing this, the Gu Immortals of the other 9 great sects immediately sensed that something had happened in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. What's going on? Why is there an immortal zombie? He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu came in high spirits. But when they came out, their expressions were not good. It seems there is a problem. Did they not manage to take it down? That's not possible. The Gu Immortals were confused. They made guesses. The 10 great ancient sects came from the same source. They were the overlords of Central Continent. These years, there had been many open and secret conflicts. The contest for who immortal blessed land was an open one. The disciples of the various sects competed to decide the ownership, but Feng Yuan took advantage of it. Now it was a secret conflict. He could not jump out and ask questions in front of them, or he would lose face. The Gu immortals did not know what had happened in who immortal blessed land. They were all hesitant. Feng Yuan closed the door. He Lulan and Fairy Songshan congratulated him with smiles on their faces. Feng Yuan, I have a whole new level of respect for you. This time, you cooperated with Crane Gate. It could be said that you subdued them without fighting. It was a great victory. Fairy Songshan praised. This was the kind of victory that Gu immortals appreciated the most. There was no battle, there was no huge investment, but it brought huge profits. Senior is not right. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. It is not me cooperating with Crane Gate. It is us cooperating with Crane Gate. To refine Airsac Gu, we need the strength chi of He Lolan's strength chi immortal Gu. As for the profits of Guts Gu, you will get 40%, and we will get 60%. Fairy Songshan heard this and her smile became even more intense. As long as one was not a fool, they could see the great prospects of the Guts Gu trade. She naturally understood that Feng Yuan wanted to stabilize the alliance between the two sides, binding them to Dang Hun Mountain. In the future, when Hu Immortal Blessed Land was attacked, they would definitely be there to defend it. But in front of such huge profits, Fairy Songshan could not help but be moved. He Lulan looked at Feng Yuan deeply, saying, to think that Feng Yuan had such a method, you could actually think of Airsac Gu. To refine rank 3 Airsac Gu, you need rank 6 Strength Chi Gu. This Gu recipe is quite special. Among them, Wisdom Gu naturally played a part. Ever since Feng Yuan obtained Wisdom Gu, he had been thinking about whether he could extract Guts Gu with the help of unlimited inspiration. He succeeded this time because he accidentally heard from Tai Bai Yunsheng that He Lulan had Strength Chi Immortal Gu. Only immortal level strength could envelop Guts Gu and allow it to leave Dang Hun Mountain unscathed. Feng Yuan changed the topic. To produce Guts Gu, we need a large number of souls. I will have to trouble the two of you for this. Northern Plains is warlike. There are frequent battles, beast groups and tribes move around. Souls are a common thing. We can easily collect them. We will go back and deal with them. He Lulan was swift and decisive. She succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her need for resources was huge, especially the lack of immortal Yuan stone. She could not rely on Fairy Songshan. Relying on others was not He Lulan's style. Fairy Songshan nodded in agreement. That's right, Dang Hun Mountain does not have many requirements for souls. We can purchase them from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and other forces. It will be more expensive than collecting them ourselves, but the price is still acceptable. We can save a lot of trouble. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Wait, don't be anxious. Follow me first. We will go and suppress a Gu immortal. This immortal is inside Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Oh, who? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked. Chapter 712. Feng Yuan smiled mysteriously. This immortal is right in front of you, follow me. Under Feng Yuan's lead, everyone arrived in front of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. Right now, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow was fighting with the Iron Crown Eagle in the sky. The petite blue shadow was clashing with the huge body of the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle. They were evenly matched. He Lulan was even more confused. The Gu immortal you are talking about, is it the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow? Feng Yuan smiled without speaking. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes shined with bright light. Now that you mention it, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is indeed strange. That's right. Fairy Li Shan also showed a vigilant expression. Logically speaking, the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Its main target is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, which is you, Feng Yuan. But it is fighting with these desolate beasts without showing any signs of attacking. He Lulan continued. No wonder I felt it was strange. Earlier, when the desolate beast's ambush was exposed, this Blue Charm Lightning Shadow seemed to be startled and stopped roaring. This Blue Charm Lightning Shadow is strange. It might not have a proper origin. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, saying, there was nothing wrong with the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow earlier. But after I chased it out of the blessed land, a lightning path Gu Immortal captured it, and refined it into a clone killer move. Next, when Crane Gate attacked my blessed land, this Gu Immortal took the chance to use the blue charm lightning shadow to barge in. His motive was to take advantage of the situation. If Crane Gate failed, this Gu Immortal would be able to act as the representative of his sect and strike first. Is my analysis correct, Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? How do you know it is me, Vicious Lightning Fiend? The blue charm lightning shadow could not keep up the act. It abandoned the Iron Crown Eagle and flew towards Feng Yuan. The Iron Crown Eagle chased after it. Feng Yuan waved his hand. The eagle screeched and flew away. Myriad Dragon Doc's Vicious Lightning Fiend? He Lulan and Fairy Lishan looked at each other. They both knew that Myriad Dragon Doc was the same as Crane Gate, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. However, they did not know who exactly the Vicious Lightning Fiend was. Only Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with bright light. After coming to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, with Feng Yuan's introduction and the information he had gathered, he knew a lot of information about Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Vicious Lightning Fiend is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He has passed 2 heavenly tribulations and once fought to a draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal. However, he had gone into seclusion several years ago. In recent years it hasn't appeared in Zhongzhou State, Tai Bai Yunxing said. A draw with a rank 7 Gu Immortal? Fairy Li Shan's gaze flashed. He Lulan, on the other hand, snorted arrogantly. The blue charm film scanned the crowd and finally locked its gaze on Feng Yuan. Who are you people? This immortal killer move of mine was the result of my many years of seclusion, thinking hard on how to raise my battle strength. A year ago, I learned that there was a blue charm film on Tianti Mountain, but it refused to leave. Thus, I secretly made a move and captured the blue charm film. Several months ago, my immortal killer move was truly perfected, and I was able to use the blue charm film for my own use. I have only told this secret to a few people. You guys actually have such detailed information. Speak, who are you people? Feng Yuan snorted coldly, saying in an unfriendly tone. Vicious Lightning Fiend, you have a bad reputation, but we are not afraid of you. You must have paid a huge price to refine the blue charm film into your clone. I am not in a good mood. You need to be careful, otherwise, I might kill your blue charm film in a fit of anger. What can you do to me then? The blue charm film immediately roared in anger, showing its violent nature. You dare! I am a Gu Immortal of Myriad Dragon Doc. Don't think you can continue being arrogant. Occupying Hu Immortal Blessed Land is only temporary. Once your identities are exposed, our 10 great ancient sects will take care of you lone and demonic cultivators. Oh, is that so? Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with a sinister light. You saw our previous transaction. We are already a vassal of Crane Gate. Both of us have made a promise. Even if your entire Myriad Dragon Doc wants to touch me, they will have to go through Crane Gate first. Right, earlier, when Fengyang was attacked by Crane Gate. Don't tell me the mastermind was you, your Myriad Dragon Doc? Bullshit. Our 10 great ancient sects are like brothers. Even if we fight openly and covertly, how can we be like you lone and demonic cultivators with no bottom line? The blue charm film was furious. Feng Yuan did not speak, his gaze drifted towards He Lulan. He Lulan was a formidable character like him. She immediately cooperated with him, pretending to have a sudden realization. Feng Yuan, you are right. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain, Guts Gu, these are huge benefits. If we assassinate He Fengyang, Crane Gate will attack us. At that time, both sides will suffer heavy losses, and Myriad Dragon Doc will be able to profit from our misfortune. Bullshit. Bullshit. How can I be such a despicable person? The blue charm film's anger soared to the sky. It shouted continuously. He Lulan laughed sinisterly. But the timing of your appearance is too coincidental. He Fengyang attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How could the outside world know what happened inside? Why did He Fengyang get assassinated the moment he left Hu Immortal Blessed Land? You must have acted as a spy and used some method to inform the main body. Then the main body set up the ambush. He Lulan displayed her dark thoughts to the fullest. Her words stunned even the blue charm lightning shadow. But soon, it reacted and retorted furiously. Who Immortal Blessed Land is a world of its own. Unless I have an immortal killer move, I cannot communicate with the main body in the outside world. But when I use an immortal killer move, there is such an intense fluctuation. How could you not sense it? But there was a moment when Who Immortal Blessed Land opened its door. This way, it became one with the outside world. At that moment, you took the chance to communicate with the main body. He Lulan immediately said. Get lost. Bullshit. I am a righteous person. How could I be that kind of person? No, I almost got confused by you. He Fengyang getting ambushed. What does that have to do with me, the Blue Charm Film's information? Even if the other party does not know what happened in Who Immortal Blessed Land, they can still plot against He Fengyang. There is no relationship between the two. The Blue Charm Film shouted. He Lulan said sinisterly. We don't care whether there is a relationship or not. We will tell this information to Crane Gate. Explain it to Crane Gate. Go ahead, I am a righteous person. Why would I be afraid of these malicious words? The Blue Charm Film tried to maintain its composure. At this time, Tai Bai Yinxing spoke. Oh, I remember, didn't Great Heavenly Sword Sex plan appear in Crane Gate's territory recently? There are rumors that Myriad Dragon Dock is behind this Great Heavenly Sword Sex matter. I know. If we kill He Fengyang, Crane Gate's main focus will be on attacking our blessed land. This way, Great Heavenly Sword Sect will have an easier time. If Great Heavenly Sword Sect joined Myriad Dragon Dock and became their vassal, then Immortal Crane Sect's Northwest Territory would be rightfully annexed by Myriad Dragon Dock. At that time, even if Crane Gate takes down Who Immortal Blessed Land, their strength will be greatly reduced. By then, it will be too late to deal with Myriad Dragon Dock's matter, and they will not have the strength to do so. Tai Bai Yunxing's words not only stunned the Blue Charm Film, even Feng Yuan was shocked. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing was a good person and had a kind nature, he was a shrewd old fox. His words were like a stab to vicious lightning fiend's weakness. The Blue Charm Film finally fell silent. After more than 10 breaths of time, it spoke. Damn it, you sinister scum. You can even turn the dead into the living. You can even turn white into black. Tell me, what do I have to do for you to release this shadow clone of mine? He Lulan and Tai Bai Yinxing did not speak. They looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, demanding. Vicious lightning fiend, I am very interested in your immortal killer move that can refine the Blue Charm Film into a clone. Why don't you teach it to me? Bullshit. This is a trump card that I, your father, had painstakingly cultivated in seclusion for 4 years and finally comprehended with great difficulty. You want to snatch away my hard work with just a few words. Keep dreaming. Even if I have to destroy this shadow clone, I will not let you succeed. The Blue Charm Film was furious, rejecting him. But Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories. He knew Vicious Lightning Fiend's bottom line. He chuckled, saying slowly, Vicious Lightning Fiend, this immortal killer move of yours is just a hastily created creation. The success rate is definitely not high. The Blue Charm Film has rank 6 battle strength. If you give it up like this, won't you feel heartache? How about this? I will take a step back. I don't want your immortal killer move. I only want your blood deity remnant recipe. The Blue Charm Film's expression sank. How do you know I have blood deity remnant recipe? There are only a few Gu immortals in Myriad Dragon Dock who know this secret. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Even if few people know about it, don't tell me I don't have Gu worms to deduce it? Feng Yuan showed an unfathomable attitude. Good, very good. I am even more interested in your true identities now. I admit defeat this time. The Blue Charm Film gritted its teeth as it agreed. We will transact through Jewel Yellow Skies. Feng Yuan said. No, the transaction with Jewel Yellow Skies will expose the Blue Charm Film clone. My immortal killer move will be exposed in advance. The Blue Charm Film rejected him. Feng Yuan sneered. Vicious Lightning Fiend, don't think I don't know. After coming out of closed cultivation, you are going to travel the world and imitate Sword Immortal Bo Qing, challenging experts from all over the world to test your sword skills. Your first target should be Immortal Liao Mao. You really know a lot. The Blue Charm Film's tone was cold, but its heart was shaken. The other party's information was too detailed, it felt very passive. Feng Yuan ordered Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit to open connecting Heaven Gu and connect to Jewel Yellow Skies, contacting Vicious Lightning Fiend's main body. After the two sides negotiated, Feng Yuan sent the blue charm film in as merchandise. Immediately, treasure light soared to the sky, attracting countless divine senses. Vicious Lightning Fiend quickly took out Blood Deity's Immortal Gu Remnant recipe, causing countless Gu Immortals to gasp in shock. Rascal, quickly transact. Vicious Lightning Fiend's divine sense shouted. Vicious Lightning Fiend, you are being unreasonable. The Blood Deity Remnant recipe you have is 70% complete. Are you trying to take advantage of my ignorance? You actually took out a 40% remnant recipe? Feng Yuan replied slowly. Vicious Lightning Fiend was shocked. How can I have a 70% Blood Deity Remnant recipe? I am not in a hurry. The longer the blue charm film is exposed, the more people will know about it. Feng Yuan said leisurely. Vicious Lightning Fiend almost coughed blood from anger. Lad, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have a wisdom path Gu Immortal backing you and can deduce things. I will remember you, just you wait. Saying so, he still took out the 70% Blood Deity Remnant recipe. Such a high completion Immortal Gu Remnant recipe actually appeared. Since when can the Calamity Blue Charm film be transacted? The Gu Immortals who were fortunate enough to see this transaction fell into deep shock. Feng Yuan did not make things difficult for Vicious Lightning Fiend this time. The two quickly completed the transaction. Under the gazes of He Lulan and the others, Feng Yuan kept the Immortal Gu Remnant recipe, sighing inwardly. I had schemed so hard in my previous life but failed to obtain it. To think that it would be in my hands in this life. 70% Blood Deity Immortal Gu Remnant recipe, combined with my previous life's accumulations, and with the help of Wisdom Gu, I should be able to truly complete the Blood Deity Immortal Gu recipe. He thought of Vicious Lightning Fiend. This expert had a fiery and vicious personality. He had reached rank 7 in his previous life and had immense battle strength. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he used the immortal killer move Lightning Deity to accumulate 8 rank 6 battle strength experts like the Blue Charm film. After Feng Jioge died, he fought with Immortal Monkey King Shirley for 3 days and 3 nights in order to obtain the number 1 rank 7 battle strength expert, but he lost in the end. The first thing Feng Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life was the Immortal Gu Blood Deity. He had once schemed to snatch the Immortal Gu Remnant recipe from Vicious Lightning Fiend, but his plan failed and he escaped with heavy injuries. Chapter 713. In Central Continent Time, 3 days after extorting Vicious Lightning Fiend, Crane Gate announced, Feng Yuan is the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a vassal force of Crane Gate, and can leave at any time. This shocking news was like a boulder being thrown into a lake. It immediately caused ripples. At once, Central Continent's Gu Immortal world was shocked. Earlier, Crane Gate had publicly announced that Feng Yuan was a traitor of the sect and would be punished. This kind of thing often happened in Central Continent. Many Gu masters, after obtaining fortuitous encounters, were unwilling to have their gains split by the sect, or because they were recruited by other sects, would choose to betray their original sect. The cohesiveness of a sect was indeed weaker than a clan system that was united by bloodline. Among sects, the 10 great ancient sects had the strongest cohesiveness. But it was not unheard of for traitors to appear in ancient sections. In the past, Guyue's generation had obtained a blood path true inheritance and betrayed Crane Gate, going to southern border and concealing his identity. In recent years, Myriad Dragon Doc's disciple Song Zixing had also betrayed the sect. He had matured in battle and was now a rank 7 Gu Immortal, known as Blood Dragon, a famous demonic path expert in Central Continent. Thus, Feng Yuan's betrayal of Crane Gate as a rank 5 Gu Master was only a small piece of news. But now, Immortal Crane Sect sent a huge commotion to attack Feng Yuan, and out of everyone's expectations, they got such a result. At once, many people who had thought that Feng Yuan was courting death heard this news and were dumbfounded. Next, even more insider information spread from Crane Gate, Vicious Lightning Fiend, as well as Feng Yuan himself. The legendary Dang Hun Mountain, the enormous strength of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the rise of a mysterious force. Vicious lightning fiends, immortal killer moves all became eye-catching highlights. And among them, the most eye-catching was the trait of Guts Gu. Guts Gu could actually leave Dang Hun Mountain and be traded. The huge benefits contained in this piece of information tempted the various forces. Gu Immortals finally understood why Crane Gate made such an announcement. It was because of the huge profits. For Guts Gu, giving up some reputation was nothing. Moreover, Feng Yuan had admitted that he was a subordinate of the Crane Gate, which could be considered as giving face to this ancient sect. The other 9 great ancient sects scolded the Crane Gate for being shameless. At the same time, they contacted Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's Guts Gu had not officially started selling, but he had already received a large number of information path Gu worms, and they were still not ending. Regardless of the size of the forces, Feng Yuan replied to them one by one. He had to familiarize himself with them first. Take this as an opportunity. Feng Yuan finally stepped onto the stage of Zhongzhou State. As an immortal zombie and the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered the eyes of all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes. A few days later, He Lulan delivered the first batch of souls. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, most of them were wild beast souls. Feng Yuan threw everything into Dang Hun Mountain. Hu Immortal Land Spirit released all of Dang Hun Mountain's power. These souls were shattered into pieces, and countless soul essences scattered on the surface of Dang Hun Mountain. They gradually condensed into Guts Gu, letting the Guts Gu grow on this side. Feng Yuan started his preparations on the other side. He ordered all the hairy men under him to refine basic Gu worms. For 7 days and 7 nights, he worked in 3 shifts, refining large numbers of Gu worms. He also ordered the Rockman tribe to send manpower to build a stone nest. Half a month later, the first batch of souls had already disappeared. Large numbers of Guts Gu were born on Dang Hun Mountain. He Lulan brought the second batch of souls to Hu Immortal Blessed Land again. Feng Yuan brought her to the stone nest near Dang Hun Mountain. He Lulan stood at the edge of the stone nest, looking at the huge object below, feeling astonished at Feng Yuan's great work. This stone nest was several hundred square meters in size. It was dug to a depth of over 100 meters. Outside the stone nest, there was a circular hole. It was man-made, it was straight up and down. The circular hole was 1 li in diameter, and at least 3 li deep. It was like a long cup. At the center of the circular hole, there was a thick and huge stone pillar. The stone pillar had a radius of 150 meters. This length was slightly more than half of 1 li. Thus, the stone pillar and the circular hole were not connected. There was a gap of 450 meters between them. There was even a space left behind. The stone pillar was like an ant hill. The structure inside was complex. It extended in all directions. Be it the outer walls of the stone pillar or the inside of the circular hole. There were countless rooms dug out. In each room, there was an old hairy man. They were all equipped with basic Gu refinement tools and materials. Fairy Lulan, please. Feng Yuan brought He Lulan to the top of the stone pillar, standing at the center. He Lulan continued to use investigative Gu worms and found that be it this stone pillar or the hole in the pillar, there were many Gu worms arranged at intervals of distance. These arrangements were very complex. He Lulan was dazzled by them. She could only sense that these Gu worms were not arranged randomly. They were all connected and affected each other. There was a deep meaning behind them. Don't tell me. Just as He Lulan was guessing, Feng Yuan spoke. Fairy, I have finished my preparations. We are just waiting for Strength Chi Immortal Gu. Oh, please advise me. Fairy, you only need to activate Strength Chi Immortal Gu and let your strength spread out freely. Feng Yuan said. He Lulan acted according to his words. The grand Strength Chi gathered into air currents that spread everywhere. The Strength Chi became denser. It gradually turned into a fog that spread out and covered the entire stone nest. Countless mortal Gu were activated in the stone nest. They shined with all sorts of lights, like the stars in the night sky. Under the combined efforts of these Gu worms, the Strength Chi that was like a sea of fog was drawn out bit by bit. After a few breaths of time, all of the Strength Chi filled the space between the stone pillar and the circular hole. More than 10 breaths of time later, this Strength Chi continued to move, forming a whirlwind that moved around the stone pillar. Goo refinement begin. Feng Yuan gave the order. The hairy men in the room were ready to go. They opened their eyes and started to refine goo worms. Whenever they needed strength qi as goo refinement materials, the rapidly moving strength qi outside the room would enter the goo. This scene made He Lulan praise. Feng Yuan, your stone nest is huge. It can actually hold thousands of hairy men to refine goo at the same time. It is truly a wondrous idea. Feng Yuan smiled. Didn't I tell you that I am also a goo refinement master? The truth was, this stone nest was an invention of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war. The continuous battles caused huge losses to goo masters and goo worms. All the large forces needed to replenish their goo worms. They gradually created this stone nest that could hold many goo masters and refine goo together. I named it Feng Yuan Stone Nest. It is a place to refine mortal goo in large numbers. I will refine air sac goo. It is divided into more than 10 steps. The hairy men in the room at the highest level will finish the first step and send the half-finished product to the room at the next level. After processing it at the next level, the half-finished product will be sent to the third level. This way, the hairy men will focus on one step. Not only will the goo recipe not be leaked, they can also get familiar with it faster. This will increase the success rate of the goo refinement. Feng Yuan did not stand on ceremony. He took the invention of someone else in his previous life as his own. He Lulan could not help but praise. This is the best way to refine mortal goo in large numbers, to a certain extent. It can even lower the standards of the goo refiner. After all, they only need to complete one of the steps. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan, you will not have to worry about the repetitive refinement. You only need to control the materials. There are also some goo recipes that require the refiner to practice continuously. Thankfully, airsac goo does not need to do that. Feng Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. I was worried that the airsac goo would be too few. It would affect the sales of guts goo. After all, each airsac goo can only store 1 guts goo. But now that I have seen this stone nest, I am at ease. These guts goo, how do you intend to sell them? Feng Yuan already had a plan. I will mainly sell them to the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as their whole earth goo. I have already constructed them. From now on, I will use whole earth goo to exchange for the goods. The remaining small portion will be sold in jewel yellow skies. You are not intending to sell some to the other sects of Central Continent? No need. Right now, Central Continent is dominated by the 10 great sects. Our identity and status are already very sensitive. We do not need to provoke the ancient sects at this time. The peace we have now is not easy to obtain. We only need to quietly earn some profits. He Lulan heard this and nodded. This time, she was completely at ease. Time passed quickly. Another half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The first batch of guts goo had already been sold. After deducting the cost and the 40% of profits given to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan obtained 43 Immortal Yuan stones. A month later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the second batch of guts goo was sold. Feng Yuan's Immortal Yuan stone storage increased to 46. The third batch of guts goo earned 47. The market feedback was very good. The demand from the 10 great ancient sects was increasing every time. Jewel Yellow Skies' sales were even more explosive. Often, they would be sold out in a day or two. Guts goo was once a treasure that even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revered. Its efficiency in strengthening the soul was extremely high, more than 10 times that of ordinary methods. In fact, not only Soul Path goo masters needed it, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path and other related paths also needed the foundation of the soul. When a goo master ascends to goo immortal, the soul was also an important factor in the density of human qi. No one would complain that their soul was too strong. Feng Yuan started to experience the benefits of monopolizing a business. He could control the market and the situation. He could sell to whoever he wanted. He could sell as much as he wanted. But he did not raise the price carelessly, because guts goo was not the only method to strengthen the soul. If the price was too high, others would use their original methods instead. This way, Feng Yuan's profits would fall instead. After the 3 batches of guts goo were sold, Fang Yuan had over 100 immortal yuan stones in his possession. He started to purchase large numbers of hairy men and excavate more rooms in the stone nests, increasing the scale of production. The more hairy men there were, the higher the proficiency in gu refinement, causing Fang Yuan's profits to increase with each batch of guts gu sold. 5 months later in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, his profits finally stabilized. With each batch of guts gu, he could earn 48 immortal yuan stones in profit. This was a genuine windfall profit. What was even more terrifying was that guts gu was a one-time consumable gu. It was gone once used, and the market's demand was endless. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan started to feel like they were burdens, because they were in charge of collecting souls. Brat, you get the better end of the deal every time. I'll give them to you, you sly scoundrel. The land spirit of Langia chattered endlessly. Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure. I got the better end of the deal? How did I get the better end of the deal? I fed all 8 of your dire beasts until they were full. There were no fierce battles. It was just like a warm-up. I saved you some expenses. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Settle the score? What score? Didn't I raise your Azure Cloud Immortal Gu as well? In order to buy food, I paid a lot of immortal yuan stones too. If you want to settle the score, let's settle the score and see who paid the most. The land spirit of Langia stomped his feet and retaliated. Feeding desolate beasts was much simpler and cheaper than feeding immortal gu. Fang Yuan could not win against the land spirit of Langia in this aspect, but he knew the weakness of the land spirit of Langia. Thus his aura did not falter. He sneered. Land spirit of Langia, do you still want to research man as before and landscape as before? Do you want to? The land spirit of Langia's expression changed. He gave a fawning smile. I want to even in my dreams. Just think about it. Fang Yuan patted the land spirit of Langia's head. Is there any meaning in being calculative? Who asked you to be worried about me and keep my Azure Cloud Immortal Gu as insurance? Get lost. The land spirit of Langia pushed Fang Yuan's hand away in anger. Rascal, you have no respect for your elders. I am your XXX senior. Fang Yuan's eyes widened as he showed the 2 immortal gu in his hands. The land spirit of Langia's expression immediately changed. He patted Fang Yuan's leg while chuckling. Fang Yuan, kid, I have no choice. You are pleasing to my eyes. We are good friends. Mo Tansang, who was standing at the side, was speechless as he witnessed this. Fang Yuan placed the 2 immortal gu into his immortal aperture and took out 3 immortal gu recipes. During the 5 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had already completed 6 transactions with the land spirit of Langia. The more incomplete the immortal gu recipe, the more green grape immortal essence would be expended during the deduction, and the longer the time required. The 3 immortal gu recipes that Fang Yuan handed over were originally only 60% complete. He had spent half a month to barely complete them. The land spirit of Langia received the immortal gu recipe and took a look, shaking his head and sighing. Kid, I have to say, you are indeed a genius in deducing gu recipes. It is a pity that you have degenerated into an immortal zombie. Fang Yuan took the opportunity to ask. I also want to find a way to get rid of my immortal zombie body. Do you not have any methods? Of course there are a lot of methods, but almost all of them are old methods that cannot keep up with the times. Some have high risks, some have low chances, some materials have already gone extinct long ago, and some methods that even I am not sure about. The land spirit of Langia shook his head. I am a land spirit after all. I do not normally consider the problem of becoming an immortal zombie. Brother Fang might be able to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups are immortal zombies. They have been researching on how to get rid of their immortal zombie bodies. Methods to recover life. Moreover, some years ago, I had heard some rumors that there are people in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance who have made a breakthrough in this aspect. He has made a breakthrough in this aspect. Mo Tansang suggested. Fang Yuan nodded. I also have such a plan, but it is not good for me to show my face. I destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land. It is not good for me to show my face in public. If I am deduced, that would be terrible. Now that Dongfang Naganori is dead, I am afraid there are no other Gu immortals in Northern Plains who can deduce Brother Fang's background. Mo Tansang said. It's hard to say. There are some 1,000-year-old monsters, or wisdom path Gu immortals hiding in the dark. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. Kid, aren't you a wisdom path Gu immortal? You can deduce so many immortal Gu recipes. Your wisdom path attainment is already extremely high. You can use your own wisdom path methods to prevent others from deducing you. I remember that many wisdom path Gu immortals have done this before. The land spirit of Langya said. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. How was he a wisdom path Gu immortal? He was only borrowing some of the rank 9 wisdom Gu's power to make up for it. He was shameless. At this moment, he could only say this. My wisdom path methods are extremely focused on deducing Gu recipes. I am much weaker in other aspects. Moreover, Ma Hongyin and Zhao Lianyun are living witnesses. They have personally experienced the changes in Imperial Court Blessed Land. I am afraid my appearance has already been interrogated by Qin Baisheng. Speaking of Qin Baisheng, Mo Tansang's gaze shone. He could not help but praise. This person is truly amazing. I had thought that he only had outstanding battle strength. But to think that his schemes are also brilliant. He captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, and obtained the essence of the luck path true inheritance. He was about to be exterminated by the alliance of Northern Plains Gu immortals. But in this month of Northern Plains time, he formed alliances and gave up on his own benefits, persuading Fairy Li Shan to come forward. Using Mountain Pledge Gu, he gathered a large number of lone cultivators. Even Yi Lui tribe was persuaded by him. A huge battle was about to break out, but because of his efforts, it was resolved. He even held an auction in his blessed land, specially auctioning the luck path true inheritance's core immortal Gu. Even Ma and Zhao Lianyun became the auction items. After saying this, Mo Tansang looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. He knew that Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had a close relationship. Back then, when Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to borrow a desolate beast, he was present. The land spirit of Langya rejected him with a firm attitude, because desolate beasts were the main defense of Langya Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan had evil intentions, and was in cahoots with the forces that attacked Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya would be in danger. But Fang Yuan unexpectedly took out Mountain Pledge Gu. Using this Gu to swear an oath, he completely dispelled the worries of the land spirit of Langya. Next, he used man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal Gu to lure the land spirit of Langya, attacking the weakness of the land spirit of Langya. Earlier, the land spirit of Langya had not hesitated to ask Tai Bai Yunsheng for 5 immortal Yuan stone in order to research landscape as before. The land spirit of Langya was moved by the 2 immortal Gu, and was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He lent out 8 desolate beasts at once. Qin Baisheng knows when to give up, he knows when to adapt to the situation, and has powerful methods. He can be said to be well versed in both literature and martial arts. He is truly admirable. Fang Yuan added lightly, before changing the topic, asking the land spirit. Do you have any clues about White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu? Fang Yuan had cleansed Soul Immortal Gu. He had not fed it yet. It had become weaker over this period of time. And to feed cleansed Soul Immortal Gu, he needed White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu's flesh. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already asked the land spirit of Langya, but the land spirit did not have the Gu recipe of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Not even an incomplete recipe. Thus, this time, Fang Yuan only asked for clues, and did not mention the Gu recipe. The land spirit of Langya shook his head. Lad, this White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. My main body experienced the 2 eras of Thieving Heaven and Giant Sun, and finally died of old age. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rose up after Giant Sun Immortal. At that time, I, the land spirit, had already stayed in the Blessed Land. Where would I get any clues? Chapter 7:15. Oh, since it involved Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Fang Yuan could not help but feel interested. Is this the rumored familiar face? Regarding the immortal killer move familiar face, There were many interesting records in Gu master history. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used Familiar Face to change his appearance and form. He had once used rank 6 cultivation level to deceive a rank 8 Gu immortal, Deng Zuoyan, making him think that he was his good friend, Wan Cheizhen. In the end, Deng Zuoyan led a wolf into the house, and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable used this chance to steal many of the treasures in the Blessed Land. After the incident, Deng Zuoyan vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. In a fit of rage, he sought out Wan Cheizhen and fought for 300 rounds. Wan Cheizhen was quite puzzled and tried his best to explain, but to no avail. In the end, he took a risk and didn't try to defend himself, allowing Deng Zuoyan to hit him with 3 moves. After 3 moves, Wan Cheizhen was on the verge of death, which finally made Deng Zuoyan believe in their friendship. Filled with regret, Deng Zuoyan treated Wan Cheizhen's injuries at all costs. Not long after, they found out the truth and treated Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable as an enemy they had to kill. The 10,000 chariots were severely injured and Deng Zuoyan was about to face the natural disaster and earthly calamity. Unwilling to implicate his good friend, he secretly left. But who could have thought that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable would use this chance to disguise as him and deceive Deng Zuoyan? He pretended to be sick and extorted countless cultivation resources from Deng Zuoyan. After that, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left. Deng Zuoyan lost a great deal of his foundation, and died in the heavenly calamity and earthly tribulation not long after. Wan Cheizhen was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood when he heard that his good friend had died. His body, which was already severely injured and weak, was finally unable to recover from this setback. He died a few days later. This was the greatest achievement of the immortal killer move Familiar Face. It was not an offensive killer move, but it indirectly killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. In history, apart from this rich and colorful record, there was no one else. There were countless records of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable using this move to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger, or to disguise as an expert to swindle others, or to transform into a snowman to wreak havoc in Inkman City, resulting in a war between the snowmen and Inkmen. The land spirit of Langia glared at Feng Yuan and shook his head repeatedly. Familiar Face? How dare you dream? It was an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude Gu. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to use it. But I have this killer move. It is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is just enough for you to use. Oh. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed, seeing that he had successfully aroused Feng Yuan's interest. The land spirit of Langia chuckled. He continued. This killer move is called Unfamiliar Face. But if you want it, you have to do me a favor. Feng Yuan already knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. He nodded and said, Go ahead. The land spirit of Langia revealed his plan. My 12 cloud pavilions are guarded by a wild beast. In the end, they were attacked by Gu immortals of unknown forces. 2 of them died in battle. They were heavily injured afterwards and 1 died of illness. There were only 9 desolate beasts left. I want you to enslave a desolate beast with outstanding combat strength. I will not only give you the corresponding immortal Yuan stone according to the market price. Moreover, I will also give you this mortal killer move, Unfamiliar Face. Feng Yuan was slightly happy. He had made transactions with the land spirit of Langia to deduce immortal Gu remnant recipes, and also used Mountain Pledge Gu to dispel his suspicions. After returning the desolate beasts, his relationship with the land spirit of Langia had advanced greatly. If it were in the past, the land spirit of Langia would not ask Feng Yuan for such a favor. Feng Yuan thought about it and agreed. Next, he obtained 3 new immortal Gu remnant recipes from the land spirit of Langia. After saying goodbye, he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Junior brother, you are back. Did it go smoothly? Tai Bai Yunxing was staying in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now that the 8 desolate beasts had been returned, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan could not stay in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After Feng Yuan entered Langia Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunxing was the only Gu immortal left. This trip was quite smooth. Feng Yuan said as he handed landscape as before Gu and man as before to Tai Bai Yunxing. Shark Demon is rushing me urgently. I will go to Eastern Sea now. Tai Bai Yunxing received the 2 gu and left in a hurry without inspecting them. Feng Yuan did not stop him, he only reminded him to be careful. Finally, he was alone. He started to think about his next step. After resolving the huge crisis of immortal crane sect's attack on Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I was finally able to stand my ground and enter the righteous path as a vassal. I can also sell Guts Gu and use this to open up some space in Central Continent. In the past, Feng Yuan was only immortal. He did not even have the qualifications to speak with Gu Immortals. Even though he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, it was like a child carrying Yuan stone in a bandit's nest. When the bandits saw Feng Yuan, they thought of how to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Now that Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie, he had some qualifications. They also formed alliances and raised their banners, temporarily intimidating Crane Gate and the other sections. Using the Guts Gu trade, they formed a relationship of benefits. The child had grown up into a young man. Seeing the bandits, he started to give out Yuan stones. The bandits wanted to snatch them, but they were afraid of the young man's retaliation and damaging their own teeth. Thus they took these Yuan stones and satisfied their appetites. Moreover, these bandits were also on guard against each other. They were also restraining each other. Their attention was divided. The young man was temporarily safe in this bandit's nest. But Feng Yuan was clear. In the future, as the Guts Gu trade got bigger and bigger, the profits would get heavier and heavier. It would attract even stronger attacks and robberies. Especially during the 5 regions' chaotic war. The various forces would not let go of anything that could increase their strength. Even though the young man gave out some Yuan stones and satisfied the appetite of some bandits. But as the number of Yuan stones he had increased, it would definitely cause another fight. Thus, Feng Yuan was willing to lower his head and become a subordinate of Crane Gate in name. This way, the young man became a small bandit. Bandits could not plunder as they pleased, they had to follow rules. But rules were only formless restraints. The longer time passed, the greater the benefits, the more powerless they would be. And this young bandit was not as strong as he appeared to be. For Gu Immortals, 8 desolate beasts, they are only a powerful illusion that I created by borrowing strength from all directions. The Snowy Mountain Alliance with He Lulan had a time limit. Langya Blessed Land is facing strong enemies. It is hard to protect itself. The 8 desolate beasts cannot be borrowed at any time. Even though we forced Crane Gate to retreat and established a trade relationship with the 10 great ancient sects, since we have already surfaced, these sects will definitely use all sorts of methods to investigate me. They have not made a move yet because they do not know my background. Once they know my background, they will make a move again. Feng Yuan thought in his heart. If he were to use an analogy to describe the situation, then when Feng Yuan first obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like a storm with lightning. It was extremely bad. Only by risking his life could he have a chance of survival. After Feng Yuan's trip to Northern Plains, he became an immortal zombie. When he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the situation was like dark clouds covering the sky and land. Strong winds were blowing. His future was bleak. Only by meticulously planning, being careful and haggling over the smallest details, grasping every opportunity, could he climb out of this quagmire step by step. Right now, after Feng Yuan forced Crane Gate to retreat, he started to sell Guts Gu. The situation was like the wind had dissipated. The dark clouds were thinning and a corner of the sky was lifted, revealing the blue sky. There was a trace of light in front of him, but the dark clouds were still rumbling. If he was careless, they would cover the sky and land again. Lightning and rain would strike. It was like a person who had just escaped from a quagmire, standing at the edge of a deep pool, barely managing to stabilize himself. If he took a step back, Feng Yuan would fall into the quagmire again. If he wanted to climb out, he would need to struggle with all his might, and also depend on his luck. But if he took a step forward, Feng Yuan would walk more steadily. He would truly be stepping on a wide path. Even if there were thorns along the way, he would not be struggling between life and death like before. Struggling at death's door, every step was dangerous. For the next period of time, I need to use this peaceful period that I have obtained with much difficulty to move forward. I need to accumulate my foundation and raise my cultivation level, becoming stronger and stronger. to the point that the surrounding forces will not dare to target me. Feng Yuan thought about it. There were still several problems in front of him. The first problem was the feeding of immortal goo. Cleansed soul immortal goo was the first. Land Spirit of Langia and Fairy Li Shan did not have any clues about White Lotus giant silkworm goo. Even though he bought some from Jewel Yellow Skies at a high price, he could only barely maintain cleansed soul immortal goo and not let it starve to death. To feed cleansed soul immortal goo, he needed over 10,000 White Lotus giant silkworm goo. Even if goo immortals had some collections of these goo, the quantity would be small. Unless Feng Yuan obtained the goo recipe and refined it in large quantities, he would not be able to solve this problem. Looking at the other immortal goo, they also had problems feeding them. Although they had managed to survive the ordeal this time, the next feeding would still be a problem. The six-headed snake's bones had already turned into black blood, supplying calamity beckoning immortal goo. The problem of delight in water and mountain immortal goo's feeding had not been solved yet. It was only because Mo Yao's will had fed it previously that it was delayed. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Even though the former had a large quantity, as long as there was enough immortal yuan stone, it was not hard to buy them. But the latter was also rare in the market. If it wasn't for Tai Bai Yun Sheng meeting the shark demon and sacrificing himself to take the risk, he wouldn't have been able to purchase enough. Rising Azure Cloud goo was in the hands of Land Spirit of Langia. He could not consider it for now. Connecting Cloud immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand gull soil. According to the situation of the dead eggs of the worldly sand gull, it could produce another 15,000 kilograms. It could support 3 more feeding sessions. The feeding of a woman's heart was more troublesome. Massacres would attract the attacks of righteous path goo immortals if they were done too often. After all, it was not the 5 regions' chaotic war yet. In the 5 regions, the righteous path suppressed the demonic path. Order had the upper hand. Feng Yuan had a lot of immortal yuan stone now, but feeding immortal goo was not something that could be solved with just immortal yuan stone. Actually, feeding immortal goo was often linked to the goo immortal's blessed land. It was related to the goo immortal's cultivation. Chapter 7:16. For example, a water path goo immortal's blessed land would be a sea. After obtaining worldly wave trace goo, the goo immortal would raise underworld jellyfish, deep-sea lightning eels and others in the blessed land. This way, he could feed immortal goo worldly wave trace with local materials and be self-sufficient. For example, Tai Bai Yunqing's 2 immortal goo could be used to manage his own blessed land and obtain food from it. He Lolan's Lulan blessed land contained a large amount of heavy gold ores. These heavy gold ores were the food of strength chi immortal goo. But Feng Yuan's situation was different from theirs. Most of their immortal goo were refined from their vital goo and core goo during their immortal ascension. They were of the same path as their own. Feng Yuan's immortal goo were mostly obtained through scheming. Although his vital goo was spring-autumn cicada, he did not have a time path inheritance. He walked the path of strength path. Feng Yuan's immortal goo were very messy. They involved time path, space path, water path, wisdom path and many other paths. And most importantly, Feng Yuan's blessed land was dead. His immortal aperture had become a dead aperture. Whatever he planted would die. He could no longer develop it like a normal blessed land. He could not feed immortal goo easily, and could not produce immortal essence. This caused the burden on immortal yuan stone to become even heavier. Feng Yuan's immortal essence not only had to be used for transactions, he also had to refine a portion into green grape immortal essence and feed immortal goo. After the intense battle with He Cheng, Feng Yuan's finances almost collapsed. The main reason was this. Thus, the second problem in front of Feng Yuan was his immortal aperture blessed land. His immortal aperture blessed land was dead. His cultivation was stagnant. Blessed lands involved many aspects. They were a huge burden to Feng Yuan. When Feng Yuan truly got rid of his immortal zombie body, only then could he start his goo immortal cultivation. But after getting rid of his immortal zombie body and returning to his human body, Feng Yuan would not be able to rely on the light of wisdom. This was another problem. As for the final problem, it was battle strength. Right now, cleanse soul immortal goo was weak from hunger, it could not be used. Feng Yuan's trump card, immortal killer move myriad self, could not be used for the time being. As a result, Feng Yuan's battle prowess declined. Whether it was facing the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent in the future, or the pursuit of Northern Plains Gu immortals, seizing Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, or helping the land spirit of Langia capture the desolate beast, obtaining the thieving heaven inheritance of Luopa Valley, dealing with fairy Jiangyu and seizing dark limit immortal Gu, they all needed strong battle strength. The aspect that affects the Gu immortals' battle strength. There were 4 main ones. The Gu immortals' own battle attainment, immortal Gu, killer moves, and immortal essence. Now that he had the guts Gu business, he did not lack immortal essence. A Gu immortal's battle attainment was a foundation accumulated over time. It could not be raised in a short period of time. As for immortal Gu, Blood God's remnant recipe was enough. I can deduce the complete blood deity immortal Gu recipe, but my current wealth is far from enough to refine an immortal Gu. Feng Yuan thought about it. Even if he could refine a blood god, he didn't want to do it. Blood path had already been labeled as a demonic path. Even when the 10 great ancient sects researched blood path, they had to do it secretly, not daring to make it public. Moreover, the Celestial Court had Demon Judgment Board. Feng Yuan did not want to become famous so early. Moreover, Feng Yuan had immortal Gu. He could barely feed them. The burden of feeding them was too heavy, and he had to add new immortal Gu. Feng Yuan himself lacked confidence. Thus, in front of Feng Yuan, the only thing that could raise his battle strength quickly was killer moves. And killer moves included immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. Now that I have enough immortal Yuan stone, I have much more money than before. Not only can I buy more and better mortal killer moves, I can also experiment, deduce, and recreate some powerful killer moves from my previous life. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan acted quickly and immediately started. Central Continent. With Feng Jioga at the lead, a group of Gu immortals stood in front of a huge wall of light. The wall of light was extremely wide, connecting heaven and earth. The white light condensed into a solid wall. Golden light flickered inside. It was grand and majestic. This was Central Continent's fetal membrane, known as the Saint Regional Wall. The 5 regions of the Gu Master World. Central Continent, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Northern Plains were all covered in a layer of fetal membrane, forming the limit of heaven and earth, isolating each other. Old Oracle, what are the results of your deductions? Kanyang Laojun asked a young Gu immortal in the group. The young Gu immortal slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with clouds and mist. They were constantly changing. After a long while, the clouds dispersed. His eyes returned to normal black pupils and white pupils. The young Gu immortal said with a slightly joyful tone. Alright, this regional wall is rather weak. It is the 3rd weak point we have found these days. But it is much more stable than the 1st and 2nd weak points. I suggest we use this as a breakthrough point. We can break through the regional wall and enter Northern Plains. Ha ha ha. Good. We have searched 1,000 locations. We have finally found an ideal weak spot. Old man Tian Long laughed loudly. Fairy Ling Mei let out a breath of turbid air, sighing. After searching for so many days, we have finally found a good result. It was not easy. We have already wasted a lot of time. Let's begin. Feng Jioga said concisely. Who will go first? Fairy Ao Shui and Fairy Ling Mei looked at each other. They stood up together and said, this time, our Heaven's Envy Manor will be the vanguard. Saying so, they activated the immortal killer move, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. The core of this killer move was a rank 7 Crescent Moon Immortal Gu, with 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu assisting it. The immortal killer move expended a lot of immortal essence. It also involved one's mind. A single Gu immortal could not display its power. 2 Gu immortals were needed to activate it together. When the immortal killer move was activated, a green crescent moon was formed. The crescent moon was not big. It was only the size of a water vat, but it was condensed into a solid form, shining brightly like a beautiful work of art. Only the terrifying aura that leaked out occasionally let people know that it was not as harmless as it looked. The surrounding Gu immortals quickly moved away from Ao Shui and Ling Mei. The two fairies had gathered enough energy. They shouted together and let out a green crescent moon. The crescent moon flew at an extremely fast speed. The moonlight was gentle. The whole process was silent. The green crescent moon slashed on the Saint regional wall, creating a path of 76 steps. As expected of one of Heaven's Envy Manor's signature killer moves, creating a path of 76 steps. Amazing! Gu Immortal Chen Zhenqi praised. Feng Jioge took the lead. The other Gu immortals followed behind, entering the Saint regional wall. Once they stepped into the Saint regional wall, many people's expressions changed. Their bodies suddenly became heavy. Their thoughts also became sluggish. The immortal apertures in their bodies also started to shake. Quick, hurry up, Feng Jioge urged. Everyone walked 74 steps. They could not go any further. In just this short period of time, the Saint regional wall had already recovered. The original 76 steps had already been reduced by 2 steps. Kenyang Laojun stood up. Next, let me show my skills. He took out an immortal Gu. The immortal Gu was like a half-burnt candle. The tip was burning with a weak candlelight. Kenyang Laojun got close to the candlelight and blew it with his mouth. The candlelight flickered. Following the direction of the air current that Kenyang Laojun blew, countless sparkling specks of light scattered. The specks of light landed on the white gold Saint regional wall. The regional wall melted like snow, quickly forming a path of 63 steps. Everyone quickly moved forward. Old man Tianlong also stood up and activated an immortal Gu, creating a path of 67 steps. Like this, the Gu immortals took turns to work. They either activated immortal Gu or used immortal killer moves. They created a path and went deep into the Saint regional wall. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on their bodies. It even turned into a huge force that dragged them backwards, as if this world did not want them to leave Central Continent. The thoughts in their minds were also becoming slower. This made it extremely difficult for Gu immortals to activate immortal killer moves. As a wisdom path Gu immortal, Old Oracle had to use all sorts of methods, even immortal killer moves, to reinforce the minds of other Gu immortals. But even so, Ao Shui and Ling Mei could not use their peerless crescent moon slash. The most crucial thing was the immortal apertures in their bodies. The deeper they went, the greater the tremors in their immortal apertures. The ground in the blessed land cracked, rocks rolled down, countless living beings died tragically. These Gu immortals from the 10 great ancient sects all had outstanding battle strength. They were all famous experts. After walking a few hundred steps, most of their faces were pale. Some with weaker cultivation level were even starting to sway. After 1,000 steps, most of the Gu immortals were covered in sweat. Some were pale. Ao Shui and Ling Mei were already supporting each other as they walked. Only Feng Jioge was still walking at the front with his head held high. His expression was normal. Every time he attacked, he used an immortal killer move, creating a passage that was over 100 steps long. After walking about 3,000 steps, the platinum light in front of them was already thinning, and there was a hint of green in it. Old Oracle, you divined well. This is indeed the weakest area of the Saint regional wall. We have only walked about 3,000 steps. Someone immediately praised. After the Saint regional wall, we will reach Northern Plains Licorice regional wall. Let's work harder and break through it in one go. Kenyang Laojun was gasping for breath as he tried to boost the morale. The young Gu immortal Old Oracle was somewhat worried. My ability is limited. I can only deduce to the Saint regional wall. I hope this Licorice regional wall is not too thick. About 7 minutes later, the Gu immortals left the Saint regional wall and entered the Licorice regional wall. This regional wall was completely different from the Saint regional wall. The Gu immortals went in and felt a formless and enormous force pushing them away. The tremors in their immortal apertures were even greater. Many Gu immortals felt heartache over the losses. I hope we can subdue 1 or 2 immortal Gu in this trip to Northern Plains, otherwise it will be a huge loss. Old man Tianlong said. Sai, when I was young I also passed through the regional wall and went to Northern Plains. The whole process only took 5 minutes, it was very easy. Gu immortal Hong Chi Ming sighed deeply. When he passed through the regional wall, he was only a rank 4 Gu master. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to pass through the regional wall. Half a day later, this group of people had no choice but to stop. They were in the licorice regional wall. There was green fog everywhere. In the fog, grass grew wildly like a sea of snakes, like strands of hair, constantly twisting and twisting, blocking their advance. The leader, Fengjioga, was sweating profusely, his lips pale. "We can't go on, this licorice regional wall is very sturdy, we need to change direction, even if we have to walk a bit more." Everyone nodded, agreeing with Fengjioga's decision. Old Oracle started to deduce. During this period, the regional wall continued to recover, the Gu immortals retreated. This way. Finally, Old Oracle deduced a direction. The Gu immortals changed directions after a day and night. They finally broke through the licorice regional wall and arrived at northern plains. "Let's rest for 3 days before we talk about other things," Fengjioga said weakly. Chapter 717. Flying cranes cried out, flying in the sky leisurely, showing off their beautiful bodies. A cool breeze blew, causing the pine trees on Feihe Mountain to rustle. The sun was high up in the sky, but the bright sunlight could not shine into this dark underground secret room. The underground secret room was simple and crude, with stone walls all around. Other than the stone bed in the center, there was nothing else. The moist water vapor caused moss to grow between the cracks of the stones. On the stone bed there was a rotting young rank 5 Gu master. It was Guyua Fengjing. In order to sense Feng Yuan's location and cooperate with He Fengyang to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fengjing was schemed against by Master Tenchiru and lost control of the failed blood demon flower Gu, causing him to lose too much blood and his soul to be on the verge of collapse, falling into a state of unconsciousness. "You want to revive Fengjing?" He Fengyang stood beside the stone bed, looking at the spirit incubating flea floating in the air. The spirit incubating flea stored Feng Yuan's master, Master Tenchiru's soul. At this moment, a firm voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "Yes, Lord, I am willing to give up the chance of possession. Please save Fengjing." He Fengyang looked at the unconscious Fengjing, saying softly, "His injuries look terrifying, but it is not serious. I do not need to do anything. The sect has many methods to heal him. The most troublesome part was his soul. He forcefully sensed it, causing his soul to be greatly damaged, and is only a step away from collapsing. Actually, the current situation is suitable for you to possess. This body's aptitude is a grade to begin with, and it has a rank 5 aperture. Its soul is also extremely weak. If you want to possess it, you will not be able to do so. There is no suspense in the battle of the soul. Possession was your plan all along, wasn't it?" Master Tenchiru laughed bitterly. Ever since he used his methods to harm Fengjing, in the bottom of Master Tenchiru's heart, Fengjing's face would always appear, and he would always recall the times he spent with Fengjing. Fengjing's innocence and dedication to justice always reminded him of his youth. Fengjing's revenge was so similar to his own experience. Your subordinate's original plan was indeed to possess Fengjing. However, at this moment, in this subordinate's heart, it was filled with reluctance and guilt. Logically speaking, he is Guyua's bloodline, but he keeps calling me master. He trusted me and never thought I would harm him. He believes in justice, just like I used to. If I kill him, the possession will succeed. From now on, she would live in his body. How can I face myself?" Master Tenchiru sighed. He Fengyang was silent for a while. He suddenly raised his hand and lightly touched Fengjing's forehead. Green light flowed out of He Fengyang's palm like water, and quickly spread to Fengjing's entire body. Wherever the green light went, the swelling would disappear, the wounds would scab, and all the injuries could be seen with the naked eye. Rapidly recovering. After a few breaths of time, Fengjing's body had completely recovered. His breathing was steady and long, but he was still unconscious. "I have healed all the injuries on his body, and also maintained his soul. As repayment for your help in the past, I will give you another chance, Sky Crane. You do not need to be in a hurry to give up on the possession. I will give you some time to consider," He Fengyang said. "Lord," He Fengyang retracted his hand. "The possession method we have is not complete. It originates from northern plains. Right now, my sex Kenyang Laojun has already followed Feng Jioga into northern plains. He has many sect missions on his shoulders. One of them is to collect more information and perfect the possession method. When he returns to the sect Sky Crane, you will have a better chance to possess him. At that time, you will have already considered it carefully. Give me your answer. Lord. Before Master Tenshuru finished speaking, he Fengyang waved his sleeves and disappeared. Who immortal blessed land, an underground cave. The rainbow-colored light of wisdom shone on Feng Yuan's face. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression was uncertain. G.U.H. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dark green zombie blood. At the same time, the countless joyful thoughts in his mind crumbled. This was the first time Feng Yuan was injured after using the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan left the light of wisdom. He found a small flesh mushroom and used it as a stool to sit down. He wiped away the zombie blood at the corner of his mouth while resisting the dizziness and checking his mind. His mind was unstable. All sorts of thoughts had just appeared when they automatically crumbled. The borders of his mind were showing signs of cracks. This was the backlash from Feng Yuan forcefully thinking earlier. At this moment, Feng Yuan only needed to think for his mind to feel intense pain. He simply closed his eyes and stopped all thoughts. He remained motionless like a stone statue. A long while later, he slowly opened his eyes and checked his mind again. The tremors in his mind had disappeared, but the four walls of his mind still had traces of injuries. The speed at which thoughts were produced was slower than before, but they would not crumble on their own. This meant that Feng Yuan could continue thinking. This injury was undoubtedly a valuable experience. It allowed Feng Yuan to learn many things. Thinking in wisdom path has its risks and can be injured. Like strength path cultivation, overexerting one's strength will cause the body's muscles to be injured or even rupture. This time, I used a lot of joyful thoughts to think about the star path problem, using the unlimited inspiration from the light of wisdom to deduce countless possibilities. Finally, I exceeded the limit of my mind and got injured. I had wanted to use Wisdom Gu's power to deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe, but now, it seems that my star path foundation is too shallow. Unlimited inspiration brings countless possibilities and directions. Each possibility and direction needs to be deduced. And in the process of calculation, more choices will appear. Star Shoot Gu was Star Lord Wanxiang's unique Gu worm. Together with a large number of Star Rain Gu, a small number of Spring Wind Gu, and other things, they could form the killer move, Spring Star Rain. Spring Star Rain's effect could cause many plants to grow. Feng Yuan had used this killer move several times to water his Star Fragment grass. But Star Shoot Gu was a one-time consumable Gu worm. It could only be bought from Star Lord Wanxiang. Star Lord Wanxiang earned a profit from this. Feng Yuan had wanted to use the light of wisdom to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu's recipe, but he did not succeed, and was injured instead. Although Star Shoot Gu is a mortal Gu, Star Lord Wanxiang had tampered with it. It is hard to reverse deduce the Gu recipe. Unless my star path attainment reaches master level, it will be hard to succeed. Feng Yuan had a sudden realization. Star Path Master level represented the foundation of Star Path. It could greatly reduce the possibilities and directions of deductions, and help Feng Yuan get the correct answer faster. Feng Yuan deduced according to the difficulty. Since reverse deducing Star Shoot Gu already requires Star Path Master level, then researching a brand new Gu recipe to refine Starlight Firefly Gu will be even harder. I should need Star Path Grandmaster level. And modifying Do Minjun's Star Path Inheritance into a brand new Star Path Gu worm that can amplify the entire Star Path effect in terms of offense, defense, movement, and healing. That is even harder. I should need Star Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster level at least. Starlight Firefly Gu was a necessary ingredient to open Stargate Gu. The more the better. And in Do Minjun's Inheritance, 1.5 star Gu, 2 stars Splendor Gu, 3 stars in the Sky Gu, 4 stars Cube Gu, and 5 stars Consecutive Gu, could strengthen the attack of Star Path Gu worms. If this was spread, Star Path Gu would definitely become very popular, and would have a slight influence on all the Gu master paths. Feng Yuan's original plan was to reverse deduce Star Shoot Gu and Starlight Firefly Gu's recipes, One was to get rid of Star-Lord Wanxiang's control, and another was to obtain more Starlight Firefly goo to use in Stargates. And raising 1.5 star goo, 2 stars Splendor goo, 3 stars in the Sky goo. A series of Starpath goo's effects could be developed into a brand new Starpath killer move suitable for Feng Yuan, and raise his battle strength. But after putting it into practice, Feng Yuan realized that he had been thinking too much. Even if he had the light of wisdom and unlimited inspiration, his refinement path attainment was only master level, and his star path attainment was only ordinary. It was hard for him to realize his original plan. It seems that to raise my battle strength, I need to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses, and use my own advantages. Feng Yuan inspected himself. He was now a Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Flying Quasi Grandmaster, Refinement Path Master, Enslavement Path Master, and Transformation Path Master. He first eliminated Blood Path. Blood Path goo immortals were hated by everyone, because Blood Path cultivators harmed others and raised their battle strength. The righteous and demonic paths were not willing to see such a strong threat from Blood Path goo immortals. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war, when the order of the regions was in chaos, would Blood Path appear. Although Feng Yuan had Blood Deity's remnant recipe, he did not want to deduce the complete goo recipe for the time being, and did not have the financial resources to refine Blood Deity immortal goo. Moreover, his previous life's Blood Path inheritance had not been completed yet. He could not collect it in advance. Next, Feng Yuan eliminated Strength Path. Strength Path had once flourished for a period of time, but now it was on the decline. Even someone as talented as Chu Du would not be able to recreate the glory of Strength Path. A path's prosperity not only depended on genius goo masters and goo immortals, but also on resources. In the modern era, most of the resources used for Strength Path had disappeared, or were extremely rare. Strength Path's prospects were not good. Many goo recipes were lost, and the future was bleak. Even though Feng Yuan was a Strength Path immortal zombie, he did not want to walk this path. The reason he chose Strength Path was because it was convenient. It could be a springboard for him to casually change paths in the future. Later, he became a Strength Path immortal zombie because he was forced to do so at 88-point Jinyang Tower. Unless Feng Yuan was like He Lulan and had several Strength Path immortal goo, he could rely on these immortal goo to raise his battle strength. But this situation was not realistic for Feng Yuan. Blood Path and Strength Path were not enough. Flying Quasi-Grandmaster was only a battle attainment. Refinement Path was not good at fighting. Feng Yuan's remaining options were Enslavement Path and Transformation Path. But Enslavement Path required beast groups. Especially at the level of goo immortals, ordinary wild beasts could not be used. The core of the beast groups had already risen from mutated beast kings and beast emperors to desolate beasts. Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to think for a long time. Chapter 7:18. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed in Hu immortal blessed land. Feng Yuan was flying in the air. Hair armor. He willed. The hair on his immortal zombie body grew rapidly, instantly forming a sinister pitch-black armor full of barbs. Icy drill stardust. Feng Yuan pinched with his 5 fingers. A lump of starlight formed in his hand. Small explosions could be heard from the starlight. If one looked carefully, they would find that there were countless icy drill particles inside, colliding with each other and exploding. Feng Yuan slowly pressed this lump of starlight on the hair armor on his chest. The hair armor lasted for a few breaths of time before it started to crack. After more than 10 breaths of time, the area around the damaged area was dyed blue. A light blue frost started to spread. After more than 20 breaths of time, the hair armor completely shattered, forming a small hole on Feng Yuan's chest. This result was completely within Feng Yuan's expectations. Icy drill stardust was fused with Do Minjun's inheritance. It could be sold for 4 immortal yuan stone in jewel yellow skies. As for the defensive killer move hair armor, it was only worth 2.5 immortal yuan stone. The starlight in his hand dissipated. Feng Yuan willed and activated hair armor again. But this hair armor was different from before. It was a new and improved version after so many days of experimentation. The hair armor quickly changed. The sinister barbs were useless to begin with, but now they were disappearing. The black iron-like color also changed, turning into a brass color. This was mainly because Feng Yuan had perfectly mixed a large number of golden lion hair goo on the original foundation. Golden lion hair goo was a rank 5 mortal goo. It could allow a goo master to grow golden lion hair. The increase in defense would be more effective against metal path attacks. After a few breaths of time, the black iron barbed armor disappeared. In its place was a streamlined brass armor that was twice as thick as the black armor from before. The helmet also turned into the shape of a roaring lion. The lion mouth opened wide, revealing Feng Yuan's face. His defense had also doubled in a half. If it were to defend against metal path attacks, its defense would be twice as strong as before. Feng Yuan sent out another lump of starlight, and like before, he pressed it on the hair armor on his chest. The stardust kept grinding against the armor. But after a dozen or so breaths, when the starlight was almost exhausted, a crack appeared on the armor. "Let's call it lion fur armor," Feng Yuan muttered to himself. Then he raised his 8 arms and released 8 balls of starlight. The starlight flew high into the sky and gathered into a large ball. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, wearing the lion fur armor. He charged into the mass of stardust. The icy drill stardust kept exploding. From all directions, front, back, up and down, it crushed Feng Yuan's lion fur armor. Feng Yuan continued to activate the killer move lion fur armor, causing the cracks that appeared to quickly disappear. Feng Yuan persisted until the cluster of stars dissipated. Only then did he fly down with his head held high. There was not a single scar on his lion fur armor. This repair speed is about twice as fast as the previous armor. If he sold it in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it would sell very well. It can be sold for 4 half immortal yuan stone. Lion fur armor was one of the fruits of Feng Yuan's hard work. He flew into Dang Hun Palace. Who Immortal Land Spirit was activating connecting heaven goo, paying close attention to jewel yellow skies. "What's the situation?" Feng Yuan asked. "Master, the other party is still asking for 4 immortal yuan stone. There is no sign of them relenting." Little Who Immortal Land Spirit replied. Feng Yuan wanted to buy a pair of bat desolate beast wings. "All right, I will sell it to you." The seller's will was about to agree, but right at this time, a divine sense interrupted him. "Wait, I want this bat desolate beast corpse. I will give you 5 immortal yuan stone." "Oh, sir is Immortal Monkey King." This change naturally made the seller overjoyed. If he sold the bat wings to Feng Yuan for 3.5 immortal yuan stone, the remaining parts of the corpse would be extremely damaged. It would be a miracle if he could sell them for 1 immortal yuan stone. Now Immortal Monkey King Shirley interfered, and was willing to pay 5 immortal yuan stone. The seller was naturally willing to accept this proposal. "Wait, our transaction has already been settled. Immortal Monkey King, you suddenly came out to disturb us. What is this?" Who Immortal Land Spirit was indignant. "What settled?" Shirley sneered. "Are you joking? Doing business in jewel yellow skies, is it first come first served? Whoever offers the highest price will naturally get to sell. Since the transaction has not been completed, then the deal has not been settled." Saying so, Shirley said to the seller's Gu Immortal, "Hey kid, you have made a profit this time. Aren't you going to complete the transaction?" The seller's will was about to nod when Who Immortal Land Spirit received Feng Yuan's instructions and immediately stopped him. "Wait, I will pay 5.5 immortal yuan stone." "Humph, adding only half is too stingy. I will pay 7 immortal yuan stone," Shirley said in an overbearing manner. Who Immortal Land Spirit's tone turned gloomy. "In that case, I will pay 8 immortal yuan stone." "8. Shirley laughed heartily. "Then I will pay 9. 9.5. Who Immortal Land Spirit continued. That seller's will had not expected such a change, and was already overjoyed. Shirley was stunned before laughing loudly. "Good Who Immortal, you are indeed a guts-goo dealer. You have so much money. I will not compete with a junior like you this time. It is merely a broken desolate beast corpse. I hope you will be in a good mood when you take it back." After laughing, the divine sense retreated, It was very straightforward. Lord Hu Immortal, what you said earlier, you weren't just saying it casually, right? The seller's will had a flattering smile as he stammered. It seemed his words were not false, he was indeed a poor rank 6 Gu Immortal. Doing business requires honesty. Would my words be false? Hu Immortal Land Spirit coldly snorted. Soon after, both sides completed the transaction. The seller obtained 9.5 immortal yuan stone, while Feng Yuan obtained the Bat Desolate Beast corpse. After this transaction, Feng Yuan checked his wealth again. He had 172 immortal yuan stones and 77 green grape immortal essence beads. Up until now, Feng Yuan had already sold 6 batches of Guts Goo, 1 batch every month, and each batch brought him 48 immortal yuan stones. In these 6 months, Feng Yuan had completed another transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's immortal Goo recipe and obtained over 20 immortal yuan stones. But after feeding 8 desolate beasts and refining large amounts of immortal yuan stones, he obtained green grape immortal essence. After using green grape immortal essence to reverse deduce Star Path Goo recipe, he made a breakthrough in transformation path and upgraded his killer move. Not only did he modify the defensive killer move Hair Armor into Lion Fur Armor, he even improved Light Illusion Bat Wings by a huge step. But to complete the brand new Light Illusion Bat Wings, he still needed to graft a pair of real bat wings onto his immortal zombie body. Precisely because of this, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to buy this Bat Desolate Beast corpse. Immortal Monkey King Shirley asked me to pay 3 or 4 times the price to buy this bat corpse. I'll keep this in mind. Shirley was a higher-up of Combat Immortal Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. In his previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, after Feng Jioga died, he replaced Feng Jioga and became Central Continent's #1 battle strength. He was an Earth Path expert but secretly cultivated Transformation Path, and obtained several inheritances of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan had wanted to raise the price of Guts Goo to combat Immortal Sect, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. For the next half a month, he concentrated on dealing with the Bat Desolate Beast corpse. He carefully cut off the bat wings, and did more than a dozen meticulous treatments to maintain them. Next, he used Fire Path Goo worms and Strength Path Goo worms to refine the bat wings. The bat wings, which were originally very wide, continued to shrink. Chapter 719. A wind wolf lowered its head. Its 4 limbs were almost crawling as it moved through the lush grassland. The prey it had set its eyes on was a pink rabbit. The rabbit's ears were perked up, listening to every movement. The rabbit's head was buried in a large flower, absorbing the pollen to eat. A cool breeze blew on this hill. The green grass was lush and flowers were blooming, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. The wind wolf slowly got closer, but the pink flower rabbit did not notice it. Suddenly, a pitch-black shadow flitted across the ground. The pink flower rabbit was shocked, raising its head. Even though Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not have eagle groups, it still ran away in fright, coincidentally escaping the calamity, and causing the wind wolf to return empty-handed. Feng Yuan, who was flying in the air, saw this scene. Involuntarily he had a thought. Now that I have ample funds and my blessed land has become a dead aperture, I might as well manage Hu Immortal Blessed Land first. After my trip to Northern Plains, the beast groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land have fallen to rock bottom. They are very sparse. I am already selling Guts Goo. If I carry out the Rockman trade, it would be superfluous. Hu Immortal is an enslavement path Gu Immortal. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a grassland. It is most suitable for raising fox groups. If I manage Hu Immortal Blessed Land and make it full of vitality, the rate of green grape immortal essence production will be higher. Little Hu Immortal can use this green grape immortal essence to reduce my own immortal essence expenditure. When I revive in the future, if I merge Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the benefits will be even greater. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan inspected the bat wings on his back. Ever since he successfully transplanted the bat wings to his back, this was his 3rd test flight. The condensed bat wings. Even with its full strength, it could not reach half the length of Feng Yuan's arm. It was yellowish-brown in color and looked rather small. It was not as impressive as the light illusion bat wings from before. But Feng Yuan did not care about the appearance, he cared more about its practical value. The brand new light illusion bat wings doubled Feng Yuan's speed, and at the same time, greatly increased his flight endurance. After all, the previous bat wings were just a shadow, but the current bat wings were real. But the bat wings now were genuine meat wings. The flesh membrane, fur, bones and flesh of the bat wings had all been compressed and purified by Feng Yuan over and over again. In the bat wings, there were many goo worms. These goo worms living in the bat wing flesh skin goo could form the improved movement killer move, light illusion bat wings. No. It was no longer practical to use the term light illusion bat wings to name this killer move. Let's call it true solid bat wings. Feng Yuan gave this modified movement killer move a new name. He was much more satisfied with this movement killer move true solid bat wings than the lion fur armor. To be placed in the jewel yellow skies. This movement killer move. It could be sold for as much as 6 immortal yuan stone. This was because the solid return bat wings had great potential. Just having a pair of bat wings was not its limit. At most, it could transplant 3 pairs of bat wings. The owner of these 3 pairs of bat wings was at least a desolate beast. Of course, it would be even better if it was an ancient desolate beast or a primordial desolate beast. If the 3 pairs of desolate beast bat wings were successfully transplanted onto Feng Yuan's back, his speed would increase by more than 3 times. Light illusion bat wings was one of the most widely used movement killer moves during the 5 regions chaotic war with the highest cost-performance ratio. Based on its foundation, if his speed increased by more than 3 times, it would be very outstanding. Even though he did not need to use movement immortal goo like Worldly Wave Trace or Rising Azure Cloud. But if Feng Yuan met Plump Lady again, with just the latter's light sand escape, she would not be able to escape from Feng Yuan's pursuit. The sound of wind could be heard as Feng Yuan flapped the wings on his back, his body rising into the sky. After flying to the sky, Feng Yuan closed his eyes and quietly sensed the feeling of the air currents brushing past his bat wings. His immortal zombie body could not feel any pain, his sense of touch was almost zero. This was both a strength and a weakness. When Feng Yuan transplanted the bat wings, he was willing to put in effort to preserve the sense of pain and touch of the bat wings. Only by doing so could he clearly and truly feel the feedback brought by each flap of the wings. He could feel the strength of the air currents, and the state of the bat wings. Losing the sense of pain would make people numb. This allowed Feng Yuan to fight even more fiercely. But flying was another matter. Flying required fine control, especially Feng Yuan's flying attainment. It had reached quasi-grandmaster level. Only by recovering his sense of pain and touch could he truly display his flying attainment. If it was the rigid bat wings, they would feel very rough, especially in intense battles. When he relied on the bat wings, the minute feeling would bring about exquisite responses and changes, while the opposite would be rough and rash. With my movement ability strengthened, I can advance and retreat at will. After gathering 3 pairs of bat wings, true solid bat wings can be considered outstanding among mortal killer moves. It is only slightly inferior to my Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan was a Strength Path Goo Immortal, he had a Strength Path Immortal body. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo had the Law of Water Path. When Feng Yuan used this Immortal Goo, Water Path and Strength Path were not perfectly compatible. There would be a disadvantage of restraining each other. If a Fire Path Goo Immortal used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, their speed would be even slower than Feng Yuan. It was most suitable for Water Path Goo Immortals. Using the same Immortal Goo would expend the same amount of Immortal Essence, but the speed would be faster. Most importantly, True Solid Bat Wings was a mortal killer move. It was much better than using Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. This was human wisdom. Through the combination of many mortal goo, it could form an effect that was slightly inferior to Immortal Goo. Using goo, nurturing goo and refining goo, they were all profound and profound. Desolate beast corpses are rare. Even if goo immortals sell new beast corpses in jewel yellow skies, they might not be bats. To collect 2 more pairs of bat wings, I need to take the initiative. It seems it is time to take some risks and go to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 and 9 immortal apertures were called Grotto Heavens. With just Feng Yuan's current strength, it would be difficult for him to enter Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Thus, Feng Yuan invited his allies. But Fairy Li Shan was currently cooperating with Qin Baisheng. Mountain Pledge Gu was showing its brilliance, allowing Qin Baisheng to form alliances and eliminate his hostility. He was also preparing for an unprecedentedly grand auction in Northern Plains. Qin Baisheng's reward to Fairy Li Shan was an immortal Gu. With such great benefits in front of her, Fairy Li Shan naturally chose Qin Baisheng and gave up on this cooperation with Feng Yuan. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng, he was currently with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yulu Blessed Land in the deep sea. Even though Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to help his junior brother Feng Yuan, he was affected by death and immortal Gu. He could not split himself, and could only helplessly help. Only He Lulan was free. She agreed to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with Feng Yuan. According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance's agreement, this was a joint exploration. Feng Yuan did not have the obligation to compensate He Lulan twice the amount of her losses. At the same time, the battle spoils were split according to Feng Yuan's 60% and He Lulan's 40%. After resting for a few days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, He Lulan entered Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan tried to activate fixed immortal travel, according to the scene in his mind. He tried 3 to 4 times but did not succeed. Feng Yuan was not surprised. The scene in his memory was also a part of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but it had already crashed back then, and the scene had changed. Thankfully, there were many scenes in Feng Yuan's memory. After more than 10 attempts, and spending more than 10 beads of green grape immortal essence, he finally succeeded. Chapter 720. The trees in front of him were lush and green. The foothills were tranquil and shrouded in mist. Feng Yuan had already activated his lion fur armor, completely protecting his body. He focused his attention and looked around, finding that he was at the waist of a mountain. The surrounding ancient trees towered into the sky. Even though he was a 6 meters tall immortal zombie, he could not even reach a third of the height of the giant trees. Looking up, he could see the sky through the gaps between the lush branches and leaves. This sky was half green, it was tranquil. In the green sky, there were 6 giant star shadows. They were like 6 full moons, red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, and white respectively. Feng Yuan opened a crack in his immortal aperture, and He Lulan appeared, stepping on a mountain rock. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked around. This is inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? That's right, let's go. The desolate beast star demon bat that I want to kill should be nearby, Feng Yuan said. Because they did not know the star demon bat's location, the two randomly chose a direction to move in. While moving forward, the two used investigative methods without stopping. After becoming a Gu immortal, they had unlimited primeval essence. They could use mortal Gu as they wished. Before entering, the two had made ample preparations. Although they did not have investigative killer moves, they prepared large numbers of investigative Gu worms of all paths. Not only could they observe and listen to their surroundings, they could also feel the slight vibrations of the wind when they stepped on the ground. And when they breathed, they could smell any strange odors. At the same time, their divine senses spread out, covering the surroundings. They were able to investigate all aspects. Time passed slowly, but this forest seemed to have no end. 15 minutes have passed. The situation is not right. He Lulan stopped moving, saying to Feng Yuan with a solemn expression. Feng Yuan nodded, saying solemnly, "That's right. We have entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It has already been so long, but we have not encountered a single wild beast. If it is not trees, it is mist. Whether we go up or down the mountain, or walk in any direction, the scenery is the same." He Lulan raised her head. "Let's fly up." The two cautiously flew up. There was nothing in the green sky. If the two of them flew into the sky, they would be extremely obvious and would be easily discovered by the beast horde. Thus, they surrounded and killed him. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Feng Yuan and He Lulan chose to stick close to the ground at first. At this moment, the two of them took the risk to give it a try, but the result was disappointing. They flew higher and higher into the sky. The strange fog became thicker and thicker. In the end, it was so thick that it obscured one's vision. to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. Feng Yuan and He Lulan's investigative goo were greatly restricted in the fog. The two of them discussed for a while, and decided to be cautious. They didn't want to continue taking such risks, so they returned to the ground. Could it be that the starry sky spirit has already started to target the two of us? He Lulan guessed. The situation here, if not for the unique laws of the grotto heaven, is an illusion. It is silently interfering with our sense of direction, and obscuring our true perception. It was a pity. I don't have an investigative killer move yet, Feng Yuan said. Don't you have wisdom path methods? Wisdom path is also good at resolving such predicaments. He Lulan frowned and asked. Feng Yuan shook his head. I do have some wisdom path methods, but they are quite special. I cannot determine the direction. Do you have an investigative killer move? He Lulan snorted lightly, clenching her fists. I don't have investigative killer moves, but I have offensive killer moves. Self-strength. Saying so, she punched with both fists, erupting with fist chi. Fist chi gushed out in all directions, quickly condensing into strength path phantoms. These strength path phantoms had bloated bodies like violent bears. They had triangular eyes and uneven teeth. It was the male appearance that He Lulan had disguised herself as earlier. Feng Yuan took a few steps back and created enough space for He Lulan. These strength path phantoms charged at He Lulan's main body. The phantoms merged and soon enveloped He Lulan's main body, forming a strength path phantom giant. This killer move had incredible power. He Lulan had once used it in northern plains and destroyed the flying bear phantom. At this moment, she punched again. The huge fist slammed into an ancient tree at the side. The sturdy and thick ancient tree was immediately split into two by He Lulan. The lower half was in the ground, but it was heavily tilted. The soil rumbled and the tree's roots were exposed. The upper half was sent flying, creating howling winds as it crashed into other ancient trees along the way, knocking down 2 or 3 of them. Bam bam bam. He Lulan's punches and kicks flew everywhere, causing the mountain to shake. Rocks flew. Ancient trees fell and the mist scattered. Feng Yuan flew into the air, and had a wide field of vision. He saw that this forest was only 100 li in circumference, but he and He Lulan had been here earlier. Outside this forest he could see wild beasts roaming about, insects chirping, streams flowing and wild flowers swaying with the wind. It was a scene of natural vitality. It seems that this forest is very unique. It should be an extinct tree species. The source of the information you obtained is somewhat suspicious. The place where we came in is precisely this forest. The strength path phantom giant transmitted his divine sense, communicating with Feng Yuan. Even with Feng Yuan's rich experience in his previous life, he could not recognize the origin of these trees. He smiled bitterly and changed the topic. After these trees became scarce, the forest formed no longer has the effect of trapping enemies. Why don't we collect some and plant them in our own blessed lands? Maybe we can research something. The source of the information was definitely not a problem, because he was the source of the information. In his previous life, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had shattered into many pieces and scattered all over Central Continent. In the Grotto Heaven fragment world that Feng Yuan sent people to explore, these trees were no longer in scale, and many were destroyed, thus they did not show any special effects. This experience also alerted Feng Yuan, although he had the memories of his previous life, but in this life he came to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven early. The situation was different. He could not blindly rely on the memories of his previous life. The Star Desolate Hound was beaten until it jumped around, facing Feng Yuan's crafty attacks. Its front and back were gradually unable to block them, and it howled in pain. The Star Desolate Hound also had defensive wild goo on its body, but facing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust, ordinary wild goo's defensive effect was not good. Instead, because of resisting Icy Drill Stardust, the defensive wild goo were rapidly dying. On the other side, He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom Giant had already stood up. As expected of a desolate beast, He Lulan sighed inwardly. The Strength Path killer move that had never failed before was actually unable to resist the Star Desolate Hound's tyrannical beast strength. Especially the Strength Path Phantom Giant, It was an extreme transformation of the killer move, but it was still not the Star Desolate Hound's match. In that case, let me use Self-Strength Immortal Goo. Heilulon snickered, and was about to make a move. Suddenly, from the two neighboring mountain peaks, familiar dog barks could be heard. Next, two female Star Desolate Hounds entered Feng Yuan and Heilulon's vision. You are transplanting them so casually. Aren't you afraid of Strength Path and Wind Path interfering with each other, causing the Strength Path killer move's power to fall? Feng Yuan chuckled. Do you know that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable can transform into all kinds of fierce beasts? Of course. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Transformation Path. He is the ancestor of Transformation Path. Heilulon said. The essence of Transformation Path is to transform into a fierce beast or plant, possessing their strength and methods. A Transformation Path Goo Master can transform into a Wind Path bird, a Fire Path tiger, and a Water Path fish, using one path to reflect all paths. Why don't they have the interference of their Dao marks? Feng Yuan asked. A Transformation Path Goo Master, who purely transformed, was not considered to have reached a higher level. A true transformation would not only change the outer appearance, the transformed beast body would also have the corresponding Dao marks. A Goo Immortal who transformed into a desolate beast would not only possess the strength, defense, and speed of the desolate beast, they would also be able to amplify the effects of the Goo worms of the corresponding path. That is because every time they transform, they will only transform into one type of fierce beast. They will only have one type of Dao marks on their body, unlike you who have two types of Dao marks mixed together, like a Goo Master who cultivates two paths at the same time. Moreover, after they transform, they will use the corresponding Goo worms to cleanse their body and wash away the remaining Dao marks. Only then can they transform into a fierce beast with another type of Dao mark. Heilulon said. Feng Yuan smiled proudly. No, that is because their cultivation skills are not up to par. Their methods are still lacking. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable is different. He devours immemorial desolate beasts and forms a desolate beast totem in his body. He can store countless Dao marks in his body and transform at any time. When you were undergoing tribulation, I obtained the Demon Venerable's true meaning in fusion, and became a transformation master. Heilulon was truly shocked. That means you obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's guidance and have a method to balance different Dao marks? Feng Yuan nodded slightly before shaking his head. I am only a transformation master. I can balance 3 different Dao marks at most. There are also restrictions on transplanting and other aspects. I can transplant 3 pairs of true solid bat wings at most. This is the highest manifestation of my transformation master attainment level. Heilulon heard Feng Yuan's words and became even more interested in true solid bat wings. Sell this movement killer move to me. I will buy it at a high price. Feng Yuan naturally shook his head and refused. He had modified this killer move with great difficulty. It was his unique method. How could he sell it to others so easily? Unless he no longer needed it in the future, he would consider selling the simplified version. Heilulon was slightly disappointed by Feng Yuan's refusal, but she was not surprised. The two could not determine the profundity of the 6 wells, and fell into a predicament. This color? Heilulon observed for a while, and could not help but ponder. Feng Yuan knew what she was thinking. He remembered that when the two had just arrived at Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they had looked at the sky. In the sky there were 6 star shadows, each as large as a full moon, filling their field of vision. These 6 star shadows were red, orange, yellow, blue, purple and white, corresponding to the 6 wells in front of them. There must be some connection. Feng Yuan muttered, activating the storage mortal goo and diving into a well, trying to get some water to research. He said that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate more battle experience in the transformation path, and not waste any chance. He wanted to work hard to build up his foundation. In the future, when the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change, he would be able to raise his transformation path realm. The iron-crowned eagle circled for a while, before suddenly shrieking and pouncing towards the star demon bat below. The star demon bat screeched. It became ferocious. It did not dodge. It flapped its wings and collided with the iron-crowned eagle. The two giant birds collided violently in midair. The star demon bat bit with its mouth. The iron-crowned eagle pecked with its beak, while the star demon bat scratched with its claws. The iron-crowned eagle's claws did not lose to it. It retaliated. Both sides exchanged a few blows in an instant, leaving wounds on each other's bodies. Immediately after, they retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. The star demon bat laughed smugly. Shirley's iron-crowned eagle's feathers withered. It flapped its wings and struggled to stabilize its body in the air. In the earlier exchange, the iron-crowned eagle suffered a huge loss, while the star demon bat had the upper hand. Not only were its feathers withered, there was also a wound on its abdomen that was filled with star path Dao marks. Blood flowed out continuously, rejecting the iron-crowned eagle's recovery ability. Desolate beasts were different from goo immortals. Goo immortals had weak bodies. Their strength came from their goo worms. Even if a strength path goo immortal refined their body to be strong, it was still due to the accumulation of goo worms. And the strength of desolate beasts came from their bodies. Desolate beasts had innate strength, defense, and other aspects that humans could not compare to. Especially when desolate beasts grew up, their bodies would get closer to nature. They would produce more and more Dao marks. In battle, the injuries caused by desolate beasts would leave behind Dao marks. Dao mark injuries were very troublesome. Not only would they reduce the body's recovery ability, they would also obstruct the healing effects of goo worms. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal goo, it would be a different story. The iron-crowned eagle shrieked. Ignoring its injuries, it pounced at the star demon bat again. The two collided in the air again. After a few exchanges, the star demon bat found a weakness. It flapped its wings and smashed the iron-crowned eagle's head. The iron-crowned eagle felt dizzy. It fell to the ground. The star demon bat flew in the air. It flapped its wings 3 times at the iron-crowned eagle. The first time, intense winds blew. Thousands of wind blades shot out. The second time, starlight shined. Tens of thousands of star arrows flew out. The third time, darkness gathered, forming a huge demonic shadow that charged at the iron-crowned eagle. The iron-crowned eagle first crashed on the ground. Rocks and soil flew as a huge pit was created. Chapter 724. The stars danced around for a while and gathered in the sky, forming a brand new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was suspended in the air. It was magnificent, exquisite and gorgeous, and it was much better than the star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My guess was right. Star-Lord Wan Xiang said excitedly. Shirley dispelled the iron-crowned eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The wounds on his body healed, but blood flowed freely. He turned his golden eyes and glanced at the sky. No wonder you guessed that this is the center of the grotto heaven. Judging from its aura, it is most likely it. As he spoke, he grimaced in pain as he sat down cross-legged and began to treat his injuries. Healing his injuries was not simple. He needed to use a large number of goo worms to get rid of the star path, wind path, dark path, and other Dao marks on his wounds before using goo worms to heal them. Star-Lord Wan Xiang waited for a moment, and seeing that Shirley's injuries were almost healed, he finally could not hold it in any longer and urged, "Is it enough?" Time was limited. Immortal Monkey Wangda. The prerequisite for the appearance of the 8th star hall was the formation of the 7th star hall. Every time the 7 stars palace appeared, it would only exist for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. If the 7-star hall disappears, the 8-star hall will disappear along with it. Why are you in such a hurry? If you're in a hurry, you can leave first. Shirley opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star-Lord Wanxiang. Lord Shir, you must be joking. My combat strength has fallen to rock bottom. To break through the ancient desolate beast's defense, I will still need to rely on you, Lord. Star-Lord Wanxiang chuckled and did not speak further. However, his fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. If not for the fact that his strength had plummeted and the heavenly tribulation was upon him, why would he expose the location of this treasure? How could he endure such vexation? He knew Shirley's schemes and plans. Shirley was addicted to battle and had a rude and violent temperament, but he was not stupid. As long as one was in a high position, there must be something special about him. The illustrious Shirley was not lacking in shrewdness. Shirley was invited by Star-Lord Wanxiang to explore the starry sky grotto heaven and plunder resources. Although he was interested in breaking through to the 8-star hall, he did not want to see Star-Lord Wanxiang prosper and obtain large amounts of resources. She had successfully overcome the crisis and escaped his control. If Star Monarch Wanxiang didn't obtain a large amount of resources during this trip, he would have died during his tribulation. He had to ask for help from others. Shirley would then be able to act. While helping him, he would also be restricting him. In this way, when he entered the starry sky grotto heaven in the future, he would not be able to do so. Shirley would be able to obtain even greater benefits. It was definitely not a 50-50 split like this time. Every year, starry sky grotto heaven would open a crack and allow Gu immortals to enter. Each time, the Gu immortal could only stay inside for 2 days in Central Continent time. The starry sky grotto heaven had many desolate beasts and rich resources. Wasn't Star-Lord Wanxiang the same? He was clearly just a loose cultivator. However, he relied on entering the starry sky grotto heaven again and again to strengthen himself. At his peak, he had immense battle strength, not weaker than most of the Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. Even when he was fighting with Song Zixing, that ferocious person, he had a good fight. After waiting for a while, Shirley finished his treatment, and there was not a trace of injury on his body. This was still during the peaceful times of the 5 regions. During the late stages of the chaotic war, backtrack Gu would be widely used and would be in high demand. They were all produced for their own use. Jewel Yellow Skies did not sell them at all. He Lulan was very interested. This Gu worm of yours is amazing. What is it called? Did you buy it in Jewel Yellow Skies? There were countless types of Gu worms. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and not Time Path. She only had a general understanding of it. As for other paths, she was limited to the classic Gu worms. Gu worms like Backtrack Gu were rare. It was normal that she did not know much about them. Feng Yuan did not answer. He took out another Gu. This Gu was refined by him according to his memories, according to the course of history. It had appeared 300 years earlier. It was called Thread Trace Gu. The Gu worm had a unique appearance. It was like a small horsewhip, a toy for Northern Plains children. Feng Yuan held it with his huge and sinister zombie claws, making this Gu look even smaller. Feng Yuan held the horsewhip in front of him and lightly whipped it. With a snap, traces of something suddenly appeared in front of the originally empty space. What is this? He Lulan's beautiful eyes stared at the traces without blinking. Snap, snap, snap. Feng Yuan continuously whipped the horsewhip-shaped thread trace Gu. Immediately, more and more lines appeared in the air. He Lulan saw this and quickly realized that the location where Feng Yuan whipped was the location of the intense battle in the scene earlier. Other than that, it was also the location where that vague Gu immortal was standing. A flash of inspiration flashed in her mind. He Lulan's pupils expanded as she blurted out. Don't tell me these traces are Dao marks? Feng Yuan smiled smugly. That's right, they are Dao marks. Be it Gu immortals or desolate beasts, their bodies are filled with Dao marks. Wherever they stand, there will be Dao marks left behind for a period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are very weak. Even the most sensitive Gu immortal cannot sense them. Unless I use the thread trace Gu that I developed, They will not show up. I can observe them and see the types of Tao marks, thus deducing some information about them. Feng Yuan once again shamelessly took the creations of others in his previous life and used them on himself. Thread trace gu. He Lulan muttered. Her gaze towards Feng Yuan changed slightly. Feng Yuan pointed at the place where Star-Lord Wan Xiang was standing, continuing. Look there, the Tao marks are in the shape of a human. They are blue in color. Evidently, there was a Star Path Gu immortal who was watching the battle with his arms crossed. The main body of the Tao marks has been staying there. Although there are some Tao marks around, they are all surrounding the main body. It can be seen that this Star Path Gu immortal did not make a move during the entire battle. Look at the density of the Tao marks. It seems to be a rank 6 Gu immortal. He Lulan's ears pricked up. Chapter 726. After He Lulan became a Gu immortal, she received Fairy Li Shan's teachings, guiding her step by step, including all aspects. It could be said that she held nothing back. Thus, He Lulan's investigative methods were far beyond ordinary Gu immortals. But Feng Yuan's foundation is so deep that he is far ahead of most Gu immortals. Even though I have several immortal Gu, can I refine new Gu and modify killer moves like Feng Yuan? He Lulan shook her head inwardly. Her strength path killer moves were given to her by her mother. And to refine new Gu, she needed to create new Gu recipes. This process not only needed resources and sufficient foundation attainment level, it also needed inspiration and luck. He Lulan was a Gu immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master. She was not even skilled in refinement path. However, these things required a long period of time and practice to slowly accumulate. At this time, Feng Yuan walked over with large strides. He said, after summarizing all the clues, I almost know the other party's identity. Oh. One is a rank 6 Star Path Gu immortal. He has never fought before. He is quite mysterious. The other is an Earth Path and Transformation Path Gu immortal. He has a strong aura. Using a Gu worm to reconstruct a trace of his voice, it is very likely to be combat immortal sex Shirley. Feng Yuan said. That immortal Monkey King? He Lulan and Feng Yuan had shared most of the information. She naturally knew what kind of person Shirley was. She frowned slightly, feeling slightly troubled. Shirley was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had extraordinary battle strength. Even though He Lulan had several strength path immortal Gu, Shirley also had earth path immortal Gu. And he had them long ago. He had even created his own immortal killer move. Not just that, he also cultivated transformation path. His battle talent could be said to be 1 in a million. He Lulan had self-strength immortal Gu. She used it to activate her mortal killer move, forming a strength path phantom giant. It could be considered an immortal killer move. All along, He Lulan had been trying to perfect it, but her progress had been slow. Feng Yuan, if you use the killer move Myriad Self and join hands with me, I will be able to kill you. It might be able to resist the immortal Monkey King, but no one can deal with that mysterious Star Path Gu immortal. He Lulan pondered. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. I have not told you yet, because the core immortal Gu is hungry. He could not use Myriad Self anymore. I can only use mortal killer moves. He Lulan took a long look at Feng Yuan, then narrowed her eyes. In that case, we should try our best to avoid fighting them head-on. Roar, roar, roar dash. High in the sky, roars and roars could be heard. Feng Yuan looked up and said, when two strong forces fight, there are bound to be casualties. We'll just play it by ear. Although our battle strength is lower than theirs, if we have the chance, we might be able to kill the two of them. Even if things go south, I still have fixed immortal travel. We can fight them head-on and gain some time to activate fixed immortal travel. He Lulan nodded in agreement. Feng Yuan's words were to her liking. The two decided. First, they would take advantage of the situation. The corpse of the vanishing shadow leopard was a considerable amount of wealth. Even though there were large numbers of investigative Gu around, there were large numbers of investigative Gu worms, but it was not a problem for this old demon Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had methods that were half an era ahead. He took action, sealing or deceiving. After a while, Without attracting Star-Lord Wanxiang's attention, he obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, a giant figure the size of a small mountain would fall down heavily. With a loud sound, it smashed on the ground, causing rocks to shatter and dust to rise. It is the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Chapter 727. The corpse of the ancient desolate beast astral wind flying heavenly boar was right in front of them. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were tempted, but they did not move. The two raised their heads at the same time, looking at the sky. High up in the sky, the 8-star hall was shaking. Rumbling sounds of explosions. The roars of wild beasts came from the hall. With a loud bang, the star hall shook fiercely. A resplendent pillar of flames shot out from the roof of the star hall, creating a huge hole in the roof. The star hall was not a physical body, it was the condensation of the grotto heaven's atmosphere. The damaged area of the roof started to emit specks of starlight. The hole continued to spread outwards. A beacon of smoke shot up to the sky. Such an intense fight. Lulan sighed. Fight, fight, the more intense the better. Fang Yuan muttered. The 8-star hall was in a mess. Both sides were fighting intensely. A desolate beast flame tiger that was riddled with wounds roared, spitting out a huge fireball. The fireball shot towards the giant tree. While it was still in the air, the flame tiger moved its claws, following behind the fireball, charging towards the giant tree. The giant tree moved its soft and huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar. They were like thick and supple octopus tentacles. With a paw sound, a tentacle-like branch smashed the fireball. With another smack, another branch whipped over, sending the flame tiger desolate beast behind fireball flying. The flame tiger howled in pain, flying back 100 steps and landing on the ground. Light exploded, revealing a human form. It was immortal Monkey King Shirley. Shirley spat out 3 teeth. His expression was fanatical and excited. What a walking meat tree. It is indeed worthy of being a legendary item. Ancient desolate plants are indeed extraordinary. Star-Lord Wanxiang at the side was continuously shooting out starlight attacks from afar. Hearing Shirley's shouts, he transmitted helplessly. Immortal Monkey Wangda is very strong against humans. Stop playing around. Use your Earth Path Master battle power. Shirley was not someone who did not understand the situation. He said without hesitation. All right, I have already used Transformation Path battle power. He was satisfied that he had managed to kill a astral soaring heavenly boar. Next, I will use my true Earth Path cultivation to get rid of this lively walking meat tree. Star-Lord Wanxiang was overjoyed. Immortal Monkey King Shirley was finally going to use his true abilities. But at the next moment, Shirley sat cross-legged on the bricks of the hall and started healing. Star-Lord Wanxiang, hold on for now. After I get rid of the fire path down marks on my body, I will be able to heal you. Then use Earth Path methods. Hearing this, Star-Lord Wanxiang nodded. He almost cursed out loud. But he did not say anything in the end. Shirley's request was reasonable. He had fire path down marks on him. It would greatly disrupt and weaken the power of Earth Path goo worms. Star-Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to swallow his anger and agree. He took the initiative to fly forward and face the walking meat tree head-on. Although Star Monarch Wanxiang had been beaten by Song Zixing and his foundation had been damaged, he was not a match for Song Zixing. However, his methods were still impressive. Beams of starlight shot out like pillars, giving off a majestic aura. Hit the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 of its branches to retaliate. Star-Lord Wanxiang's body suddenly shook as 5 starlight clones appeared. The clones and the main body split up and occupied 6 different positions, each using a different star path killer move to attack the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit a few times. It was furious and moved more than 10 branches to retaliate. Crack, crack, crack. Star-Lord Wanxiang's starlight clones were destroyed one by one. Star-Lord Wanxiang dodged left and right among the whip shadows of the tentacles, but he was soon at a disadvantage. Fighting the walking meat tree head-on, he finally felt an enormous pressure. Crack. With a crisp sound, Star-Lord Wanxiang lost his footing after defending for too long. He was sent flying. Along the way, he crashed into a thick pillar, but his momentum did not decrease as he flew out of the Star Hall. Without Star-Lord Wanxiang in front of him, the walking meat tree immediately used layers of whip shadows to attack Shirley, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Trash! Shirley opened his eyes. His golden pupils were burning with battle intent. He shouted angrily as he stood up and charged towards the walking meat tree. Star Monarch Wanxiang drew a long arc in the air before finally stopping. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 8-star hall, showing a cold smile of success. He had purposely been sent flying so that Shirley would have to fight. I did not hesitate to expose the treasure land of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to you, but you still don't want to fight? Ugh. Suddenly, Star-Lord Wanxiang coughed out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted his mind. He sucked in a breath of cold air and shock flashed across his eyes. When this walking meat tree hit me, it actually imprinted the strength path down mark in my body, causing my organs to suffer a direct blow. After discovering this, Star-Lord Wanxiang did not want to charge forward foolishly and fight the walking meat tree. I will let Shirley fight, he is a battle maniac anyway. Under the walking meat tree's pressure, I need to fight with all my strength. I've already paid such a heavy price. I'd better heal the injuries in my body first. Immediately, Star-Lord Wanxiang summoned a goo worm that turned into a star cloud bed. He directly sat cross-legged on the bed, floating in the air as he started to heal his injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes, his injuries were already healed. He first looked at the 8-star hall, before looking down and seeing the corpse of the ancient desolate beast Astral Wind flying heavenly boar. He then looked at the other battlefields and saw desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to retrieve these corpses. Considering Shirley's feelings, he gave up on this idea. Forget it, there is no need to give Shirley something to talk about for no reason. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven. I should go and join the battle first to settle the situation. Thinking of this, Star-Lord Wanxiang stored the star cloud bed goo and flew away, drawing a line of starlight in the air as he returned to the 8-star hall. Under the dense shade of the tree, He Lulan and Feng Yuan, who were concealing their aura, finally let out a sigh of relief. Feng Yuan, the goo worm you left behind successfully deceived the other party. He Lulan said excitedly. I say, Feng Yuan, don't tell me you specialize in researching killer moves. When we return, raise this method to killer move level, it will be easier to use in the future. He Lulan clicked her tongue. Do you think we will encounter such a good thing in the future? The method is already good enough. There is no need to raise it to killer move level. Feng Yuan shook his head, looking at the sky again. Smoke rose from the star hall. There was only a hole earlier, but now it was filled with holes all over the star hall. Loud explosions resounded, louder and more frequent than before. Just as they were looking, a broken tree smashed down from the star hall. With a loud bang, the roots of the giant tree fell on the ground, causing the ground under He Lulan and Feng Yuan to shake. Next, the other half of the giant tree, which was the crown, also fell down. Chapter 728. The walking meat tree was a legendary plant recorded in The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 16. Renzu's third son, Northern Dark Ice Soul. Because of accident Gu's revival, he was left outside. Encountering desolate Guyue gave second sister a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Gu, the siblings went to the Blue Sea together, searching for the life gem that could revive their father, Renzu. In the end, desolate Guyue discovered the mystery of life and took the initiative to sacrifice itself, turning itself into a damaged gem of life. The Northern Dark Ice Soul took the gem of life and tried to return to his father's side to save Renzu. However, it was extremely difficult for him to enter the gate of life and death. There were two paths in the gate of life and death. One was the path of life and the other was the path of death. Regardless of which path, there would be many worry Gu. And to overcome the interference of distress Gu and enter the door of life and death, he needed the help of courage Gu. Then the courage Gu was brought in by Renzu and was currently on his body. The northern dark ice soul didn't have the courage to enter the gate of life and death. He had no choice but to use Vagrant to find a solution. He walked over high mountains, crossed rivers, ran for his life while being chased by wild beasts, endured hunger in the cold, and suffered many hardships. Beiming Ice Soul was filled with deep guilt and anxiety. What he felt guilty about was that he had given Desolate Guyue the meaning of life, resulting in Desolate Guyue sacrificing himself to become a gem of life. Northern Dark Ice Soul was the same as the murderer who killed his second sister. What made him anxious was that even though he had the gem of life, he couldn't return to his father's side. He was worried that after a long time his father's soul would scatter in Luopa Valley, and Guyue Desolate Een would also sacrifice himself in vain. He walked and walked. The purple sky above his head slowly faded and turned black. The immemorial 9 heavens: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and black. One day it would cover all 5 regions. In the primordial era, the sky was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth intersected with each other. People could walk up to the sky from the earth, and they could also walk down from the sky. The northern dark ice soul wandered aimlessly and unknowingly left the ground. He walked into the depths of the black sky. The black sky was completely dark, but it wasn't deathly still. There were many life forms living here. In the darkness, the northern dark ice soul could not find the way back. He became even more anxious, terrified, and lost. He walked and walked without knowing where he was going. He didn't know how many times he had fallen and tumbled. Suddenly, he saw a ball of fire in front of him. It was the only light in the dark sky. Dark North Ice Soul was overjoyed and hurriedly walked towards the flame. He walked closer to the ball of fire, and found that it was a Gu. Northern Dark Ice Soul was very curious and asked, "What Gu are you? You can actually emit light in the dark sky. Please help me. I want to get out of the dark sky. Go back to the surface. I have something important to do." Gu's tone was very weak. It said to Northern Dark Ice Soul, "My name is Fire. And who are you?" The Northern Dark Ice Soul said, "I am a human. My name is the Northern Dark Ice Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the road clearly and return to the surface." Gu sighed. "So you are a human. I have heard of a famous person. He is called Verdant Great Sunday, so it was Verdant Great Sunday. He had reputation Gu, and his reputation spread all over the world. Almost no one did not know of him." The Northern Dark Ice Soul said happily, Right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Gu continued, "I can help you. But before that, you have to help me first. I am too hungry. I am about to die from hunger. Help me find some food and bring it back." The Northern Dark Ice Soul asked, "Fire Gu, what do you eat? How am I supposed to find him in this pitch-black darkness?" Fire Gu said, "I am one of the least picky Gu worms in the world. I eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." The Northern Dark Ice Soul searched around and picked up some tree branches, throwing them to the Fire Gu. After the Fire Gu ate them, it immediately brightened up and emitted even more warmth. Its body also grew from the size of a fist to the size of a basin. It was very happy. "Can you give me more food?" The Northern Dark Ice Soul nodded and searched around again, picking up a pile of rocks and throwing them to the Fire Gu. The Fire Gu ate for a long time before sighing. "Sigh, I am too hungry, my teeth are not good. I can't chew the things I could chew before. Bring me something that is easy to digest." The Northern Dark Ice Soul thought for a moment. "How about this, Fire Gu? Follow me and light up my path. If you see anything delicious on the way, I will feed it to you. How about that?" The Fire Gu agreed and shrunk into a small ball, allowing the Northern Dark Ice Soul to hold it in his hand. Like this, the Northern Dark Ice Soul started his journey back, feeding everything he saw to the Fire Gu. After many times, the Fire Gu became bigger and bigger. On this day, the Northern Dark Ice Soul stopped to rest. The Fire Gu was eating tree branches in front of him, swaying gracefully. Suddenly, Countless footsteps could be heard. The northern dark ice soul looked over and saw a large group of trees, under the illumination of the fire, moving towards him. Not only trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insects. The northern dark ice soul was frightened, immediately picking up the fire goo and running. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts and insects chased after him. Wherever the northern dark ice soul ran to, the pursuers would follow. The pursuers shouted. The one in front stopped running. We do not want to harm you. We only want to escape from the fire. The dream realm is about to catch up. Do us a favor and let us use the fire to save our lives. The northern dark ice soul gasped for breath. He could not run anymore. The pursuers were about to catch up. At this time, the fire goo said to him, "Oh human, don't be afraid. These pursuers are my food. I will help you. You can just toss me over." The northern dark ice soul was forced by the situation. He could only listen to the fire goo and throw it backwards. The first thing the fire goo encountered was a large group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches of the trees were fleshy, like the tentacles of an octopus. The fire goo burned the trees. The tree trunks were burnt to ashes. The branches were burnt into pieces of cooked meat. The zombie dragon was so powerful. This was the first time he had seen immortal Monkey King Shirley in such a pathetic state. But soon, he heard Shirley's angry roar from under the rocks. "Loach, you have successfully angered me. Take this immortal killer move of mine." Earth-shattering heaven. The sky split open. A small mountain pressed down on the zombie dragon. Halolan's eyelids twitched. This immortal killer move activates so quickly? Normally speaking, the stronger the immortal killer move, the longer the activation time was. But Shirley's earth-shattering move defied logic. Not only was it powerful, it also activated quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge in time. But the zombie dragon did not seem to think of dodging. Looking at the small mountain crashing down, disdain flashed in its eyes. With a loud sound, the zombie dragon raised its head, smashing the small mountain. Shirley's immortal killer move did not seem to have any effect. Good, this is the kind of opponent that is fun. Shirley was surprised and joyful. He charged into the sky, crashing into the zombie dragon. One man and one dragon fought in the sky. The wind and clouds shook and the sky changed color. Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk. This zombie dragon is not simple. Its body seems to have been affected by a defensive immortal goo worm. Chapter 729. In the sky, one man and one dragon fought. Explosions resounded as the battle reached its climax. Star-Lord Wan Xiang was at the side, unable to interfere. Feng Yuan and He Lulan were hiding in the forest, observing from afar, waiting for a chance to attack. The giant dragon roared. Its corpse chi was vast, suppressing the famous central continent goo immortal expert Shirley. This zombie dragon is powerful. It was a wind path azure dragon when it was alive, but after turning into a zombie dragon, not only did it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed also seems to have been amplified by an immortal goo. After watching for a while, He Lulan gradually realized something. Starry Sky Blessed Land's owner, 7-Star Child, had a wind path immortal goo called Wind Sprint Immortal Goo, but using this goo requires immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-Star Child had once created a killer move that could use the effect of an immortal goo on a target for a long period of time. Now that I have seen it, it seems to be true. Feng Yuan added. The zombie dragon's defense and movement were enhanced by immortal goo. It was also experienced in battle. When its huge dragon body charged, it was extremely domineering. When it swung its tail, it gave off an aura of elegance from when it was alive. Most importantly, the corpse chi dragon flames were extremely powerful. They could match the best mortal offensive killer moves. Shirley shouted continuously. He used close to 10 different battle tactics, but could not change the situation. Often, when he recovered a little, he would be suppressed by the zombie dragon again. Be it attack, defense, movement or other aspects, the zombie dragon had no weaknesses. It had an advantage in all aspects. He Lulan's expression became more solemn as she watched. She said, Shirley's battle strength far exceeds my estimation. If I were him, I would only be able to hold on for a while against the zombie dragon's attacks. I would be killed by the zombie dragon. If it were you, Feng Yuan, unless you could use Myriad Self, you would only be able to hold on for a little longer. There would be no chance of victory. Feng Yuan did not retort. He Lulan's assessment was reasonable. Although she was a strength path extreme immortal, she had extraordinary aptitude, but because of her life experience, she did not think highly of herself. She was instead very humble and cautious. She knew her limits. The reason why Feng Yuan was able to last longer than her was because of this. It was all because of Feng Yuan's flying skill and the movement killer move true solid bat wings. But Feng Yuan's speed surpassed He Lulan. Without Myriad Self, he could not threaten the zombie dragon. Thus he could only flee. The icy drill Stardust could not harm the zombie dragon. He had no chance of winning at all. He Lulan had a strength path immortal goo and half an immortal offensive killer move. Her attack power surpassed Feng Yuan, but her movement and defense were both flaws. Although she could deal damage to the zombie dragon wouldn't take a beating for nothing. In a direct confrontation, He Lulan could last longer than Feng Yuan. The so-called experts did not only refer to battle prowess. He was still referring to her eyesight. Based on the intelligence, he knew whether he could win or not. This was how one judged the situation. Self-awareness. Without these two things, even if one's strength was tyrannical, one would not be able to go far. Who to provoke, who not to provoke, fight or retreat. Retreating was not cowardice, but cherishing one's wings. Waiting for the future to soar to the sky. We can't make a move under their watch. Let's leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Feng Yuan said. He Lulan nodded. This is what I wanted to say. An accident occurred during the battle. No one can predict it. If we stay here and risk being discovered, we won't be able to do anything. We might as well retreat to a faraway place. After the two of them came to a decision, they quietly retreated. Their advantage was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. They could reap the spoils later. Right now, the enemy was strong while they were weak. They needed to maintain this advantage. After retreating far enough, He Lulan suddenly said, Actually, I've been thinking about a question. How did they get in? Feng Yuan's gaze flashed. I was also thinking about this. There were no investigative goo worms near the star hall we came in from. This is not normal for goo immortals. Based on this, it is likely that they did not come from the star hall. This space was the place where they had first set foot in. And to enter someone's blessed land or grotto heaven, the most common way is to follow a loophole or crack, or use methods like whole earth goo or connecting heaven goo. He Lulan continued. Whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo are unlikely. They need both sides' agreement to construct them. This starry sky grotto heaven is quite strange. The heavenly spirit has not appeared for a long time. We have been here for so long, but there has not been any encirclement against us. If Shirley and the rest could obtain agreement, they would not be fighting like this. Feng Yuan said. So loopholes and cracks are most likely. He Lulan snickered. A sinister light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. He said what He Lulan was thinking. They do not have fixed immortal travel like us. It is fine if they have other space path goo worms. If they really came in through a loophole or crack, we can use this to ambush them and scheme against them. We might even have a huge harvest. If Star-Lord Wan Xiang and Shirley heard this, they would break out in cold sweat. Feng Yuan and He Lulan were demons full of evil tricks, but most importantly, they were quick-witted and would not let go of any small clue. They could actually guess how Shirley and Star-Lord Wan Xiang entered the grotto heaven. But just as Feng Yuan and He Lulan were about to split up and search for loopholes, the situation in the sky changed again. Shirley could not take down the zombie dragon after a long time. He roared in anger as he was suppressed by it. His body suddenly retreated, and after pulling some distance his body shook. Immortal battlefield killer move. Rolling rock battlefield. The sky changed, turning into a gray rock battlefield. The battlefield expanded rapidly, including the zombie dragon and Shirley. From the outside, it looked as if there was a huge gray cloud of stone hanging in the sky, blocking the view of the inside and the outside. He Lulan and Feng Yuan's hearts shook. He Lulan thought. Good method, it is actually an immortal battlefield killer move. To form this killer move, at least 3 immortal goo are needed, and the immortal goo have to be related to each other. Feng Yuan thought. Rolling Rock Battlefield. In my previous life, Vicious Lightning Fiend lost to this move. To think that Shirley would have this method at this time. At the same time, Star-Lord Wanxiang also had a different thought. Shirley is going to fight the zombie dragon to the death. What should I do? There are no ancient desolate beasts guarding the 8-star hall, and the battlefield killer move isolates the inside and outside. I should go and scout the 8-star hall first? The more Star-Lord Wanxiang thought about it, the more excited he got. After a dozen or so breaths of time, he could not hold back anymore. He turned into a meteor and flew into the 8-star hall. Seeing Star-Lord Wanxiang's actions, He Lulan and Feng Yuan stopped their plans. The 2 knew people's hearts well. They were astute people. They immediately guessed that the Star Hall's defenses were weak. Let's take a gamble. Do you dare to take a gamble and charge forward? Feng Yuan and He Lulan transmitted at the same time. They flew up and flew towards the 8-star hall. The 2 arrived at the 8-star hall and found a messy battlefield. As they expected, the 8-star hall had 3 layers of defenses. The first was Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, the second was the Walking Meat Tree, and the third was the Zombie Dragon. With the 3 layers of defenses gone, they could enter the deepest part of the Star Hall. The 2 activated their defensive killer moves at the same time, moving deeper into the Star Hall together. Soon, they found the inner hall. The door of the inner hall was open. Star-Lord Wanxiang had already entered. Feng Yuan and He Lulan did not dare to waste precious time. They stealthily entered the inner hall. At the next moment, they saw Star-Lord Wanxiang. Star-Lord Wanxiang was in a strange state. His back was facing Feng Yuan and He Lulan. He was standing on the spot. His body was trembling as if he was extremely terrified. Immortal Venerable, spare me. Suddenly, he shouted in a fearful tone. He knelt down on the ground. He was begging for mercy. In front of him, there was an eerie scene. There were no lamps in the inner hall. There was no light. Feng Yuan and He Lulan could only vaguely see a tall throne. Immortal Venerable? He Lulan and Feng Yuan looked at each other. Deceitful tricks. Immediately, Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step forward. He Lulan followed closely behind. At the next moment, their pupils shrunk to pin size. Their bodies stiffened like stone. A female figure appeared in front of them. She wore a dark blue robe. Her beautiful hair was like a dazzling galaxy hanging down. Her eyes were wide open. She looked down from above, pointing at Feng Yuan and He Lulan. 2 juniors, you have guts. You dare to offend me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly kneel down. Rank 9 aura surged. It was the real deal. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, by Qing Blessed Land. Sunlight passed through the window, shining on a beautiful building in the mountain. In the building, there was a warm and comfortable bed. There was a woman sitting cross-legged on it. This woman was as beautiful as a flower. Her skin was fair, her nose was straight, and her lips were red. She wore a phoenix coronet on her head. She was noble and glorious, inviolable. It was Feng Kim Hong. Because of Dreamwing's goo, she had fallen into a peculiar state. It had been a long time since she woke up. The goo immortals of Spirit Affinity House were helpless. A little sparrow chirped and suddenly flew from a tree branch outside the building to the window lattice. Seemingly hearing this sound, Feng Kim Huang's eyelashes suddenly moved. Shortly after, she slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. Huang Er, my Huang Er, you are finally awake. Almost at the same time, Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, appeared in the building. He cried loudly, questioning Fire Gu. Why? Why did you wake me up? I still want to dream. I still want to be eaten by the dream realm. Fire Gu reminded helplessly. Oh human, You need to know that dreams are often the opposite of reality. They are fake. I don't want to hear it, I don't care. Dark North Ice Soul cried as he covered his ears, shaking his head. Fire Goo said anxiously, I am your friend, I don't want. Before it finished speaking, Dark North Ice Soul interrupted it. Since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me. Sigh. Fire Goo heaved a long sigh. It fell into silence and opened up a path for Dark North Ice Soul. Dark North Ice Soul quickly ran out. He wanted to find another dream realm in the darkness, and let it eat him again. Central Continent, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing the person in front of them, Feng Yuan and He Lulan were tongue-tied. They were stunned on the spot. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was one of the 10 venerables in the history of Gu Masters. Legends about her had been passed down to this day. She was a rare female rank 9 Gu Immortal. She was the founder of Wisdom Path and also created Star Path. She was the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Even after her death, she schemed against 3 demon venerables to ensure that Celestial Court did not fall. Right now, she was standing in front of Feng Yuan and He Lulan, looking down arrogantly as a grand rank 9 aura assaulted them. What in the world is going on? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? She is still alive. He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling an unparalleled pressure. Even though she was extremely confident and wanted to kill her father, Owl Demon, her body was trembling at this moment. Her will and body were facing a huge test. After all, the other party was at the peak of Gu Masters, a rank 9 Gu Immortal. She was the legendary Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who she had heard of since young. He Lulan's legs turned soft, while Star Lord Wanxiang was already kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The aura of rank 9 was genuine. Feng Yuan, however, gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with a fierce light. This feeling? This feeling. It is actually a corner of the dream realm. He could only scream in his mind. He could not make any sound. He could not move. Under the envelopment of the 9 revolutions aura, he felt like a mosquito sealed in amber. At the moment of life and death, an intense sense of danger filled Feng Yuan's mind. I need to leave the dream realm quickly, otherwise, my rebirth plan will come to a halt. My plan for eternal life will stop here. True solid bat wings detonate. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he decisively sacrificed himself to save himself. The bat wings that he had painstakingly formed self-detonated under Feng Yuan's decision. Intense pain assaulted his mind, turning into a formless force that protected Feng Yuan's body. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped lightly, looking deeply at Feng Yuan. An immortal zombie, but he is quite interesting. She had just said that when in Feng Yuan's perception, the entire scene changed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was gone. The 8th Star Hall was also gone. In their place was a patch of clouds. A blue-robed Gu Immortal had his back facing Feng Yuan, looking at the bright moon in the sky. He muttered, Heaven has taken pity on me. I, 7-star child, have finally merged the 7 substar spaces, forming a unified starry sky grotto heaven. I have crossed another huge obstacle on my cultivation path. I am 1 step closer to rank 9 realm. 1 step closer. Ha 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 ha. 7-star child did not seem to sense Feng Yuan's existence. His back was facing Feng Yuan the entire time. He did not show any signs of turning around. Shut up. Feng Yuan scolded, but continued to move quickly. He had already lost his true solid bat wings. His speed had decreased greatly. Insects that invade my territory, you deserve to die. At this time, 7-star child Immortal Zombie's furious voice resounded from the sky. Feng Yuan and He Lulan raised their heads as they ran, only to see that 7-star child Immortal Zombie had already flown out of the 8th Star Hall. His attention was attracted by the rolling rock battlefield in the sky. It could not be helped. the rolling rock battlefield was too huge in the sky. It was like a giant tumor in starry sky grotto heaven. It attracted too much hatred. 7-star child immortal zombie thought for a moment before stretching out his left hand and shooting out a giant star billow pillar. The immortal level star path killer move landed on the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling stone battlefield shook violently a few times, but it was not damaged. Chapter 732. 7-star child immortal zombie was stunned that his attack could not destroy this malignant tumor. He opened his mouth and let out an even more furious roar. He stretched out his right hand and pressed towards the rolling rock battlefield. Along with his movement, a vast and majestic starlight giant hand immediately condensed and slammed into the rolling stone battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. Under the attack of 2 immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield started to crack. From the huge cracks, the scene inside the battlefield could be seen. But it had not collapsed yet. Feng Yuan saw this and quickly retracted his gaze. He continued to run. Hei Lulan let out a breath of air. She let go of most of her worries. Alright, 7-star child immortal zombie is competing with Shirley. This is for the best. Feng Yuan, why are you running? To save someone. Feng Yuan's reply was simple and concise. Hei Lulan was even more curious. Save who? At this time, Feng Yuan happened to turn around the cliff. He stepped on a cliff and pointed far away. It's him. Hei Lulan took a look and saw a Gu immortal lying on a pile of broken trees and rocks. It's that Star Path Gu immortal. The two came to Star Lord Wanxiang's side. The latter's chest had a huge hole. Not only did it go through the front and back, his entire chest was gone. There was only a bit of flesh connecting the two sides. Such a heavy injury made Hei Lulan take in a deep breath of cold air. This is the power of 7-star child immortal zombie stomp. Feng Yuan squatted down. His 8 arms moved around Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse one after another. After a while, Feng Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, even though his injuries are terrifying, as long as he is willing to spend some money, he can recover. But his soul has already been sucked into the dream realm. Unless we break Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, this Gu immortal's soul will get lost in the dream realm, or turn into another dream realm. Hei Lulan was standing at the side, also using investigative Gu to search. She said with lingering fear. He can't be saved. His whole soul is mysteriously missing. Is it because of that dream realm? If I hadn't been saved by you, would I have ended up like him? What a pity. Feng Yuan murmured, his hands not stopping moving. If he's still alive, we can not only get important information from him, but we can also get it from him. Furthermore, we can use your slavery immortal Gu to make him one of us and work for us. He can even plot against Shirley. Who knows, we might be able to kill Shirley without taking any risks. We can get rid of ourselves and obtain the greatest benefits. Hey, are you listening to me or not? Hei Lulan stomped her feet angrily. If you are so free, why don't you help me seal the immortal aperture in his body? Feng Yuan's words immediately attracted Hei Lulan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. Hei Lulan quickly bent down and probed with her divine sense, but her divine sense could only move around the immortal aperture's periphery. It could not enter. He died, leaving behind his obsession. Right now, the blessed land has a land spirit. Feng Yuan's 8 arms did not stop moving, continuously planting all kinds of Gu worms on Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse. Star Lord Wanxiang's injuries were healing rapidly. What can I do to help? Hei Lulan was once again shocked by Feng Yuan's endless and dazzling methods. Feng Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed as he concentrated. Sealing the blessed land is very troublesome. Fortunately, the land spirit has just formed. I did not expect to encounter such a situation. I do not have enough Gu worms now. You need to monitor the situation above, and also communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies to buy these Gu worms. Remember, not a single one is missing. Saying so, Feng Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I understand. Hei Lulan received the detailed list and had a solemn expression. She stood beside Feng Yuan, acting as his guard, while urgently communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies inside her immortal aperture. Not only this, she also used the moving perspective cup goo that Feng Yuan gave her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. Bam bam bam. In the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie was still attacking nonstop. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost anything. The rolling rock battlefield could not bear the burden. It was finally broken through. The battlefield collapsed. The zombie dragon was like a dead snake. It was heavily injured as it fell from the sky weakly. Shirley, who had caused such a result, was not in a good state. He was covered in injuries, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder blade to his waist. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Shirley breathed roughly. His face was pale. There was still some gray-white corpse fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the heavier his injuries, the more battle intent he had. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this Gu immortal expert from Combat Immortal sect laughed loudly. He did not show any fear or panic. Instead, his battle intent burned even brighter. Intruder, die. 7-star child immortal zombie's voice shook the sky. He pointed at Shirley expressionlessly. Immortal killer move, star finger. At the same time, Shirley smiled malevolently, his palms slamming down. Immortal killer move, earth-shattering heaven. These two killer moves were both extremely powerful offensive methods that had a short time to prepare. 7-star child immortal zombie's index finger suddenly burst out with starlight. It tore through the sky at lightning speed, piercing Shirley's chest. The huge rock also pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie's body. With a loud sound, 7-star child immortal zombie was smashed to the ground. He was buried under a small mountain. Blood spurted out of Shirley's chest. His body swayed violently a few times, and he almost fell down, but in the end, he still floated in the air. Shirley's heart shook. That attack just now was extremely fast. If he had not dodged at the crucial moment, his heart would have exploded. His wound was filled with countless star path Dao marks. And near his heart, blood was spurting out continuously. Ordinary mortal goo were useless. Even mortal healing killer moves were useless. But Shirley still had healing immortal goo with him. Under the healing of immortal goo, Shirley's injuries were quickly healed. His blood turned from spurting to flowing slowly. Under the encirclement of the spirit beast army, he continued to move forward. The other desolate beasts could only watch from afar. Even 7-star child immortal zombie was in a daze, as if he did not want to harm the spirit beast army. Finally, Shirley came to the grotto heaven's gap. He let out a breath of turbid air. Just as he was about to relax, he suddenly grunted. Blood splattered from his back. These 3 damned rats. Shirley growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fists. He sent the flying sword rats flying one by one. Initially, the flying sword rats could not cause much damage, but as time passed, the small injuries became huge. The wounds on his back were already filled with metal path Dao marks. The flying sword rats crashed to the ground, but soon flew towards Shirley while chirping. Shirley's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He used an immortal killer move, Mudworm. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the mudworm. It was like they were stuck in a swamp. They could not free themselves. Shirley used Earth Root again. Countless earth spikes suddenly shot out from the thick mud mound and swarmed out. They stabbed towards the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced by 100 earth spikes. They died on the spot. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. The spirit beast army was lured away. The desolate beasts charged forward without fear of death. It's too late, fool. Shirley breathed in deeply. The sticky mudworm on his body moved, quickly leaving his body and covering the grotto heaven's gap. Shirley placed his hands on the mudworm. He mobilized a large amount of immortal essence. He injected it. Immortal killer move. Earth disintegration. The mud centipede instantly exploded and flowed horizontally. The original crack of the heavenly abode. The grotto heaven's gap was destroyed by this attack. Shirley could see the sky on the other side through the hole. He laughed heartily. He took a large step and forced his way out. Because it was a forceful breakthrough, he did not have Star-Lord Wanxiang's methods. Thus, in the process of passing through, an immense pressure pressed down on Shirley's body from all directions. Fortunately, Shirley had transformed into a golden fur giant monkey. His defense was dozens of times stronger. He resisted the pressure and passed through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially his back that was injured by the flying sword rats. It was badly mutilated. Large amounts of blood were being squeezed out. Shirley gasped in pain. He screamed in his mind. Who dares to block my path? I am out. Damned immortal zombie. I will beat you up sooner or later. And Feng Yuan, you thief, stole my prey. A mere rank 6 immortal zombie. You don't know your limits. You dare to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly. I will let you know the terrible consequences of offending me. Thoughts flashed in Shirley's mind. At this time, he heard the roars of flying bears. Shirley quickly looked around, only to see 5 flying bears pouncing towards him from 5 different directions. What's going on? He raised his head, only to see that there were still 6 round stars in the sky. Why am I still here? Shirley's shock was no small matter. He was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him and sneered. Little monkey, do you think my 7-star space is so simple? But I still need to thank you. If you did not wake me up, I would have died in the dream realm. As a token of my gratitude, I will bury your corpse under my most beloved mountain peak. At this time, 7-star child regained his rationality. He could think normally. This is bad. Shirley's heart sank. The 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden fur giant monkey. Get lost. Shirley was about to explode, but starlight flickered around him. His body sank and his movements became extremely slow. 7-star child immortal zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was extremely good. It was even more effective than the immortal offensive killer move earlier. At once, bear paws flew and attacked from all directions. Shirley blocked left and right. He could not protect himself. When he finally broke free from the restraints and rolled away from the 5 bears, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen and covered in bruises. Although he didn't break any bones, he was in excruciating pain all over his body. 7-star child regained his rationality. The danger level increased by several times. I have no choice. I can only seek help from the sect. To think that I, the grand immortal monkey king, would need to ask for help at this moment. Where would I put my old face? Feng Yuan, this is all your fault. After I am saved, I will teach you a lesson. Shirley screamed in his heart. He was about to vomit blood from anger. Feng Yuan not only stole his battle spoils, causing him to suffer a huge loss, he even kidnapped Star-Lord Wanxiang, causing Shirley to be trapped in starry sky grotto heaven. Woof woof woof. 2-star desolate hounds flew over, while the ghost-faced giant tortoise silently floated in front of them. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at 7-star child immortal zombie. If you have the guts, let's fight for another 300 rounds. 7-star child immortal zombie smiled proudly. Sure, come up. The golden fur giant monkey roared angrily, bursting out with dazzling golden light, forcing 7-star child immortal zombie to squint his eyes. When the golden light faded, Shirley returned to his human form, charging into the forest and running rapidly. But he escaped. Immortal Monkey King Shirley, who was famous for his arrogance and bravery in Central Continent, actually chose to escape. If this scene was shown to the public, it would definitely shock many Central Continent Gu immortals. 7-star child immortal zombie was dazed for a while before reacting, shouting furiously. You actually dared to trick me? I thought you were an unyielding hero who would fight to the death without retreating. Escape. Go ahead and escape. I want to see where you can escape to in my grotto heaven. He Lulan saw that he did not answer and snorted, but wisely did not continue asking. After entering the 37th level, the path was much more rugged and dangerous. After all, this was the original environment. Feng Yuan and He Lulan were outsiders who had entered for the first time. When the two finally reached the 40th level, the time limit of sealing Star Lord Wanxiang's immortal aperture was also up. Your estimation was quite accurate. He Lulan placed Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse on the ground. She looked at Feng Yuan deeply. Feng Yuan willed. Hundreds of mortal goo flew out of Star Lord Wanxiang's body. Like a group of locusts, they flew into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the final layer of suppression, Star Lord Wanxiang's body started to shine with starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter. The ground started to shake. Several breaths of time later, countless amounts of earth chi appeared. It was like a layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. The starlight stabilized. The piercing light was comparable to the sun at noon in summer. A formless suction force burst out. The surrounding earth chi was being absorbed continuously. Feng Yuan and He Lulan had already retreated far away, maintaining a distance from the starlight. What's going on? Earthquake, another earthquake. Leave quickly, the magnitude of this earthquake is very strong. If we don't leave now, we will be buried alive. The goo masters in Earth Abyss covered their heads and fled. They screamed in fear, trying to escape from Earth Abyss. They were not surprised. Earth Abyss structure was not stable. Earthquakes or collapses occurred frequently. Precisely so, even though Ancient Soul Sect controlled this place, they did not spend any effort to explore it. Large numbers of rocks fell from above. The most dangerous ones were those spear-tipped stalactites. As long as one was hit, even rank 3 defensive goo would not be able to block it. In fact, not only goo masters, the living beings living in Earth Abyss were also in dire straits. Many were crushed to death or buried alive. In order to create the blessed land, Feng Yuan caused the death of at least 100,000 lives. About 15 minutes later, the starlight stopped absorbing earth chi, forming a square door. The door was completely made of starlight. It floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door. On it were the words, Starform Blessed Land. He Lulan let out a breath of air. We finally succeeded. It seems our luck is quite good. Even though the commotion was huge, the wild beasts here did not attack. Let's go. Feng Yuan took the lead, pushing open the starlight door. He Lulan followed closely behind. The two finally entered Starform Blessed Land. It seemed to be late at night. The sky was dark and filled with countless stars. Starlight shone brightly, shining on the blessed land's surface. It was not dark and gloomy. The entire Starform Blessed Land was a huge basin. In the middle, there was an indented slope, and at the periphery of the blessed land, there was a continuous mountain range, forming a circle, like a wall. So many star fragment grass. Feng Yuan looked at the ground. There were actually star fragment grass growing everywhere. Star fragment grass was supposed to be planted in cloud soil, but the star fragment grass in front of him was planted on black soil. They were growing even better than Feng Yuan's patch in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan praised. This is the benefit of Starform Blessed Land. Planting related plants is not only easier, it also guarantees a high harvest. He Lulan's gaze was attracted by the spine-fin star dragonfish that were flying leisurely in the night sky. From what she could see, there were 3 spine-fin star dragonfish. These huge dragonfish were the size of normal whales, but they looked like carps. This way, immortal killer moves that involved immortal killer moves would expend immortal essence. The cost of killing ancient desolate beasts would be high. They would often need to expend hundreds of green grape immortal essence beads, or dozens of red date immortal essence beads. As a result, the true net profit was often only about 100 immortal yuan stones. Although it was much higher than killing desolate beasts, there were still 2 factors to consider. First, the huge risk of fighting with ancient desolate beasts. Second, not every Gu immortal could deal with ancient desolate beasts. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals would often choose to retreat when facing ancient desolate beasts. Only a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shirley, and an expert among rank 7 Gu immortals, had the confidence to kill ancient desolate beasts. 7 desolate beast corpses. A total of 280 immortal yuan stones. The dying yellow jade lion was worth 80 immortal essence stones for the time being. Astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, 400 immortal yuan stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil. About 30 immortal yuan stones. I don't know the origin of these mysterious trees, I won't count them for now. This way, I have a total of 790 immortal yuan stones. He Lulan calculated. The result she obtained. Even she was somewhat tongue-tied. Close to 800 immortal yuan stones. Undeniably, this was a huge windfall. He Lulan's breathing became rapid. Ever since she ascended to Gu Immortal, she had been calculating her expenses one by one immortal yuan stone. But now, she suddenly had close to 800 immortal yuan stones in her hands. Fang Yuan's situation was better than He Lulan. Using Wisdom Gu's unlimited brilliance, he transacted with Land Spirit of Lengia. He had more than 10 immortal yuan stones. Dozens of immortal yuan stones. But even so, facing the wealth of 800 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Even in his previous life, he did not have such an experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the most immortal essence stones he had on hand was no more than 60 pieces. According to the 40-60 split, Fang Yuan could obtain 474 immortal yuan stones. This is a huge harvest, mainly because we did not expend any immortal essence because of the battle. Fang Yuan calmed the waves in his heart and said, "Hee, that arrogant monkey is probably going to explode from anger. Will he attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" He Lulan asked worriedly. After all, this involved such a huge profit. He won't. Fang Yuan shook his head. To us, this is a huge profit. But to a rank 7 Gu immortal like Shirley, he would have thousands of immortal yuan stones. Normally speaking, rank 6 Gu immortals would have hundreds of immortal yuan stones. Ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals would have thousands of them. Strength and wealth were directly proportional. Fang Yuan and He Lulan were new Gu immortals. They had just stepped into the world of Gu immortals, and were working hard with new identities. They had started from scratch and were poor. As for Fang Yuan's previous life, he was short of money. One reason was because Blood Path was not good at managing and was good at fighting. The other was because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The battles were frequent and the expenditure was huge. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. Moreover, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent are famous righteous sects. They have a longer history than almost every superforce in the other 4 regions. These great sects need order and stability. They need face and reputation. Shirley will definitely take revenge on us, but he will not do it forcefully. He will use righteous path methods to suppress us. After all, we have the reputation of Crane Gate. He Lulan nodded, agreeing with Fang Yuan's point. She showed a look of pity on her face. It is a pity that we did not get that walking meat tree. It is an ancient desolate plant and a legendary item. Its price is even higher than the astral wind flying heavenly boar. Fang Yuan said, "I don't think so." At that time, compared to the walking meat tree, Starform Blessed Land was much more important. Then how are we going to split Starform Blessed Land? He Lulan looked at Fang Yuan, her expression turning solemn. This involved huge benefits. She would not be so kind as to give it away. These desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses were easy to split because they could be valued. Starform Blessed Land was not easy to value, because immortal yuan stones could not express the true value of a blessed land. A blessed land was a treasure trove. Not only could it produce resources endlessly, after annexing it, the Gu Immortal's cultivation level would be greatly boosted. It could be said that a blessed land or grotto heaven was the greatest achievement of a Gu Immortal's lifetime of cultivation. Fang Yuan frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Starform Blessed Land is not easy to split. How about this? We will compete fairly. Whoever meets the land spirit's conditions will obtain Starform Blessed Land." The other side will have to accept the result without any compensation. Star form blessed land was obtained by the two of us. Only the two of us can participate in this competition. We cannot interfere with each other. Other than us, even if Fairy Li Shan and Tai Bai Yunxing want to snatch star form blessed land, we will work together to stop them. What do you think? Chapter 737. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit, I have brought you a living desolate beast, take a look at it first. Feng Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture and activated more than 10 goo worms, taking out a lion and placing it on the ground. This lion was as large as a giant elephant. Its body was brownish-yellow in color. Its thick mane covered almost half of its body. It was sleeping and snoring. It was a yellow jade lion. Its injuries were severe, and it was on the verge of death. But as long as it was alive, with Feng Yuan's current abilities and resources, it would not be a problem to heal it. Land Spirit of Langya stroked his beard as he walked around the yellow jade lion. He could move freely now. The chi path seals on his body were completely undone. Good lion, even when sleeping, it still has a fierce expression. Not bad. Saying so, Land Spirit of Langya stretched out his hand and pried open the yellow jade lion's mouth, revealing its closed teeth. Good teeth. Land Spirit of Langya praised. His hand moved down to the middle of the lion's hind legs. Throughout the process, Land Spirit of Langya had been activating goo worms. After inspecting it, he said in satisfaction, "Not bad, it is full of energy and can breed. But unfortunately, my blessed land is a refinement path blessed land. It is not proficient in raising these fierce beasts." Land Spirit of Langya had raised 12 desolate beasts. He had already gained some experience in raising them. Looking at his experienced appearance, he was not a novice. But Langya Blessed Land was a refinement path blessed land. There was a higher chance of success when refining goo worms here. But it had no supplementary ability in raising beasts. And Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path blessed land. It was proficient in raising foxes. The fox groups in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had a higher chance of raising desolate beast foxes. Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens were all different. They had their own specialties. This was because Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens were Goo Immortal's immortal apertures. When Goo Masters undergo immortal ascension, they absorb heaven and earth chi. And according to their own understanding of heaven and earth, they use goo worms of all sorts of paths to create an immortal aperture world. Langya Land Spirit was very satisfied with this yellow jade lion. He straightforwardly handed 88 immortal essence stones to Feng Yuan. At the same time, he also gave the details of unfamiliar face. In front of the Land Spirit of Langya, Feng Yuan immediately browsed through it. This killer move had an extraordinary origin. It came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, this is truly an ingenious idea. Feng Yuan sighed in admiration. There are only over 300 goo worms here, but they are related to Transformation Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and so on. Some goo worms were rather rare. It seemed that to recreate this killer move, he would have to wait for a period of time and gather all the goo worms. Langya, do you have these related goo? Land Spirit of Langya shook his head and chuckled. Why would I keep these goo in my hands? I can't use this killer move. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, familiar face. These 3 killer moves are from the same series. What you obtained is a mortal killer move that can transform into someone that others do not recognize. If you recognize them, you will be exposed. As for the other 2, they are immortal killer moves. You can disguise as someone you know without being exposed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable seem to have also left behind this inheritance. If you have the opportunity, you might be able to obtain the other 2 killer moves in your lifetime. Who knows? Wait, don't tell me your condition is for me to represent you and sell these blessed lands in the auction? Land Spirit of Langya gave a thumbs up and said with a flattering tone. You are so smart. Feng Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes. Are you trying to kill me? No way, I definitely won't do it. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will immediately become everyone's target. It is too eye-catching. Who has the ability to capture these Gu immortals alive? Moreover, if that mysterious force finds out that I am in cahoots with Langya Blessed Land, they will definitely think that I am in cahoots with Langya Blessed Land. In the future, when they attack your land, they might even attack my land. Northern Plains Inkman City Lord Mo Tansang, isn't he your good friend? Just let him go. Sigh, he is an Inkman immortal, his background is not good. He has always been ostracized by humans. Moreover, he has a family in Inkman City to take care of. He is even more unsuitable. Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. Oh. You don't want him to die, you want me to die. Don't make it sound so bad. Don't you have the killer move Unfamiliar Face? As long as you have this killer move, other Gu immortals will not be able to recognize your true appearance. Land Spirit of Langya said in a submissive tone. Feng Yuan sized up the Land Spirit. I was wondering why you were so generous to give me this precious killer move. It turns out you had planned it long ago. Land Spirit of Langya could not endure it anymore. He stared with wide eyes and raised his voice. Rascal, do you think I don't know you? You are extremely daring. When have you ever been afraid? Even Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by you. Even 88-point Jinyang Tower was toppled. As long as there are enough benefits, you will be a fugitive. Are you afraid of such a small matter? Tell me, how much do you want? Feng Yuan snorted coldly. We will split the gains from selling the blessed land. No matter what, it should be at least 40 to 60%. 40 to 60? You are too greedy, you actually want 40% right off the bat. Land Spirit of Langya shouted. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light, his expression was grim. You misunderstood, Land Spirit. What I meant was 60% for me and 40% for you. Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. Even though he had lived for a long time, he was shocked by Feng Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply and stared at Feng Yuan's face. You have the cheek to say such words. Why would I? Feng Yuan's face was as thick as a city wall. I am risking my life here. I will not do it if there are no benefits that move me. This price is already the lowest I can offer, and it's a friendly price since we're old acquaintances. Friendship price? I think you are trying to scam an old acquaintance? That means there is no room for discussion? Think about it again. This is my price. There is still some time before the auction. I will be leaving first. Feng Yuan opened a stargate. Chapter 739. Because of his previous refinement experience, Feng Yuan was very familiar with refining the desolate beast bat wings this time. After half a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he transplanted this pair of desolate beast bat wings to his back. According to his excellent tradition, Feng Yuan still preserved the pain sensation of his bat wings. On this day, Feng Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, testing his killer move, 100 Li. With a single thought, his crimson eyes suddenly shone brightly. Looking around, all the grass and rocks within 100 li could be seen clearly, as if they were placed in front of him. Beyond 100 li, his vision became blurry, but it was still much clearer than before. When he reached 400 li, his vision reached its limit. He could only see some colors and shadows. 100 li is the foundation of 1000 li. The latter is an immortal killer move, but it needs the relevant immortal Gu to be used. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This killer move was worth 6 immortal Yuan stones. It was very effective. But his vision could not see through concealment. Once his vision was blocked by an obstacle, he would not be able to see what was behind him. This was the weakness of 100 Li. Feng Yuan memorized the pros and cons. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. He continued to activate 100 Li while flying around, observing the sky and the ground, experiencing a clear vision. Lion fur armor. He willed as he activated a defensive killer move. Soon, his body was covered in a layer of bronze armor, a lion's head helmet. Even the wings on his back were covered in a thick layer of armor. His defense increased greatly, but following that, his speed became slower. Lion fur armor and true solid bat wings are not a perfect match. Once I activate the lion fur armor, the speed of true solid bat wings will fall. If I do not use it, even though the speed is fast, I will not be able to balance my defense. Feng Yuan frowned. This problem was beyond his abilities. Being able to modify a movement killer move like lion fur armor and balancing the Tao marks of 3 paths was already the limit of transformation path master attainment level. But he still had to balance the lion fur armor. This was too difficult for Feng Yuan. If he was a transformation path grandmaster, it was still possible. However, in order to reach the level of a grandmaster, it usually required a lot of time and accumulation. This was not a few decades but 100 years. Several hundred years. Currently, Feng Yuan's highest attainment was Blood Path and Strength Path. The Blood Path Grandmaster realm was the accumulation of 200 to 300 years of Feng Yuan's 500 years of experience. It could be seen from this point. It was difficult to raise one's realm. It was difficult to accumulate. His Strength Path was also at the Grandmaster realm. Other than a small part of it being accumulated in his previous life, the majority of it was due to the Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's infusion of true meaning from Feng Yuan. Otherwise, it would take 200 to 300 years to reach the Grandmaster realm. At Gu Immortal level, they had the strength to search for and control lifespan Gu, or other methods to extend their lifespan. Ordinary mortals had a lifespan of 100 years. But as long as Gu Immortals worked hard, they could live for hundreds of years, even thousands of years old. The long lifespan and time made the word accumulation even more significant. To get a good ranking, he needed to prepare a lot of good materials. They needed to be worth at least 500 immortal yuan stone. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how outstanding the Gu recipe was, it would be hard to continue without materials. Other than this, I will also participate in the auction organized by Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan. According to the latest news, this auction would include the exchange of immortal Gu. Immortal Gu could not be bought. Normally speaking, they could only be exchanged. When a Gu immortal obtained an immortal Gu, it might not be suitable for their path. At this time, they would often exchange with other Gu immortals, exchanging for an immortal Gu that was suitable for their path, to display outstanding results. Like how Feng Yuan had Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. This was a Water Path Immortal Gu. When used by Feng Yuan, it was much weaker than when used by Water Path Gu Immortals. This was because Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu was a Water Path Immortal Gu. While Feng Yuan was a Strength Path Gu Immortal, he had Strength Path Tao marks on him. Strength Path and Water Path interfered with each other, reducing the power of the Immortal Gu. In Feng Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, because of the high frequency of battles, there were a lot of Gu exchanges. But it was still a long time before the 5 regions chaotic war. This Grand Northern Plains auction might be the only opportunity to exchange immortal Gu on a large scale in the last 200 years. Feng Yuan naturally had to make use of this opportunity. Other than this, he was also very interested in the Luck Path inheritance. Chapter 741. Even though he had the Guts Gu business, it had only been a short time. Feng Yuan did not have a lot of immortal Yuan stone. Furthermore, during this period of time, refining goo, condensing bat wings and so on, his progress was very slow. The auction and the refinement path convention, these two grand events, were coming soon. Especially the former, it was right in front of him. Where could he get immortal Yuan stone at this time? It could only be the goo immortal blessed lands in the hands of land spirit of Langia. It is a pity that my immortal aperture is dead. I cannot annex other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy a blessed land would be me. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Immortal apertures were small worlds. They could meet and devour each other, but there were rules. Firstly, dead apertures could not be annexed. They could only break apart and dissipate into nothingness. Secondly, immortal apertures could not be annexed by small apertures. Finally, to annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needed master attainment level. Only then could they combine the two worlds into one. To annex a rank 7 blessed land, one needed grandmaster attainment level. To annex a rank 8 blessed land, one needed great grandmaster attainment level. That was to say, if Feng Yuan wanted to annex other immortal apertures, he would first need to reincarnate and turn the immortal aperture into a living land. Secondly, he could only annex the blessed lands of Blood Path, Strength Path, Refinement Path, Enslavement Path, and Transformation Path goo immortals. Blood Path and Strength Path might be great grandmaster attainment level, but with Feng Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, he could only annex a rank 6 blessed land. Even with such restrictions, goo immortals would not be lenient if they could annex them. Because the immortal aperture was the foundation of a goo immortal's cultivation, annexing a blessed land was the best shortcut to snatch someone else's foundation and raise one's own cultivation level. As long as one was a goo immortal, they would know the value of a blessed land. Regarding the auction of the blessed land, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the auction. In the following days, Feng Yuan refined group strength goo and small family chi goo, while using the light of wisdom goo. He tried to modify the transformation path killer move unfamiliar face. At the same time, the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies were still being sold. Half a month passed in Hu immortal blessed land. Feng Yuan's only rank 7 corpse, astral wind flying heavenly boar, was successfully sold. Feng Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been yearning for since a long time ago. Malicious thought goo. A few days later, Feng Yuan held a rank 5 mortal goo in his hand. His expression was complicated. This malice goo was personally refined by him according to the goo recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It was quite large. It was about the size of a wash basin and shaped like a spider, but its 8 legs were like iron needles, and the tips of its legs were extremely sharp. On the spider, covered with hard, barbed hair. If not for Feng Yuan's immortal zombie body, just touching this goo with an ordinary person's flesh and blood would bleed. Feng Yuan infused his quintessence into it, and immediately, evil thoughts appeared in his mind. These evil thoughts were like bubbles, but there were barbs on the surface. Feng Yuan tried to use these evil thoughts to think. Suddenly, the evil thoughts collided with each other. They collided. It was also very strange. The barbs on the surface of the bubbles connected with each other. Afterwards, they were either destroyed or fused into larger thoughts. Soon these evil thoughts were used up. Feng Yuan opened his eyes, showing slight joy in his gaze. It turns out that even wisdom path goo immortals use thoughts as their main method of deduction. Don't tell me I need to slow down and let the second stone nest refine airsac goo to increase the production of guts goo and earn immortal yuan stones to support the situation? Just when Feng Yuan had no choice but to consider this, the good news he had been waiting for finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your conditions. Let's split it 40-60. Land Spirit of Lengia said viciously. His mood was very bad. Feng Yuan was short of money because of the large-scale mortal goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langia wanted to refine immortal goo. The resources he needed were more than 100 times of Feng Yuan's. He was even more short of money. As Feng Yuan had expected, Land Spirit of Langia had no other channels. Only Feng Yuan could take it. Thus he had to leave, even if he knew he was at a great disadvantage. Feng Yuan did not want to push his luck. Such a division of benefits was already the Land Spirit's limit. If he did not know what was good for him and angered Land Spirit of Langia, not only would he not transact, he would even destroy the relationship he had built with much difficulty. Northern Plains. By Zhu Grotto Heaven. The hall was brightly lit, beauties were singing and dancing, delicacies and wine were placed on the table. Let's eat. I like this dish a lot. It was made using the rank 5 goo worm Vajra flying centipede. It was roasted with charcoal. The meat is delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat at the main seat, chuckling as he received the 2 goo immortals in the hall. The 2 goo immortals were none other than Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan. Although it was someone else's dish, the 2 immortals had no qualms. Qin Baisheng pinched a long piece of meat and opened his mouth. He threw it into his mouth. After chewing, his mouth was full of oil. He raised his thumb and praised. Delicious indeed. Not bad, not bad. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily, looking at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, how do you feel? Fairy Li Shan was much more refined in eating than Qin Baisheng. She took small bites and tasted it before smiling lightly. The meat is delicious. Not only is it charred, it is also chewy, smooth and refreshing. It is truly a masterpiece. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. I won't hide it from you too. In order to create this dish, I had racked my brains for 8 days and 8 nights before finally obtaining the finished product. This is one of my most satisfying dishes this year. Heavenly Lord Baizu's cultivation level was rank 8. He was a lone cultivator. He had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. He liked to cook delicacies and create new delicacies. This time, not only did we successfully invite Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, we even got to taste such a delicacy. We are truly fortunate. Qin Baisheng spoke at an appropriate time. Heavenly Lord's hospitality. Li Shan will remember it. Now that we have already signed the alliance agreement, please forgive me for not being able to stay for long. Fairy Li Shan continued. Heavenly Lord Baizu was full of smiles as he nodded. That's right. There are only so many rank 8 elders in Northern Plains. Since you two have already invited me, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster and Old Ancestor Shuehu, it will not be good if only Prince's Impatience is left. Heavenly Lord, please understand, we are going to invite Prince's Impatience. Go. Do a good job in this auction. I am looking forward to it. Thus, Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan left by Zhu Grotto Heaven. They determined their direction and rushed towards the southeast direction. Halfway through the journey, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Feng Yuan had used moving perspective cup goo to send a message. Fairy Li Shan slowly stopped moving. Chapter 743. Qin Baisheng was a character indeed. His battle strength was on par with immortal Monkey King Shirley, but he did not have any arrogance. Not just that, when he conversed with Feng Yuan he was very friendly, he laughed heartily from time to time. It made people feel that he was very magnanimous. Feng Yuan was using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face to disguise himself. He had to disguise himself. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in Qin Baisheng's hands. If they had confessed or had their souls searched, Qin Baisheng would definitely know Feng Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form. Be it He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, or Feng Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form, they could not openly appear in Northern Plains. This was because the 3 of them were key survivors of the 88 True Yang building. This was a sensitive period. Ever since the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains, Dongfeng Naganori, deduced that the culprit was not a native of Northern Plains, but an outsider. All of Northern Plains vaguely felt a sense of common hatred against a common enemy. It was unknown how many forces and experts wanted revenge. Especially the 10 or so super forces of Northern Plains, their benefits were the most affected. They wanted to cut the culprit into 1,000 pieces, peel off their skin and bones, and torture them for thousands of years to vent their anger. Once Feng Yuan and the rest showed up, even if the crime was not exposed, Northern Plains Gu immortals would go into action. They would try to get more insider information from Feng Yuan and the rest. Thus, when Feng Yuan appeared, he used the fake name Shahuang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into a pair of ordinary zombie arms, and his terrifying body that was 6 meters tall had also been transformed into a pair of ordinary zombie arms. His terrifying body that was 6 meters tall was now the same size as a normal person, or even slightly shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also retracted. He did not look fierce at all. Instead, he gave off a feeling of weakness and weakness. Of course, Feng Yuan had already informed Fairy Li Shan of these disguises in his letter. When they established the Snow Mountain Alliance, they had already considered this situation. So it was Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan working together to deceive outsiders. It did not violate the Snow Mountain Alliance at all. But even if Feng Yuan was so unremarkable and became an immortal zombie, Qin Baisheng's cultivation stagnated and his future was bleak, but he did not look down on him at all. He spoke to Feng Yuan on equal footing. In fact, as they conversed, his tone became more and more intimate. Qin Baisheng's attitude made Feng Yuan secretly praise him. This person is indeed a character. No wonder he could overturn the situation. He forcefully turned the dangerous situation of being besieged by Northern Plains Gu immortals into a favorable situation for him. Qin Baisheng was also thinking, this little rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance, but even after probing for so long he did not reveal anything. To this day, I still don't know his background and background. Even when facing me, Qin Baisheng, he can still smile and talk as usual. He is not simple. Not simple. Fairy Li Shan stood at the side, smiling with squinted eyes. She watched as Feng Yuan and Qin Baisheng conversed. Fairy Li Shan saw that their conversation was getting more heated. She could not help but chuckle. You two look as if you regretted not meeting earlier. You actually cast me aside, as if you are brothers who have been separated for many years. I am ashamed. I am ashamed, Feng Yuan quickly said. Qin Baisheng's eyes brightened. Fairy, you are right, you are right. Brother Sha and I feel like old friends at first sight. We are really getting along well. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Coincidentally, I have your mountain pledge Gu from now on. As long as big brother has a bowl of meat to eat, I will not let little brother only drink soup. After the shock, she became even more flustered. Could it be that Qin Baisheng is more brilliant than me, and has already seen through Feng Yuan's disguise? Feng Yuan gasped. He immediately showed a thin-skinned and young face expression. I don't dare to claim connections, I don't dare to. Feng Yuan let out an ah, immediately putting on a thin-skinned, young and unable to handle it appearance. I don't dare to claim connections with you. I don't dare to claim connections with you. Hey, what are you saying, little brother? What do you mean? This is fate. Don't tell me, brother, you are actually looking down on me, a loner? Qin Baisheng's eyes shined brightly. He stared at Feng Yuan with a faint smile on his face. Not good. My unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move after all. Qin Baisheng seems to have sensed something. After all, I have displayed too much strength. There are actually Gu immortal slaves selling Gu immortal blessed lands. Although Qin Baisheng is a lone cultivator, he is skilled in forming alliances and is also participating in the auction. He wants to use me to get close to the strong force behind me. Of course, I cannot exclude the possibility that he suspects me of being the culprit who destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. No matter which possibility it is, it can be seen that this person is strong and hard to deal with. These thoughts flashed past Feng Yuan's mind, but he smiled bitterly on the surface. To speak the truth, Brother Qin and I feel like old friends at first sight. Unfortunately, I am just a minor character and have no choice. I am not as carefree as Brother Qin and Fairy Li Shan. It is not that I am unwilling to become sworn brothers, it is that I cannot. Of course they could not become sworn brothers. Once they became sworn brothers, swearing in front of Mountain Pledge Gu would be giving others a handle. The simplest way was for Qin Baisheng to say that they could not lie to each other. What would happen to Fang Yuan? How could he reject him? So it is like this. Brother naturally understands that you have difficulties that you cannot speak of. Not only do I understand, I can even help brother. Qin Baisheng patted his chest and said. While speaking, he still did not give up on investigating Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and thanked him, before turning around and saying to Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, I have another mission this time. I want to borrow Fairy's Mountain Pledge Gu. I see. Fairy Li Shan glanced at Qin Baisheng and hesitated for a moment before saying. Sha Huang, you might not know, but this time, we are heading to Prince Feng Xian's side to invite him to participate in this auction. We are pressed for time. We do not know if Prince's impatience will be angry, because we are the last to visit him. Not only were there plazas, there were also watchtowers, city walls, and all sorts of streets of various sizes. They were like meridians that extended along the branches. There were also all sorts of rattan ladders that were vertical or slanted, extending from one branch to another. Unfortunately, this wooden city was already half destroyed. Many of the houses had collapsed. The yellowish-brown rattan ladders were no longer verdant. They could not bear the weight. When the cold wind blew, some of the rattan ladders would break and fall, landing on the tree trunks and producing muffled sounds. This is Old D City. Even so, it still has its own charm. Back then, this place was a magnificent place. Many talented people gathered here. It was even the center of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's gaze roamed around as he sighed. The city is already dead. There is no meaning to it. Brother Sha calls me Old D City Lord, hee. The name is no longer true. Gu Yi smiled bitterly beside him. Honestly speaking, if not for this place producing a kind of wood path resource called withered essence, who would pay attention to this place? Fang Yuan nodded, casually agreeing. That's true. Gu Yi sighed deeply. Sigh, if I knew this place would be so dull, I would not have taken this defense mission from Zombie Alliance. But thankfully, the time limit for this mission is almost up. I can finally escape from this abyss of suffering. Brother, look at my pitiful appearance. You must learn your lesson. In the future, when you enter Zombie Alliance, don't choose to defend the old Earthwood mission. Fang Yuan had already noticed that Gu Yi was injured. Hearing him say this, his gaze landed on Gu Ye's face. One side of Gu Ye's face was swollen. It was like a pink peach was growing on his cheek, while the other side was sunken in, filled with cracks that resembled a net. Thus, his entire face looked strange, like a crooked melon. Not just that, there was a long wound on his chest. Even though the wound was shallow, it was wide and emitted purple-black poisonous gas. I would have asked even if Brother Gu did not mention it. Brother Gu, where did your injuries come from? Fang Yuan asked. Sigh, brother. You have just become an immortal zombie. You do not know the suffering of an immortal zombie. Gu Yi sighed just as he was about to pour out his grievances. There was a sudden rumble of thunder. The entire old earth would shook violently. Withered leaves flew everywhere. Even the rotten branches fell down like a collapsing pillar. Gu Ye's expression changed. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard someone shouting from outside. Surnamed Gu, come out. This divine lord is here to make a deal with you. Gu Ye's expression became even uglier. His eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Tiandu again. Boom. Another rumble of thunder. The old earth would shook violently again. Its branches and leaves fell like a storm. Thus, heavenly tribulations were often used to measure a Gu immortal's cultivation level. Feng Yuan was a second heavenly tribulation expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 Gu immortal passes 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, becoming a rank 7 Gu immortal. Rank 7 Gu immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A grand tribulation every 100 years. Qian Juxian and Valley Lord Ming, he were first grand tribulation experts. Divine Mother Ju Kong was one level higher than them. She had second grand tribulation cultivation level. As for rank 8 Gu immortals, there were no earthly calamities, but a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were many times more terrifying than heavenly tribulations. Gu immortals were known as beyond redemption. The difficulty of passing tribulations was extremely high. Thus, the 9 heavens fragment became even more precious. Because the immemorial 9 heavens were a part of the Gu Master Great World, calamities and tribulations would only descend on immortal aperture worlds like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They had never appeared in the 5 regions or the 9 heavens. After a grotto heaven devours a 9 heavens fragment, from a certain perspective, it would become a part of the Gu Master Great World. Thus, the scale and power of calamities and tribulations would be greatly reduced. The Gu immortal would die but the grotto heaven would not. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child had already become an immortal zombie, but the grotto heaven was still intact. If the 9 heavens fragment that was devoured was too big, the calamities and tribulations would disappear. For example, Jewel Yellow Skies was like this. There had never been any calamities or tribulations. It had become the largest trading market in the Gu immortal world. Devouring a 9 heavens fragment has many benefits indeed. But don't forget, there is a flaw in this. Even if you only devour a bit of a 9 heavens fragment, it will be tainted by the aura of the great world. Once the grotto heaven is devoured, it cannot be taken back into the body. Divine Mother Ju Kong reminded. Qian Juxian nodded, agreeing. In short, devouring a 9 heavens fragment means the Gu immortal will lose their freedom. They can only stay in their immortal aperture world for the rest of their lives, unable to move about outside. Such a loss can be said to be disastrous. But if there is a 9 heavens fragment in front of me, I would rather choose this fragment. That's right. Valley Lord Ming he agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to pass. Sometimes I even want to become an immortal zombie. At least, there would be no calamities or tribulations in their land of death. Alright, let's get down to business. We have purposely dawdled these days. That Monkey King should have learned his lesson by now. Divine Mother Ju Kong slowly closed her eyes again. Valley Lord Ming he fell into silence. Qian Juxian laughed lightly. Heh, after we save Shirley, I want to see if he can still be so arrogant. Divine Mother Ju Kong could no longer maintain her composure. Her golden robe fluttered without any wind. Immortal Gu aura surged out. Open. Suddenly she opened her eyes. Her gaze was extremely sharp, directly creating a hole in the void in front of her. The hole was the size of a normal person. Through this hole, the 3 Gu immortals could see the scene inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals did not speak. Qian Juxian went in first. Next was Valley Lord Ming He, and finally Divine Mother Ju Kong. But at the next moment, the 3 Gu immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Qian Juxian and Valley Lord Ming He showed astonished expressions. Divine Mother Ju Kong's expression turned solemn. Her relaxed expression was swept away as she muttered. Entering but not entering, exiting but not exiting, space rotates and replaces each other. This is the mystical ability of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven after absorbing the blue sky fragment? Yes. Shirley also mentioned this in his request for reinforcements. Valley Lord Ming he recalled. But it is not strange. How can something that can trap this monkey be simple? Qian Juxian said. Divine Mother Ju Kong snorted coldly. At most, it will be a little troublesome. At the same time, Northern Plains, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance's branch, Dark Flow Giant City. This place was filled with dense darkness. Even if it was a clear sky, it could not shine any light in here. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and was scrutinized by over 20 gazes. He purposely showed a cowardly expression on his face before he walked into the discussion hall with a solemn expression. He bowed and said loudly, "I am Sha Huang, greetings to my comrades." Comrades, this is a good word. Us Zombie Alliance members are in the same situation. We need to be in the same boat. At the center of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie sitting on the main seat. He smiled and said. He was a fatty 6 meters tall, the same height as Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie, but he was 3 times fatter than Fang Yuan. His skin was bronze, his stomach was like a wine jar, large and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, and even his entire body had a sense of roundness. When Fang Yuan saw him, information flashed in his mind. Flesh bronze zombie body in Lu Gong. When Fang Yuan came to Zombie Alliance, he naturally inquired about some information from Fairy Li Shan. The immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him thought that Fang Yuan was a newcomer. He bowed and greeted. Gu Yi greets Lords in Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang. Fang Yuan also quickly said, "Greetings to Lords in Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang." Saying so, he looked at Gu Yi with a gaze filled with gratitude. Gu Yi smiled at him. In Lu Gong sat on the main seat. On his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He sat upright. He had an ugly expression. His fangs were pale and sinister. On his right was Huang Quanwang. He was old and had a hunched back. Even though he was filled with death energy, his rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had genuine rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City all year round. "Sha Huang, is that your real name?" Dragon Commander Yi Cha spoke. His voice was like metal striking metal. Once he spoke, there was a strong killing intent that made people feel like they were in the middle of a battlefield. This was related to his experiences in the past. Some time ago, Dr. Yin Xian and landlord Lei Yu were injured by this ancient desolate beast. If we can chase this beast away, we will get 1,000 contribution points. If we can kill this beast, we will get 2,000 contribution points. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart jumped. The treasure he wanted to take was deep in Earth Trench. It was guarded by a group of Yiksha octopuses. This was the main reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. On the circular empty ground, the image of a volcano eruption changed. It turned into an octopus monster that was wreaking havoc in Earth Trench. The huge tentacles danced in the air, setting off huge waves of black oil. Looking at this image, the discussion hall was even quieter than before. It was not easy to deal with an ancient desolate beast. Not to mention the fact that ancient desolate beasts had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Immortal zombies themselves could not compare to ordinary Gu immortals. They had more considerations. An intense battle would be more risky. If they could not gain an advantage, they might lose everything. Even if they won, they would need to look at the profits before and after the battle. If they won the battle but lost in terms of business, they might as well not fight. The immortal zombies here were all astute. Seeing that no one responded, In Lu Gong turned to Dragon Commander Yi Cha. "Dragon Commander, this Yiksha octopus is suitable for your business. Why don't you accept this task?" But Dragon Commander Yi Cha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. "I will not hide it from you. I have already received Qin Bai Sheng's invitation to participate in the auction. There are 1 or 2 things that I have been pursuing for many years but could not obtain. At such a crucial moment, I cannot take the risk. But I am willing to pay 600 contribution points. Add it to this task." Once he said that, the gazes of many rank 6 immortal zombies shined. They had to kill this Yiksha octopus. For rank 6 immortal zombies, it was not easy. But to defeat it, as long as several rank 6 immortal zombies worked together, it was not difficult. But for this task, The reward of 1,000 contribution points was split among them. It was a little thin. Right now, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was paying from his own pocket, adding another 600 contribution points. This moved some people. It was true that fighting an ancient desolate beast was risky, but as long as there were enough benefits, the risk would not be a problem. Immediately, 3 groups expressed that they could accept this task. The first 2 groups were made up of several rank 6 immortal zombies. The last group was made up of a rank 7 immortal zombie. After a round of discussion, this task was taken by the rank 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome task was finally taken by someone, Yin Lu Gong let out a sigh of relief. Next is the final necessary task. It involves Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat? Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. He quickly thought of the 5 regions chaotic war in his previous life, that huge and glorious flying boat that rampaged through the battlefield. Gu Yi, who was beside him, explained in a soft voice. You just joined Zombie Alliance, it is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal Gu house in history. It has great power. Previously, a Northern Plains lone cultivator obtained the complete recipe of Red Fiend Divine Boat, but he did not have the ability to refine it, so he could only sell it. The leader wanted to buy the recipe. He spent a huge price, and has already bought most of the recipes. Fang Yuan thought, this Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader is really ambitious. Immortal Gu houses were more comprehensive than immortal killer moves. This was the symbol of a super force. Basically, every super force had an immortal Gu house. But Yuan clan had passed the deadline. They did not return the immortal Gu. Every year, Zombie Alliance would send members to ask for the immortal Gu, but they failed every time. Not only did Yuan clan find excuses to evade, they were even beaten up and chased away. Initially, no immortal zombies accepted this mission. Yin Lu Gong could only raise the contribution points before he gave it out. There were also missions to purchase glass soil, drill soil, capture beast groups and collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had gone around to purchase souls to produce Guts Gu. She had also found Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to go deep into earth trenches and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. By sprinkling black oil on the dead aperture blessed land, it could slow down the destruction of the blessed land. In the outside world, to other Gu immortals, it was an extremely useful Gu refinement material. It had a huge market. Earth Trench's black oil was Zombie Alliance's main business. This status was similar to the Guts Gu business to Fang Yuan, but the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts Gu trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into Earth Trenches to purchase black oil, they would keep a portion for themselves other than the portion they had to hand over. This mission's rewards were publicly recognized as the best among immortal zombies. Thus, almost everyone fought for it. Fang Yuan also wanted to fight for it. If he could use this to enter Earth Trenches and secretly obtain that inheritance, it would be great. But it was a pity that he had just arrived. He did not have a Zombie Alliance token. It was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Moreover, this mission had a time limit. Right now, Fang Yuan was busy with the auction and the Refinement Path Convention. He did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In order to get the only 3 spots for this mission, these 3 victors not only did not get any contribution points, they even had to hand over hundreds of contribution points to Zombie Alliance. Right now, I am at the crucial moment of adjusting my immortal aperture world. I cannot go. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, go send them off. Behind Prince's impatience, there were two female attendants. They were both rank 6 female Gu immortals. One was cold and refined like an ice flower in the snow. The other was tender and beautiful like a yellow flower in a green valley. Hearing Prince's impatience's orders, that cold female Gu immortal stood up and bowed to Prince's impatience, before saying to Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan, "Please. We will have to trouble Swordmaster Yulan." Qin Baisheng and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be careless. They quickly responded. This Swordmaster Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated sword path. Her cultivation level was only rank 6, but her battle strength was very strong. Her sword path attainment was even at Grandmaster level. Swordmaster Yulan led the two. She was silent as she led the way. The three walked through a long corridor, passing through several doors before stepping out of the Grotto Heaven's door. Returning to the outside world of Northern Plains. Swordmaster Yulan, please wait. There is no need to send us off. Qin Baisheng said politely. Be it cultivation level or battle strength. He surpassed Swordmaster Yulan, but the latter had Northern Plains' few rank 8 Gu immortals behind her. He naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yulan nodded and closed the Grotto Heaven's door. Once the door was closed, there were no abnormalities in the sky. It was no different from the surrounding sky. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air. We have already visited the 5 rank 8 great experts. We even used Mountain Pledge Gu to sign contracts and successfully invited them. In this way, the general trend has been set, and the holding of the auction is a foregone conclusion. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Qin Baisheng smiled as he praised. Saying so, he took out an Immortal Gu and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. I will give this reward to Fairy as promised. Qin Baisheng had a sincere expression of gratitude. Thus, under everyone's envious and jealous gazes, the two entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 Gu immortal to enter, followed by Heavenly Lord Baizu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Xuehu. Each of them caused a commotion in the hall. Before Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared. Rank 8 was the peak of Gu Immortal strength. The 5 Rank 8 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains were grand achievements that people looked up to. Among them, Old Ancestor Shui, who was the #1 person in the demonic path, the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, a righteous path rank 8. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were both righteous and demonic. They were neutral. The final prince's Impatience was also a righteous path Gu Immortal. But he was only an external Supreme Elder of a super force, Gong Clan. He did not have the Huangjin bloodline. His status was quite awkward. And because of some grudges with Gong Clan in his early years. As a result, he lived outside all year round. He did not work for Gong Clan. Only when Gong Clan faced a huge crisis would he take action. 5 rank 8s, 2 righteous, 1 demonic, and 2 neutral. They were mutually restricting each other. This formed the current balanced situation in Northern Plains. The 3 rank 8 great experts who came later wanted a single room. There were already 40 to 50 people in the hall. Of the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already been seen. Only Lord Prince's Impatience is left. This is truly a grand event that is hard to see even in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opener. To be able to show my face in front of such a person. This is already a worthwhile trip. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and majestic. I wonder how glorious and majestic Prince's Impatience is. Just as everyone was secretly anticipating, a cold and aloof female Gu Immortal entered the hall. It was Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about the relationship between Fairy Yulan and Prince's Impatience. Their gazes were immediately drawn over. Qin Baishen quickly went up to greet them. Master is recuperating the Grotto Heaven Tu Qi. I will represent his will in this trip. Feng Jioge said without a smile. He had great skills and was bold. As an outer region Gu Immortal, he dared to participate in Northern Plains auction during this sensitive period. Once he entered, even if he announced it loudly, it would be a deterrent to others. He would use Prince's Impatience's name to help him bid for the rest of the auction. Hearing that Prince's Impatience was not coming, the hall was filled with disappointment. Feng Jioge had an indifferent expression. Vaguely familiar face was truly extraordinary. The Gu Immortals in the hall could not see any flaws. Of course. This was also because Gu Immortals respected each other. They would not use investigative Gu to spy on others for no reason. Especially Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Behind him was a rank 8 great expert. No one could have imagined that someone would be so daring. Under everyone's intense gazes, Fairy Yulan entered the single room. Like Feng Yuan, he first played with several mortal Gu, changing the environment of the single room. Next he grabbed East Window Gu and looked inside. Looking at it, Feng Jioge's mind shook. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. Aren't these the core Gu worms of our sex Immortal Gu House, Water Pavilion? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Jioge's eyes before he calmed down, showing his supreme control over his mental state. It seems that some of the sect's Supreme Elders guessed correctly. Back then, the sect's Saintess Mo Yao had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. While he was thinking, another 2 Gu Immortals took out Transformation Path Immortal Gu and competed. Among them was Gu Immortal Xiong who had shouted in the auction hall earlier, and wanted to tear He Langzi to pieces. A total of 5 Gu Immortals were competing for 1 Immortal Gu. Both sides continued to compete, They added immortal yuan stones, or rare resources, or added lost gu recipes, or gave large beast groups. Eventually, He Langzi chose the first secret room's bid. He obtained glorious smoke turtle armor immortal gu, information about ascending heaven plane, and a large group of water wolves. Both sides made the transaction. Because the gu immortal in the first secret room could not show himself, Qin Baisheng passed the information to him. After He Langzi obtained information about ascending heaven plane, he checked it on the spot, but his eyes widened as he growled in anger. A strength path immortal gu, overturning river, and another 250 kilograms of split divine water. Crazy, 250 kilograms of split divine water? This is an ingredient that can be used to refine rank 7 immortal gu. Split divine water can completely match heaven gold. It can only be found in the deepest part of Jianghu Lake, and after 100 years, only 20 to 30 kilograms of it can be produced. A trace of surprise flashed past Feng Jioge's face. He had not expected such a strong competitor to appear. He smiled proudly. With Swordmaster Yulan's identity, he had less worries, he said in front of everyone. What else does the seller need, be it materials, gu recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves, just state it. Once he said this, the whole hall went into an uproar. Most of the gu immortals immediately thought of Fairy Yulan's backer, Prince's Impatience. It seems that Prince's Impatience wants to bid for this immortal gu. Even that Eastern Sea gu immortal could not help but guess. But he laughed coldly, his fighting spirit was roused. Prince's Impatience is rank 8, am I not? Next, his voice resounded in the auction hall. My conditions are the same as Fairy Yulan's. Please indicate to the seller. The whole hall went into an uproar again. They were guessing who was in the first secret room, directly opposing Swordmaster Yulan, wanting to challenge Prince's Impatience. In the 10th secret room, Feng Yuan also showed a slightly surprised expression. His gaze turned as he chuckled. It seems that both sides have extraordinary origins and are determined to get it. Since they have such a request, it would be unreasonable for me to not agree to it. He directly added several times from the list given by Land Spirit of Langia, before secretly giving it to Qin Baisheng. After Qin Baisheng received it, he showed it to everyone with a strange expression. The whole hall went into an uproar for the third time. This list isn't it too exaggerated? 3,000 kilograms of heaven gold and split divine water. Who is the seller? Do they think these things are wild vegetables? This is an exorbitant price, asking for sky-high prices. Chapter 762. The seller was asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This was making things difficult for them. The list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan threw out earlier, most Gu immortals had at least some of them, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. Moreover, even wisdom path Gu immortals would not sell their own inheritances, the foundation of their existence, to others so easily. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, neither did Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and it was quite incomplete. It could not meet this requirement. He sat on his seat and licked his dry lips, not speaking, but his heart was filled with anticipation. For a moment, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, no one spoke. The hall fell into a strange silence. Gradually, the hall became filled with discussions. Asking for a wisdom path inheritance, this condition is too difficult. Wisdom path immortal Gu are easy to obtain, but they actually want to obtain a wisdom path inheritance? This is greed. The 10th secret room and domination immortal cannot take out such a condition. The heated scene earlier has already been ruined. Maybe this cauldron strength immortal Gu will not be auctioned. But this is not a big deal. If an immortal Gu is not auctioned, according to the procedure, there will be a second round of auction. The seller of cauldron strength immortal Gu also sensed something amiss. He was anxious and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Qin Baisheng received the seller's transmission and announced, "A wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete. Even an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine. Of course, the higher the degree of completion, the better." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He had an extremely incomplete wisdom path inheritance in his possession. In the 10th secret room, his voice was heard. "I happen to have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance with me." Chu Du heard Feng Yuan's voice and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had some hope in his heart. His hope was naturally placed on Swordmaster Yulan. In his opinion, Swordmaster Yulan had the support of Prince's impatience. Her foundation was extremely deep. She might not necessarily have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Spirit Affinity House did have some incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any now. He quickly used Whole Earth Gu in his immortal aperture to transmit the information. He contacted the other 9 Central Continent Gu immortals. The 9 Central Continent Gu immortals naturally knew about Feng Jioge's actions. In fact, they were already lurking around the Scarlet Reed Marsh. They were waiting to receive Feng Jioge. After receiving Feng Jioge's message, there were 2 people with incomplete inheritances. One was Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. The other was Chun Jinqi of the 10,000 Dragon Dock, a flying grandmaster. He had once explored a ruin and obtained one by chance. Naturally, Feng Jioge was overjoyed when he received the two's reply. He hurriedly negotiated with them. Wisdom Path inheritance, even if it was an incomplete inheritance, was very valuable. Old Oracle and Chun Jinqi were not from the same sect as Feng Jioge. Even if they were from the same sect, they still had to settle their debts. They communicated for a while. Feng Jioge finally reached an agreement with Chun Jinqi and paid a heavy price. He bought the incomplete wisdom path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Jioge hesitated. He could help Chu Du with the incomplete wisdom path inheritance. But that would be too obvious. He had deceived Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted the immortal material True Heaven Silver in Domination Immortal's possession. But now, for a mere True Heaven Silver, he wanted to help a precious incomplete wisdom path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Feng Jioge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chu Du would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Feng Jioge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning Immortal Gu, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Feng Jioge was willing to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance to help him, Chu Du said, "I do not have an inheritance. I will withdraw from this auction." Feng Jioge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, The tiny hope in Chu Du's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Prince's Impatience. They were only helping him because of the true Heaven Silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of true Heaven Silver. That was clearly impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Feng Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chu Du could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Feng Jioge's expression sank. The moment Chu Du announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once, Feng Yuan's victory was set in stone. Feng Jiege did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Feng Jiege himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Feng Jiege consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms. His setbacks were no less than Feng Yuan's. If not for this, he, Feng Jiege, would not have become who he was today. A person like Feng Jiege had many similarities with Feng Yuan. They were both unyielding. They did not care about momentary success or failure. They were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo was clear now. Domination Immortal Chu Du withdrew, while Feng Yuan offered an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But when Qin Baisheng made the first bid for Feng Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baisheng suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the Goo Immortals in the hall interested again. Prince's Impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House, catching everyone off guard. They almost killed Ma Hongyun, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains Goo Immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's Impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jiege had vaguely familiar face disguise. Feng Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jiege and the other Goo Immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path Goo Immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Feng Yuan's intelligence-gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. Chapter 764. In the following auction, as if it was planned, several Luck Path Immortal Goo appeared one after another. Move Luck Goo that could rapidly expend luck, Seal Luck Goo that could seal luck, Transfer Luck Goo that could transfer luck, and also the Break Luck Immortal Goo that Feng Yuan had already found out about. Unfortunately, the sellers of these Luck Path Immortal Goo had their own needs. They wanted to exchange for mainstream Immortal Goo like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was Feng Yuan's weakness. If he did not satisfy this basic requirement, Feng Yuan would not even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Feng Yuan had tasted the bitterness of Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the sweetness of Luck Path. He had wanted to see if he could obtain some Luck Path Immortal Goo, but there was no chance at all. The most regretful thing was that he had missed Break Luck Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan already had Connect Luck Immortal Goo. It could be used with Break Luck Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, he did not have enough opportunities. He could not obtain it. This auction was not specially organized for him. Feng Yuan's gains were naturally accompanied by losses. The next immortal goo is a rank 7 luck path immortal goo. It is called Calamity Beckoning. Finally, it was Feng Yuan's Calamity Beckoning immortal goo's turn. Qin Baixing introduced it slowly. Rank 7 immortal goo were very rare. In this auction, most of them were rank 6 immortal goo. Even though it was only one rank, the difference in value was huge. This was because the success rate of raising rank 6 to rank 7 was very low, and the refinement cost was very high. As for rank 8 immortal goo, there was no one in this auction. The goo immortals in the hall heard that it was a rank 7 immortal goo. They were interested and looked over. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning immortal goo's usage, the goo immortals shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning immortal goo harmed oneself while benefiting others. Helping others to undergo tribulations would attract calamities and tribulations to oneself. There were people who sacrificed themselves for others. But there was usually an exchange of benefits. Calamity Beckoning immortal goo had a market. Some large forces needed it, and could help their own members. Some goo immortals were also interested. They could use this goo to help others and gain profits from it. But Feng Yuan wanted a rank 7 strength path immortal goo. No one in this auction could take it out. Feng Yuan saw that the situation was not good. He quickly informed Qin Baixing, announcing that he could use rank 7 time path immortal goo as well. As expected of Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. I wonder if this immortal goo also came from the goo immortal in the 10th secret room? Feng Jioge pondered for a while before secretly communicating with Qin Baixing, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning immortal goo. Fairy Orchid. You really can't hold it in anymore. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He rejected the request without hesitation. Eventually, because no one bid, Calamity Beckoning immortal goo was not sold. Feng Yuan was already mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, it required a rank 7 immortal goo, and it had to be a strength path immortal goo. There were not many of such immortal goo. Most importantly, Calamity Beckoning immortal goo was not as attractive as other immortal goo. In the end, no one showed any interest in it. Feng Yuan's Calamity Beckoning immortal goo was not the only immortal goo that was not sold. At the very beginning, there was one luck concealment immortal goo that was not sold. After that, several other immortal goo fell into the same fate. For these failed auction immortal goo, there was still a chance. After the auction, there was another segment of the convention, which was free trade. When it was time for free trade, they could still bid.